Introducing today's judges. The first judge introduced today is the Dream Maker himself. The man, the myth, and the legend, and some say the man on the other side of the monitor. Introducing the founder and CEO of Somnium Space, Artific. Coming all the way from New York, we've got a legendary veteran of retail, the co-owner of Century 21 Stores and founder of ISG, the future of fashion and entertainment in the metaverse. We've got Isaac Gindi. Known as the landlord of Somnium Space. If you need to rent a parcel or buy an entire estate, Chris is your guarantee. Real estate blockchain partnerships for the team of Somnium, along with ENS domain trading, Chris Bell.
All right, everybody, welcome to Somnium Creators Fund 2022, the first batch of this year. We're happy to be here. Thank you, judges. We have one more judge to join us shortly. And thank you, of course, for everyone who came. Thank you for all of you who actually applied and got accepted to this Creators Fund. This is historical for us, for you. We're super glad to have you here. And we're looking forward to your presentations. As the reminder about some rules, because this is Creators Fund, we have some rules. Each contestant will have 10 minutes time to present their project, and then judges will have 10 minutes time to ask the questions. We have to be strict on the time because there's a lot of people, a lot of projects. The time is limited. We'll be here for another 2.5, 3 hours. So fasten your seatbelts, it will be a ride. And as I said, I'm super happy to have you here. Judges, thank you for coming. Thank you for committing to this Creators Fund. Your time, your money, your dedication. I think everybody who are presenting and all of the rest of us, we appreciate it a lot. And I hope it will be enlightening for you. I hope there will be good deals you can make today. And I hope that those who will be pitching will get what they're coming for, but you never know, we never know. We'll definitely be asking some tough questions and we'll be definitely doing the reality check on all the projects. So good luck and welcome to the Creators Fund, everybody.
And we're up to our next contestant in the Somnium Creators Fund. Founder and CEO of Sophia and the Athenaverse. She's revolutionizing education and is the first British online school in the metaverse. Ever since their arrival in Somnium Space, they've been rolling out VR tools and labs for kids. Introducing Melissa McBride.
All right, welcome Melissa to Somnium Creators Fund. Your time will start shortly when you hear the bell. That's your time, your presentation is ready, and you'll have 10 minutes, and then we'll give you 10 minutes, or we'll give the judges 10 minutes to ask questions. And after that, there will be a next contestant. So good luck, and let's start now.
Amazing. It's wonderful to be here. Thank you so much. What an awesome venue. Kind of feel like this is the wedding speech I never gave. But I'd like to point to you to what we've called this project, which is the Alchemist. And we've come up with this because an alchemist is someone who transforms things for the better. This project is not about me. This project is not about my team. This project is about each and every single one of you who has the power to make a huge difference to the future generation and impact education forever. You see, I'm asked all the time as a career educator and a mom of 4, what do you think about education? Is it broken? And the reality of it is, it's not broken, but it does exactly what it was designed to do 200 years ago. So I ask you, what's the problem? And maybe a show of hands. Hands up if you actually loved school.
Oof, that's tough.
No, we're not.
Tough.
Hands
Hands up if you actually found school hard. Hands up if you found school boring. Exactly. This is the issue that we have because education is so disconnected to our generation and the builders that are here, but to the future generations. It is not fit for purpose. It is not preparing them for a metaverse economy that's worth anywhere from 5 trillion to 13, depending of course who you follow. So what's the story? We have a huge virtual economy emerging. We have global connections happening amongst Gen Z and Gen Alpha. There are 60 billion daily messages on Roblox alone and 54 million logins. There's a creators community that has sweeping projections. If we look back, Second Life, which is sort of the first gen of Web 2 metaverses, is still bringing in 650 million. So what's next? What about the future? What about the kids that are sitting in classrooms in passive learning? This is the start of something amazing, and it begins here. If we look to what's coming, we have huge predictions. Ed3 is predicted to be a $30 billion industry. And I actually challenge that fact because I learned something today. In the UK and EU, the government's budget for education is 9.4%, 5% of GDP. If you do the math, and if I had my whiteboard, I would hear you. The calculate what $5 trillion or $13 trillion metaverse economy by 2030 look like for education, you'll see why this is important. We don't do this alone. We do this with an amazing team of creators. And for us, this project isn't about awarding us funding. It's about giving back and awarding each and every one of you who cares about the future, who has a passion and an interest, and wants to make a difference to the 8-year-olds, to the 13-year-olds, to the 18-year-olds who've never had this opportunity before. You see, when we look back, those pictures are shocking. On the left, that's a picture from about 150 years ago. On the right, that's what most of your classrooms look like today. Look familiar? We can't create a metaverse economy worth whatever that $sign is without equipping these 2 young kids, who are mine actually, but they're also yours. Whether they exist now or whether they're coming, equip this future generation with the skills that they need. Because this project is going to enable them to learn in immersive ways that they've never seen possible. Some of the pilots that we've already been running have kids saying like, wow, I love this game. I've never experienced this in a school before. This is the best thing that's ever happened in a school. And it doesn't stop with learning. Because part of what we're doing is we're teaching kids how to build, how to understand the blockchain, how to pick up the Somnium builder and create. And then launch themselves, whether it's in web or 2D or VR or whatever, go with and people women to make avatars, to create their own personas. This is the power of education, and this is what this project is about. The next generation is going to be led by the brave. I'm absolutely
5 minutes.
part of the community, although I think Sleep said stuff. To live and behave and be here in the metaverse. This project, we feel, is so important, and we've only hit the tip of the iceberg. If you've been inside what's happening in Athenaverse, if you've had an immersive experience, imagine what it feels like for your own children or for your grandchildren to be a part of that. To actually be given an education that matters, to be given an education that's going to prepare them for life in a digital world as part of the creator's economy. this is what we have the potential to do. We can create an environment, we can use and use your creations and put them in their world to give experiences, but that's just the first part of the story. It's also about we've got support like Al's team who build 2D rendered but 3D models that we're going to put inside of our Athenaverse environment. Where we're working, just announced today by the way, with Ryoko, who are actually a team out of the US who are going to be building an NFL project that is going to use the platform of the NFL and their athletes to equip kids who would never have this opportunity with a skill set. You see, this project is about building a better, more equitable, and accessible model of education for kids no matter where they are in the world. When we talk about engagement, it's about reaching the next generation, the generation of creative kids who are already spatially native learners, who can pick up the tool and wow you. And if you have kids and you haven't brought them in, let them loose on the builder. Let them loose in your parcel and see what they can do. Because our team has been amazed by what we've seen. And that's because the future belongs to the brave and it belongs to kids. For us, the innovation for good story is so impactful. We know that this has a huge return of investment. I think Alberto's here, but he might be on mute. But if you haven't quite calculated that math in the last 3 minutes that I have, 9.4% of even 5 trillion is worth, Alberto, are you here? How much? Can you shout? Or any other mathematicians in the audience? This is where my whiteboard appears.
540 million.
540 million. Fantastic. Whoever shouted that, amazing. What happens though if the metaverse is actually worth, by 2030, 14 trillion? How much is education going to be part of that spend?
1.4.
1.4 trillion. Woo! Well done. Amazing. Well done. Excellent.
That's why he's a shark. That's why he's a judge in the Creators Fund. Yes.
Exactly. Because one of the things we want to do is part of what's emerging and part of the amazing thing that the team at Somnium are doing is creating a marketplace. And we think this is going to be such an awesome opportunity for young people, those that have, those that don't, to be part of something that we all know is truly out of this world and unbelievable, and equip them with potentials far beyond anything they could have imagined. I'll lead this back to something that we've come up with, which is called an NFT. Not an NFT, but an NFT. Because for me, I know that education unlocks doors. If you have a great experience, it leads you down a path. If you have a bad experience, it can lead you down another, unless there's an outcome that you can hold on to. A door that you can open with a key that someone's given you. And with the NFTs, we believe we'll also be able to use things that are being sold to generate a huge amount of scholarships so we can take Somnium to kids that need it most and equip them with fantastic potential and skills that they are going to need for life. So normally you can't shut me up, although I will say thank you for the aircon. I'm in London today, so whoever's put that on, well done. It's been an absolute pleasure to be part of this community in a very small way. I'm in awe on every single one of you. And we want you to be a part of this. We want what we are pitching here today to be part of Somnium forever. That gives back to each and every creator here, each and every builder, each and every artist to create something awesome for education. So thank you guys so much. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you.
Woo. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Melissa. That was amazing. Great presentation. Just on time. Doesn't happen often. So round of applause to Melissa for doing that. Woo, that's amazing. And now we'll have 10 minutes for questions, which will start exactly now. So I'll start with the questions. I'll set up the stage. From what I see, I mean, I know the project. I've seen it. I've been in the worlds you're creating with other creators here. That's amazing. That's really cool. And what your vision is great. I like it. But let's go to the business side of the things. You, if I understood correctly, you're asking for $150,000 of the ask. What, because you're applying as the startup, as external startup, what are the terms of this deal, where the money will go? So just speak a little bit of financials in terms of equity and stuff, what the investors are actually getting in return of this 150,000 USD. Thank you.
Yeah, amazing. So it's a big number. It's probably bigger than most people are asking for, but we have huge aspirations. I wanted to pitch it high because I wanted to make an impact. I wanted you guys to know that we think this has a huge potential and also has a huge amount of ability to not just give to Athena or Athenaverse, but to give back and recycle these funds through all the creators, through the builders, through the landowners who are going to be a huge part of unpacking this for us. A large amount of the funding we know is going to go to equipping kids with what they need to actually come inside. Being able to learn and being able to immerse themselves and have that experience is unbelievable. We don't want to use another platform, we want to bring them here. We also want to equip other kids. In terms of raising the funds and what we want to give back, is we're actually a company that wants to have an open dialogue with you and your teams. What do you value this as education? What makes you excited? What terms do you want to share with us? That's part of being in the Shark Tank. We're open because we believe in it. We believe that this has a huge amount of potential. We don't know 100% what education is going to be worth. What will somebody pay for a virtual tool? All of that pathway, I would lie if I told you what it's actually going to be worth, but I can tell you it's going to have a huge impact. One thing I'll leave you with, if I come back to how much this has a potential to be worth as a metaverse economy, there is always a winner. And if somebody doesn't build it here in Somnium, it will be happening elsewhere. That horrifies me. I think we've got huge potential. And in joining us, and I'll kick it back to you, what is it worth? We want your involvement. We want to give back to these creators. And so we're open to you sharing what you believe the term needs to be. What is it?
Good try. Good try. Good try. Education. Of course. I mean, look, I hear you. I hear that's a good try. That's an amazing try. But as an entrepreneur, you're asking for 150,000. I'll leave this question open. I'll give Chris a chance to ask a question if he has, and then we'll go to Isaac.
Yeah, so it's hard to disagree with anything that you were talking about. Everything sounds great. I mean, education in virtual reality makes a lot of sense. I could see different classrooms being inside virtual reality, and I could, a lot of kids do need to get the equipment, and a lot of people, builders, need to get the equipment as well to get into VR first to do that thing. So a couple things. Do you have any sales yet, and are you going to be charging anyone for the service that you're offering?
Yeah, what's really interesting is one of the sides of what we do is we have a full-time online school. That school happens outside of Somnium, obviously, but in building what we've been building and in creating what we've been creating, we want to not bring them into other places that we've trained our teachers. We want to begin to bring them here. So once we have an actual case study and use case, we know that we will also have research partnerships. We're a partner with the University of Warwick here, both from our development program, but equally in terms of R&D. Research is needed in this space, and once those core dominoes begin to be knocked down, we're already fielding a huge amount of inquiries from education-focused groups or ministries that know they want to do this, but they just don't know how to get in, and they need to experience it. You can't experience it from CGI renders or from 2D web Google Meets. They actually need to come in and feel it for themselves if they're prepared to equip the young people with it. So no is the answer yet. But we know that these tools are going to have immense use, not just for education, but tools that builders and creators and landowners will be able to use. So that's all beginning.
So when you create these tools, do you have a plan to sell them in some way or sell the use of them?
Yeah,
for people?
at the moment they're hosted in the OMG engine. With Artific and his amazing work, we've been able to share them across worlds, and we've been able to showcase them, which is a fantastic thing. So those we will, when we're ready and we've got them into the right version, begin to package them up and put them on OpenSea. I think actually the ability to buy them from inside Somnium once the marketplace is ready is going to be a key driver, because people can try before they buy and see the impact. And obviously part of what we're doing as well with the pilot is bringing kids in and teaching them in here. And obviously that raises then the interest, because this is all new. None of this exists. Before we create things, it is a vision. It is not a reality. So it's about bringing it to a reality, which is why we're on the environment stage, but the engagement is quickly coming.
Okay, Isaac.
Okay, so if the roles were reversed and you gave $150,000 to one of us, how do we expect to get that money back is, I guess, the question. I understand that you're going to use it to fund and to grow, and spending it is very
Great
easy.
question, yeah.
Once you spend it, hopefully you're going to start getting some money back from selling something to give back the money to yourself and to whatever value we have of it.
Of course, and I think the strategy to market is two things. One, we have the ability to equip outside education companies with the ability who want us to use our world or build a world for them or use our tools. And obviously those would go on the Somnium OpenSea, there would be investment and returns coming from there and money being generated. We also have the ability, which is something we're doing at the moment in terms of creating content. So we have under works currently, Ultra, wherever you are, videos that we're equipping. So we're also creating content that can be used both by us, but the external world. And those could be behind a pay gate, or they can be, you get the first 5 free. So that's one of the areas. But I think the big will be in terms of the use case for major government organizations around the world. We know the Bahamas is already all into the metaverse, but they're not in here, sadly. The UAE is someone who's really pitched themselves as going to be the future of the metaverse, and we're already having conversations with very, very high individuals in those areas. We think the B2G, in terms of landing these, is going to be a huge amount of potential, and it's about using that in order to make sure that your investment in us invests in all of them to make this happen, because none of this is worth anything if nobody comes here.
3 minutes remaining.
We're the only ones in here. Thank you. If we're the only ones in here, it's worth what it is to us, but it's not worth anything to the big wide world outside of it.
Thank you. Quick last question from Isaac, because we're 2.5 minutes left.
Sorry,
so.
Isaac.
I have a couple of questions.
Yeah, let's go.
First of all, it was a great presentation, but for the 150,000 you're asking, how many students will that support?
Yeah, so it depends on what we want to equip them with. I have 40 children who finished the academic year last year at Sophia High School that will build to 70, and we would love to partner with them because they are known families in which to equip them with the right tools to build, but also the right tools to come in and to learn. Our teachers already have devices, that's not a problem. We also have, as I said, the partnership with Ryoko, who we'd love to be able to work with them in terms of engaging their NFL audience and through their partnerships to help those disenfranchised children and equip them with the web version builder and the tools that they need and the content they need to make that pilot a huge success. For us, it's also about engaging, as I said, the community. So landowners, how can we get enough land in which to equip every kid that we're training with a parcel? Many of them have said, we'll loan it to you for free. Others want to commodify it themselves and would like us to rent it. So it's about understanding what will work for creators and their time. Make no mistake, nobody can do this alone. Not one company, not one creator, not one builder is going to make a difference to education. An entire ecosystem is going to come together to make this something spectacular. And the more doors that we open and the more people we convince, the greater value that this is going to have for everybody that's involved.
Who decides the curriculum? Who decides the curriculum? And I'm not clear on exactly what the curriculum is.
Yeah, so in terms of the curriculum, we follow, on an academic side, we follow the UK National Curriculum for England in terms of the delivery from our school. So we're already using VR to do what cannot be done in a fully remote environment. Practical science experiments, hydrogen balloon explosions. We're looking at performance, we're looking at music, things that cannot be done in the physical sense. In terms of the curriculum for the build, this is something that we're already speaking to creators about. Whether it's Ultra, whether it's Artific, or Sessions, we're working with them to design what does this need to look like for kids, how do we package this up and put them together so that it's not just learning in VR, which actually has accessibility challenges, but it's also about looking at kids that don't have. How can you get them in here? How can you open the door? The builder and the web is the most amazing opportunity, but it comes with a cost. There's nothing worth building if you can't put it on a parcel and go and stand in it, but these children are not going to have a parcel. So it's about opening those doors and finding the right partners.
All right.
I have one more question.
Let's go, Isaac. Yeah, for sure. Let's do it.
I just want to ask one more question that I think would help you raise money.
Please.
If you hit the population of people that are handicapped, kids that can't leave their home, kids that are in wheelchairs or things like that. And with the virtual reality, you teach them how to be creators and builders. I think that a lot of people would give money to this project because these people can't move, and it would be a great thing to help education for the handicapped people. So I think that would be a great way.
That have mental health issues. I just was going to say, you're absolutely right, and mental health is a major problem. Children are leaving schools, they're school refusers, they're being failed, and these are kids who, if given the right tools and the right environment, have a fantastic future ahead of them. And I think you're right. It's about disabilities, it's about exceptions, it's about the unteachables, and it's also about, you know, the children who, unfortunately in growing numbers, have mental health issues, that they can build a sense of confidence and self-worth and actually be part of a community and have a fantastic future ahead of them. That, for me, is the big win.
All right, that was it. Thank you very much. Thank you for Melissa and for the judges. Great questions, great presentation. I hope you all enjoyed it. And we will be going to the next contestant in a short bit, everybody.
In the Somnium Creators Fund. Creator of this world in which we host today's Creators Fund. We've got the man known as the Somnium World's Master, the Scientist, founding OMG Oasis metagames and building the OMG engine, the first layer 2 solution for the Metaverse. Introducing Artific.
All right, welcome Artific. This I don't think you need to be introduced. I think the introduction was amazing by itself. Are you ready to start when the bell will ring? Tell me yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, judges ready? We can start. You have 10 minutes precisely.
Hello, judges. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present here today. And also thank Blake and Arthur for the introduction. I couldn't wish for a better one. That was really amazing. I would start with remembering this sort of moment about 1 year ago when we were with Arthur, Wolfbast, Blake, Ultra, other people in other Creators Fund building. It was after the Creators Fund. And we were watching a presentation. We were watching a presentation of Meta when that was presented this dream about the future, and we were there with our avatars. And as Mark was telling us about his dreams, we were sort of when he was talking about like real life avatars, we are like switching into Ready Player One's me. There's sort of photoscanned very close representations of how we look like, and he was talking about abstract avatars, like different ones. So we again switched into that, and the whole presentation was something like that. So we was having a lot of fun while he was presenting his dreams, and we were already living them. And I couldn't wish for anything. At that point, I will go a little bit back. Sorry, I'm not a professional presenter, but. We actually also finished our Creators Fund already. It was in that building a month ago, before we were doing the pitches and we were presenting real use cases for VR and for the Metaverse, for real businesses. And we are here about a year later, where I couldn't wish for a better introduction and better presentation what I'm doing than being here, standing here in this world. That's virtual, but it's also real. And I built it, I put it together, but a lot of breaks that you can see here were created by different people. The sounds were created by Blake. A lot of from the vision came from Arthur and other people that thought about how this place could look like. Then Real Cyberpunk created a lobby that you you came you came from Somnium space into my lobby. That was the base structure was created by Therealcyberpunk, and then you came here one layer deeper into this creators fun world. And it's sort of already like half of my presentation done, because this is what I'm presenting. This is what I'm solving for the real business, where we can be doing presentations like this, where the presenter has control over the browser and can go into the next one. Oh, Mark took control. Okay, we take it back. Cool. Yeah, so I can go to next one. Yeah, so someone can mess up my slides, but yeah, I can fix that. And it seems to be working into like exactly 35 people for some reason. So there's definitely room for improvement, but even that, I'm quite happy with how this works and that it can accommodate this great event. So that's already half of the pitch, I would say. So hopefully you liked it. Hopefully you like this world and you like the previous one. If you do, then when you return back to lobby, there's another, I think, 10 worlds created, some by me, some by other artists, and you can explore them. So we call them pocket universes. So we are in the world that contains these other worlds, and they contain parcels that can be used by different people. But so that's the vision. So basically we want to power the business of the future by providing scalable, reliable, and feature-rich metaverse engine to build world game and experiences. So yeah, that's a complicated way how to say what I said before. And there's a lot of problems to get there. So you can see them here on slides. Yeah, I'm running tight on time with my story in the beginning. So yeah, you can read. There's a ton of problems to solve that problem, and yeah, you could see like a little bit glitching in the browser. So yeah, that's the problem with the scale, and we are able to solve it. So
5.
Yeah. So then what's the opportunity? So opportunity is, for example, what we're doing here right now. We can be doing this great event that we recorded, and that will make a great show, great movie, and also some great businesses will be funded. And that's just one example. There could be like companies doing presentations for their people in space like this, or in this space actually. Later when I can change the branding, and they can have their own business logo and stuff here, and they can be doing these things instead of dreaming about the future that might one day come. It's here already. So that's that. So I was mentioning it's a lot of problems, and the solution, I'm not the solution, or like what I'm building is not the only solution. It wouldn't work without a second very important component, and that component actually comes first and solves a big part of those problems, and that's Somnium space. Because Somnium space, from my perspective, you guys are solving problems with creating a world that's VR first, that's decentralized, has decentralized economy, has the persistence in, is able to support multiplayer and scaling. Of course, like those are building blocks, but still, like we are able right now. 29 people. At point we had 37. And we are still here. We are able to talk to each other, and minus a little bit glitching at 36 people. Everything is actually working super smooth. So really impressive. And that's why I chose Somnium Space to build anything about, because I haven't started with the OMG engine. That came later with the realization that Somnium is giving us like so much space and so much room to actually build whatever we want. So I was like, hell, let's do this, and let's share what I created, these different games and experiences. Let's share them with others so other people can do them. So when I make a gun and make a shooting game and make a leaderboard, I can give it now to other people, and they can create their own games. So then, that's the idea of standing on shoulders of giants, where I'm standing on shoulders of Somnium, and then hopefully some people will like what I'm doing, and will be using my solution to build their own project, their own games, experiences, business shops, and so many other applications that we can't even imagine right now. But already we don't need to imagine, we can live a lot of this. So yeah, that's that. And Oh, maybe just very quickly. So some of the things that I'm solving, or maybe just one of the most important ones, is the IP management, because I can already do basically, or Athenaverse was here before, and they actually piloted one of their projects as this. So they created whiteboard where you can just whiteboard, you can paint on it in VR, and it's synchronized so other people can collaborate on it, they can see it, and so on. So it's pretty cool, and it's pretty handy. And of course, if they share it with other people, then the problem is that other people can just copy-paste their code, maybe make it better, and start selling as their own thing. So that's a problem. But now what they can do in OMG engine is that they can store it as an asset, and they can share it as drag-and-drop tool for other people that can add it to the scene, but they don't have access to the models, to the textures, to the scripts, to the IP, but they can still use it and can customize it by themselves. And everything that I create in the engine is customizable like that. So you can actually go and change the way how the browser works. This one, you can make it your own. And I myself use my own solutions. Yeah, basically like this, that I can click B and go to the next one. It's actually custom made, and you can use different buttons and whatever you want. So I'm super short on time. So business model, that's ton of ways how I am already monetizing it, and some other that I can. So I'm licensing the OMG engine, I'm renting the world, I will be renting the parcels, space, advertisement, banners, and all of that other stuff, roadmap. So on the left side, there's a ton of stuff that I actually already created, like the inventory weapon system, dressing room, grabbables, throwables, laser, all of the other stuff. Currently we have 30 pocket universes which are worlds like this, and some are actually much bigger, almost like 1 kilometer big, and they are hosted and they are using OMG engine in 4 different worlds. So that's that, and on the right hand side you can see sort of the thing that I want to do, and I don't have time to tell you more about it. Marketing, so yeah, I will skip that. Currently it's just me, my wife, and a lot of partners, namely Blake, Hots, and Ultra, that are the best, but a lot of people are using the engine actually. Then financials, I'm actually net positive, 25k in past quarter. I project to make 100k this year and 150, which is very conservative, next year.
All right, thank you. That was amazing. A little bit short on time. Great slides, great visuals, by the way. So round of applause for Artific. And I just want to say that we have Colborn join us today. Thank you for Colborn for coming back and for going through the download stuff. I know you had some troubles, but you're here, and thank you. We super appreciate that. And we will do right after Artific finishes, and we finish asking him questions. We'll do another round of introduction of all judges, so that we have all 4 introduced together. We have a sequence, special sequence. Colborn, just a test. Can you hear me? Can I hear you?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Yep. Good. Perfect. All right. So we will go to questions, and the time for the questions will start right now. Okay, judges, do you have any questions to Artific? The time is running.
Sure.
I'll go.
It's hard. Yeah, go ahead. You go.
Okay. You want me to go?
Okay, Isaac, go.
Okay.
You go first.
Okay, so the first question I have is, let's say I have my own vision of what I need as a builder, and you have your program and your priorities. Can I come in and ask you to do my priorities that are not aligned with yours, and will that be interrupting your process?
Right, so from position of builder, the person that's, and you actually are renting the engine for one of your ones, and you're actually already using it, and you're actually also prioritizing some of the features. So the answer is yes, it disturbs sort of my roadmap, but at the same time, give people ability to say, like, okay, I would really like to have this feature, and this like the prioritization of that feature is that much important, and I can put a price tag on that, and then depending if it makes sense from the financial perspective for me, and I can say, okay, I will do it, because then it will give me opportunity to maybe later hire some developer that would help me to build toward the features that are important to me. But there are always like compromises. So I will always focus like the stability of the system and stability of the features over quantity of features and prioritization from the users.
No, the reason I'm asking is because right now you have 3 people and you want to scale. I'm happy that you're in the black, which is great. I use your engine, which I think is great also. But if you're limiting people to come in with their dreams and their projects because you don't have enough staff or you don't have enough bandwidth to handle it, so the only people that could follow to come into OMG is to follow what you think is a priority of what the world's need. So that's why I was asking this question, because I want you to scale. I want you to scale and get more people so you make more money and then return it to investors.
Yeah, I understand. Yes, you are right. But the way how I created the engine is that it's completely open, or completely open. It's not open source, but it's very modifiable. So if someone finds some feature important, they can actually develop it. And I expect this will start happening. And I'm working, for example, with the Kittner, that he could be the person that actually creates additions to the engine. So they would give some other features, more enhanced features that I can do. So again, it's sort of like the shoulders of giants. So if someone wants some complicated features that I can't prioritize right now, then they can actually hire a developer, develop that feature themselves, and then actually selling them to other people that are using the engine, using the secured system. So this is like, it's more like Unity, where Unity have the core features, but if you want like weapon system, that you need to build it from scratch, or you go to asset store and you buy a weapon system that you like. So I created a weapon system that's actually very modifiable. You can modify almost anything there, but that someone wants a different weapon system. Okay, so maybe they can take just parts of it, or they can redesign it from scratch. And they can use it for themselves and share it with others, or not share it, like rent it to others and get paid for that. So that's how I envision to get the scale. Of course, like I want to hire people, but and grow. But I think that the growth will go with other people developing in the engine.
We need to go to Chris. Thank you, Isaac.
Okay, Artific, great. Part of me, I've seen everything you've done in Somnium. I've been here as long as you have, and part of me just would love to just throw money at you, because I know you're going to work hard and you're going to keep going. So let's take it this way. Since you said that you're going to make, you already made $25,000 this year, and you're planning on making $100,000 next year, how would this investment from the Somnium Creators Fund help you expedite over $100,000, or vice versa? If you don't get this funding, would you then come below 100,000? Will your projections be different?
No, the projections that I have, like this year, rest of this year for 100K, I think there's already a lot of deals and a lot of things that are in the making. So if I would count those, I would be at 75K. So then it remains like 25 for new deals and new stuff to end of the year. So I think the 100K is actually quite realistic. I don't need Somnium money for that. As on this fund. Even if you don't fund me, I will be here and I will be growing. That will not change.
Damn, that sounds like a threat. I'm joking.
Well, I try to be like very conservative with the money that I make in this business, and I have quite pessimistic view on the economy right now, and I think we are going to go through some serious downturn. So I don't, when I will hire people, I want to hire people when I know, okay, I can afford this level of sort of like commitment and external help, and I can grow it. So I don't need to like in 6 months decide, okay, I can't do this, so I just scratch that and so on. I want to
Four minutes. 4 minutes.
So
Please, any
what
other
I'm asking for is this is this 2K, which would be coming from the Creators Fund, and it would give me some sort of like stability, because I think those projections are realistic, but I want to be ultra conservative, and like for me, I'm pretty sure that what I'm doing will work and will grow. I just want to make sure with the money that I can get to the other side of that downturn. And if I make it, then even if it's going to be just me and a couple of people that I'm working here and my wife, then we are going to be fine and we are going to be big. I just want to make sure that we will not fail on that side. So that's what why I want that money from Creators Fund, like the stability that I can invest and grow.
All right, thank you. Colburn, if you happen to have any questions for Artific?
I think presentation-wise, this is great. I only saw half of it, but I don't have any questions for him right now.
All right, so I'll just maybe, there's 2.5 minutes left. I'll just probably like chime in a little bit on maybe not a question, but kind of like a general statement. As Artific said, we are in the world right now which Artific built. Also, one thing which is important, and it comes back to your question, Isaac, in terms of which kind of features, prioritizing, which direction will grow. Don't forget that what Artific is building, this is incredible. This is kind of like the layer 2 on top of what we've built in Somnium in terms of Somnium world system. The Somnium world system itself will become better and better, every month, and it will improve dramatically in the next, half a year, 8 months. So while we are improving the features and, Artific improving his system, overall the system will become much more open, much more, workable and stuff. So that's one comment from my side. And also, we're working closer with other, world creators, such as Denevraut and Artific and others, to see what kind of features they need to make their life easier. In the end of the day, we're the platform. We need to give more tools to creators like Artific and others to build faster, and then for clients and for people, for creators, for dreamers like yourself and others to come in and build on top of those solutions. So that's what we're doing, and we're keeping the close look at everything we need to do. As I said, we're in contact with them. So there I can see a great synergy, because that's just how things are. And I want to say, as Somnium, we from the very beginning, I took a decision that because we get a lot of partners, a lot of companies coming to us and asking, to do things like, can you build this for us? Can you do that for us? Can you do this? And we said from the very beginning, we won't be the company who will try to monetize on every ask of every company who is asking, us to build something. We'd rather connect those people who are asking for something with the great creators we have in our community, and when we let those creators to earn that money, and we just let the platform grow. If creators are growing and they are doing well in our platform, that's where Somnium will succeed. That's how we do it. So that's our system, and it was not a question, it was more a comment. Obviously, I know very well what you do, Artific, so I don't need to see this presentation basically, but just as a comment, I think that's the business model we are pursuing, and that's the business model they are pursuing. So from my side, I don't have any comment, and I just think we will thank Artific for his amazing presentation. Round of applause to Artific.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, judges.
And we're up to our next contestant in the Somnium Creators Fund. Founder and CEO of Style Protocol, a virtual fashion supply chain for unlimited fashion in the metaverse. Looking to operate virtual shops offering wearables for avatars? We've got Leo Hilse.
Welcome to Somnium Creators Fund, and
hey guys,
we will begin your presentation with this bell. You have 10 minutes to present, and then 10 minutes for the questions from the judges, and you start right now.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much Somnium for inviting me. My name is Leo, founder CEO, founder and CEO of Style Protocol. And we're bringing any virtual asset into any of all of the different metaverses. Okay, well, it's really simple because a lot of you guys have witnessed the blossom of the NFT market. Using metaverses such as this Somnium space coming up from all around the globe. There's thousands of different NFT collections out there that apparently will at some point be able to utilize in a certain metaverse or game. Yet currently we're not seeing any of this action. We're not seeing a lot of these NFT communities actually being able to showcase their collections, their assets in multiple yet standalone one metaverse. This is what we intend to change. Style Protocol is a completely open and decentral protocol that allows interoperability of all kinds of virtual assets and all kinds of virtual NFTs. You can stake NFTs on the protocol and have them transitioned into a multitude of different metaverses, such as, for example, Roblox, Decentraland, Sandbox, and hopefully soon also Somnium Space. There's essentially three kinds of virtualization of different NFTs that the Style Protocol enables. The first one, and very straightforward one, is fashion NFTs. It's a very exemplary use case that most of you guys should be familiar with. The second one is staking of NFTs in order to print them on digital white label wearables. Once again, this is a fashion accessory object in order to personalize your avatar further. And lastly, and this is what we're really excited about, is the general 3D virtualization of all kinds of NFTs that can be staked on the protocols, such as, skins or cars or objects or pets. In the past, through the Style Protocol MVP, we've already brought the Koi Metaverse collection into multiple metaverses, meaning small Koi NFT pets that swim next to your avatar. What I'm wearing right now, or what you guys should be seeing, is the Mutant 8 Yacht Club number 2339, which we also successfully bridged in a multitude of different metaverses, including the first one here for Somnium Space. How does the whole thing work, you probably ask, and you probably wonder. Well, rightfully so. The protocol on a technical level offers an API that metaverses and games can connect to fetch from the registry of all of the supply chain that we allow into the different metaverses. Where does the supply chain come from? Simple. Any owner of an NFT, as I've previously outlined, can stake the NFT on the Style Protocol and then decide what kind of utilization they want to offer with this. Whether it is a digital wearable, or whether it is a skin, or whether it's a pet. They can either bridge it for themselves in one of the different metaverses, or they can decide to simply stake it and allow for sub-licensing, making it possible for all of the players in the participating metaverses to fetch this asset onto their avatar. In the background, we have a DAO of tailors, 3D generalists and creators that fetch basically the rights of the NFT staker in order to virtualize the asset, making it then utilizable in the different metaverses. The creations and the bridges are created on demand simply in order to save files and in order to allow participation of people in this ecosystem. The protocol is powered through the Style token that basically enriches the community and fuels the participation for everyone. There's two, in this case you can see three, but the primary two inflow streams of the Style token into the ecosystem are that the Style protocol takes a small participation fee at every entrance of an NFT into the ecosystem. And the secondary is whenever one of these sub-licensed NFT versions is bridged from one metaverse to another. Example, me as an owner of this Mutant Ape skin decide to now wear it in Decentraland also. I'm charged a small fee, and from this a royalty goes back into the ecosystem, as well as of course to the tailor creating the 3D asset and the owner who initially staked this NFT. Why do we do this, you ask? Probably in this audience you're not going to be asking this at all, because you're all very well aware of where we're headed. You're all in this beautiful, beautiful hall from Somnium space that was created in the metaverse, and you're all very well aware of where we as a society are headed here. So I'm not going to be going into too much detail on that. Just once more to finalize, to sum up, to throw some numbers out there. The metaverse is going to be a $1 billion trillion market. We've heard it before from Sophia in the first pitch. We believe that even though, you know, such metaverses as Somnium Space are fantastic and a lot of fun to be in, there's going to be a multitude of worlds. We think it's unrealistic that there's going to be a single world scenario such as Matrix or Ready Player One. We believe there's going to be a multitude of virtual worlds, and we want to provide glue to connect all of them together to enable brands, designers, artists, and all kinds of NFT owners to completely, you know, transcend their identity in these different worlds. I myself here obviously cannot do all of this by myself. I have an amazing team with me. We're roughly 20 people, pretty international, but primarily based in Europe, headquartered in Berlin, Germany, which is where I am located right now. I have a lot of experience in startups, have done a couple of apps platforms in Web 2 before, switched to crypto 2 years ago. I have some amazing people with me, such as Jan Hammond, our creative director, who previously worked at Carrie Able, which is one of the biggest German luxury retailers. Hamza Salem, our CTO and lead blockchain engineer, has been in the space for 7 or 8 years, has his own blockchain following on YouTube, is a university professor for advanced blockchain engineering, and the list goes on. Amazing people. Obviously, we have a really big advisory board as well with change. The entire advisory board, consisting of 16 people, has a combined exit value of over $2.3 billion. We have a couple of unicorn self-made billionaires, and we're backed by...
Yeah.
Hey guys.
It was cool.
Yeah, you're back. All right, so you have
Yes.
2 minutes and 30 seconds left. I'm counting it down. Please continue. Okay.
Don't worry about it, guys. Technical difficulties. I think I've said enough. This is our project. I'm happy for all of the questions we might receive. Once more, thank you, Somnium Space, for giving us the opportunity to present our venture, to pitch here today. Let's hear it.
All right, so we'll go to, thank you very much, Leo. So we're going to the questions part. Again, it's 10 minutes, and we'll start the question part right now. Judges, who want to start?
Yeah, sure. I actually was asking Arthur before he came in how you got that, how you turned a 2D image of the mutant ape into this entire avatar, and I was wondering how.
Please go back to the microphone. Yeah.
I was wondering how you'd be able to do that on a regular basis. If there's a lot of 2D images that you could paste them on a T-shirt, but how do you turn them into full body avatars so that you don't have to manually do it for every single one?
That's a great question. Well, the simple answer is, as of right now, there's no tech available to have an asset and automatically create a 3D version, out of this 2D image, which is why we have chosen the decentral way and the, DAO centralized protocol way, allowing people to participate in the process of bridging, meaning that yes, a single 2D image will be looked at from a tailor and then created in the right 3D version that it needs to be in, applicable for the different metaverses. This, of course, then always means that whenever an asset is bridged, it takes between 8 to 10 hours. However, it has the advantage of the skins being tailored directly to the needs of the creator and the person staking the NFT. Plus, it's, from our perspective, the most inclusive, decentralized way of solving the problem we could think of. There is a problem of interoperability in the different metaverses, and all of the different metaverses run on different engines, different designs, different blockchains, different 3D virtualizations. We believe having a centralized kind of like file format to bring all of them together is still going to take another 20 to 25 years. Plus, it's not really the blockchain approach, right? It's not really decentral if you force a file standard on all of the metaverses. We want it to stay decentral. We want metaverses to be able to have their own design ideas, and thus having our solution with kind of a creator economy behind it incentivizing and rewarding people to participate is the most scalable thing we could come up with.
Yeah, I like
Okay,
the model
thank
a lot. So when you're saying by staking that we actually have to send the NFT to another address to stake it, and then we would get style tokens in return, and the people who are using the NFT that we stake would also have to pay in style tokens to use it? Is that how?
No, well, it's partly correct. So let's say you have a doodles, for example. You could stake the doodles on the Star protocol, and then you could say, hey, I want to use this doodle as a skin for myself in this metaverse and that metaverse, choose 3 or 4, whatever. Or you could say, I stake it and I want to create passive income, allowing other people to wear this doodle skin across multiple metaverses. What then happens is these individual people can utilize the doodle skin across the metaverses, generating cash flow for you as the person staking the NFT. Obviously, this cash flow being in style token. However, when we connect to the different metaverses through APIs, we allow the purchase of the assets in metaverse currency, because we also want to allow metaverses to participate from the supply chain, and we don't want to force our own token on any kind of virtual world. We simply allow them to fetch from our registry and our supply chain, and allowing the players to pay in in-game currency of the respective metaverse.
Okay, just to be clear,
Okay.
the NFT does have to come out of your address and go into your address.
Can you repeat that question?
When you say stake the NFT has to come out of my address and go into your address. Is that right?
No, you only have to connect your wallet, verifying the ownership of this NFT through the protocol.
Oh, okay. So you get to keep the NFT.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely. We don't want it. No. We're not here to take your NFTs, guys.
Not take them, but borrow them, basically. When you say, a lot of times when you say staking, you have to take the NFT out of your wallet, send it to another contract in some way, and then you start doing...
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. My CTO would have been able to answer this a lot faster, probably. Well, we don't take them out of your wallet. We simply, at every time there is a usage of this NFT across the world, we check in real time whether you're still the respective owner of this NFT or not. And only if you are, then the royalties are going to you. And if you're not, then the royalties are going to the next person that you potentially sold it to.
That's awesome. Very cool.
Okay.
Congratulations.
I
Good presentation.
have thank you for the question, Chris. I have a question. I have 2 questions. So one is more on there's one comment when you said like on average it takes 10 hours. Like I know that building an avatar is definitely not a 10-hour job, but that's another story. But one more general question to you. What about the rights, the IP rights? Because we all know that owning an NFT not always means that you own the IP rights. Now suddenly you are connecting the NFT, suddenly someone starts to use it in different metaverses, and the actual IP rights owner, they can go in Somnium and freaking shoot the music video clip here with that NFT which they got from Cell Exchange, and then the real IP owner will come and say, wait, 1 second, who allowed you to do that? It's not allowed. How do you deal with that? How do you make sure that those people who connect their wallets and stake their NFTs on your platform actually have IP rights to use it? So that's question number 1.
Yeah, this is a great question, Arthur. Well, to be quite frank and very transparent, we're still looking into this. Thus far, we only try to work with NFT collections and allow staking or connection of NFTs through the protocol where the people actually have the IP if they actually have the NFT as well.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And the second question is more financial. Okay, you are a company, you are a startup. What money have you raised so far? What are you raising here as in this Ask Somnium Creators Fund? And what are investors getting in return when they are investing whatever money you're asking? So please give us a little bit of financials here.
Sure. So we ourselves are only a couple of months old. We have raised friends and family and a first token pre-sale combined a little over 7 digits. We're actually not currently actively raising at all. Not necessarily, asking for funds. We would love to participate with Somnium space and further, integrate our protocol into this system as well to offer your players to fetch assets and also push assets from your verse into other worlds. And in terms of if anyone is interested in investing in the future, our token is not to be launched until Q1 next year. However, we're most likely going to open another private token round towards the end of this year before we actually go live through liquidity bootstrapping pool. So if anyone is interested to kind of like learn more about that, feel free to reach out and get in touch. I'm very active on LinkedIn.
Wait, one more question right away about that. So you are a German GmbH, or you're an LTD, and you're not talking about the equity. You are only talking about the tokens. Is that correct?
We're only offering tokens at this point because the entire concept. I mean, the headquarters is based in Berlin, but we're not a German entity. We're actually a Swiss foundation, similar to other protocols. So completely decentral setup, purely on token basis. Meaning we would simply be unable to give away equity because no equity exists, right? We have a fixed token supply, and we're happy to give away that to investors, but there's no equity.
Okay, understood. Other investors, Isaac, Colburn?
Yeah, I have a question. These 20 people that work for you, they don't get salaries?
Yeah, they do.
So how much cash do you have in your reserves? What's your burn rate? In other words, if you're not raising money, how long does your reserves last?
We're good for another year. So we've raised, as I said, over $1 million in USD. Our current burn rate is around 45,000 per month.
Okay. So the next question I have is, the difficulty I see here is you have centralized metaverses and decentralized metaverses. And I think the politics, for example, I don't think Meta is going to really want to have anything to do with Somnium. And of course, this is my own opinion. So you're
the opposite.
I agree. It's the opposite.
No, you understand what I mean, Arthur. No offense. You know, I'm just saying. I don't think the Decentraland wants to come into a 3D. It's going to be politics. Your whole theory is based on people could go from one metaverse to another metaverse. I don't see that in the near future because I think everybody is protected of their project, and they don't really want to see moving around from other metaverses. This is how are you going to overcome that? I mean, the ultimate goal is that I could go from Somnium to the other side one day, which I don't know how long that's going to take us. One's 3D and one's 2D.
Yeah. So as you just said, that's the ultimate goal, and that's the ultimate goal we're working on.
No, but you said it's 20 years from now. 20 years you see people going from metaverse to metaverse.
No, I said I think it's unrealistic on current standards to assume that there will be a unified file format connecting all metaverse within the next 20 years because the tech is not there yet. However, I do see people wanting to jump across different metaverses. I was referring to, the fundamentals of having one file format that simply adjusts to whatever 3D model is needed. This is going to take many years to be able to function because there probably has to be some kinds of AI elements to this. When it comes to actual metaverse interoperability, I mean, I can't foresee the future, but I definitely think it's something that's very attainable and it's something that everyone's striving for. And I just want to do one quick metaphor here. So you see with the development of Web 1, 2, and 3, in Web 1 you had a few big players. In Web 2 you had more bigger players. Social media, there's multiple social networks. There's Snapchat, Facebook, there's, Reddit, people hang out on
We ran out of time,
forums.
so we need to be quick. We need to
Okay, yeah, and in Web3 it's even going to be more decentralized. It's going to be super split. It's going to be a bunch of different verses. People will want to be able to, move their assets.
All right. Thank you very much. We ran out of time. Unless, Colburn, you have a burning urge to say something, we need to move to the next contestant. And next time I'll start with you, Colburn. So get ready for the next presentation. But thank you, Leo. That was great. Thank you, Cell Exchange. Thank you, everybody. All right. Since we're a little bit behind the schedule, we'll have 5 minutes break. So judges, I hope your toilet is not far away from you and water.
And we're up to our next contestant in the Somnium Creators Fund. founder and CEO of Museverse, building an ecosystem for musicians to play, perform, and compose music directly in the metaverse. Connecting users around the globe, we're introducing Patrik Gudev!
All right, welcome Patrik, welcome Museverse.
Thank you.
And you have 10 minutes, you know the drill, and the time starts right now.
All right, thank you very much. It's an honor to be here with you, amazing judges, all the great audience, all the great community. So I'm here, I'm Patrik Gudev, and I run Museverse. So I would like to introduce you my project. But first I will start with a personal story or vision of. I had a dream like 2 years ago that I have a vision that the virtual reality is gonna be a tool which is gonna connect people and connect musicians. And I'm from a musical family. Like my brother, I have 2 brothers, and my dad. We always were jamming since I was very young. And my brother lives in Hong Kong, and my second brother lives in a small town in the Czech Republic, and my cousin lives in Berlin. And there's no way how we can make music. And this comes to this point that I believe that this is a space where it can happen we can create music together. So I want to introduce you what we are doing, what we are building. So first of all, we already have 8 parcels that you can find close to main center, and we have one Somnium world. This I really big thanks to Chris Bell for providing the parcel. Thank you for being a best landlord. I really appreciate. Woo! So applause for that. So we already built our musical complex. So this is what we already have. We have a showroom. We have all parcels, which we have a music club. We already did an event in a musical club, which was a hybrid event. And we also have these 2 beautiful dancers, which I would like to introduce you. Natasha, which is our dancer that you can see on the left side that she's coming. She's one of our dancers in our club. So once we have a performance, there are these dancers. I also want to thanks to Ruth for helping to make this dancer. I hope you see it. And so our goal is to bring music and to bring music interaction that people can perform in our Metaverse club and in all metaverses with real musical instruments. And so this is our showroom with what we already have. We are showing people what we are building, and this is also one of our instruments. And so what we do is that we are building an ecosystem for music production. So that people can immersively have a musical instruments, and they can immersively play instrument in a virtual reality. So the immersive experiences, we want to go really beyond that. We want to allow that you can have a physical musical instrument, and you can have it in a virtual world, and you can interact with people. Once you are able to do it, you can actually create virtual concerts that are really like live performances. That can be truly amazing. We also are building a tokenomic system that we want to appreciate musicians and bring a value to them. So these are our musical instruments. First of all, I want to show you on it's coming on my left side. This is our first meta keyboard that we are creating. So. This is the first instrument that we want to bring to Somnium, so that you could play like just with fingers, and you could jam like all of you. We could load the instrument, and we could make music together. That's the ultimate goal, to connect people, connect musicians, that they could make music together. So we also have drums we are making. I can show. So this is the instrument. So we want to create this as an interactive musical instrument in our world. Another one is our marimba, electronic marimba, which is also coming right now. So our goal is really provide the immersive experience that we can create music and we can jam together and we can have a fun. We can compose music, we can record it, and the ultimate goal is that we can also create music that we can create as an NFT. And so musical instruments will be as NFTs. So every single instrument is going to be original. It's going to be as an NFT, so you can own it as your own instrument. We also want to provide sound banks to these instruments. I'm from musical industry, so I'm working more than 10 years in music industry, and we have 10 labels of sample packs. So we have more than 500,000 sounds. We are top 10 in US market. So we want to, every single sound we want to provide that you can buy as an NFT and you can truly own. So if you like the signature of your sound, you can own it and you can be only one who owns it. And we're also gonna provide the collectible cards, and the ultimate goal is that once I'm good with this, I can record the track and we can mint it as an NFT, the track. So also another part I want to mention is that we are working closely with SingularityNet, which is the most advanced blockchain AI marketplace which is providing AI tools for various things. And we are currently working on projecting a piano so that you can have like real piano at home, and you can use like leap motion, like just with fingers, and you could play your instrument at home, but you could actually play it in here in virtual reality. That's a thing we are currently working on, and that's with collaboration with SingularityNet. And so for Creators Fund, what we are asking is that we would like to expand especially the Somnium world to really bring the most what we have, which is like we have a robust system that is already standalone version. So half of the funding would be to spend on the Somnium world, and like part of it would be for bringing the immersive experience of playing piano, and the second half would be to buy 4 parcels, because we would like to stay here for a long term, and we already renting for a long time, and so I mean half of it we would like to be present here and a little bit expand to be here for a long time. So this is what we are asking for, and this is our team. Our team is majority of time is external people, as we are still not working with huge funding. So we are working smartly with things, and we have external contractors. We have like only 2 people that are internal, but we are renting or providing services from various people. So it's about 22 external contractors that we are working on certain solutions. And so our roadmap is that we already have a standalone version that it is possible to already play in VR. Like we can already create music, but right now, and what is the reason we are asking the Creators Fund, is that we need more resources to figuring out the backend infrastructure and how to connect the already standalone version to bring it to Somnium world. That's the ultimate goal. What we want from this Creators Fund and from you. And part of it, which is not what I'm asking in the Creators Fund, is that we are also creating a token that would be rewarding people that are performing in the metaverse. So let's say if somebody is performing here, like in front of you, the goal is that let's say there's like 37 people we mentioned. So after the concert I play, I would the artist would receive 37 tokens, to simplify it. If here's 100 people, he would receive 100 tokens. So that's the dynamic we want to bring to the metaverse, that the music would not be just fun. It would be also a way how the artist can be independent. And that's a part that we want to. We are not applying with this Creators Fund. We will spend it all to create a Somnium world. But it's a part that we are also fundraising currently. So if there's any interest, we would like to discuss maybe later. And that's essentially it. Thank you very much for this. I made it in time. So
all right.
I'm ready for the questions.
Thank you, Patrik. Round of applause for Patrik. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, it was very hard to concentrate when that lady was dancing there, I have to say. I was not looking at the slides, so like that part of presentation went completely by me, bypassed my brain, but yeah.
I can bring him back.
No, otherwise, okay. No questions from me, sorry. No questions from my part. Okay, so let's go to questions, and let's try to do them fast. And we, as I promised, we'll start with Colburn. Colburn, if you have any comments or questions, you can start now.
Yeah, do you have any partnerships set up with any artists so far?
Artists, we have mid names, which are like we want to start with like smaller and mid names, as like we want to first provide the right solution that before we approach the bigger artists, which we have the network to get them, but we want to first make sure that our technology is solid, that we can provide high quality service and all musical instruments are working. But the plan is that once we have this, which I hope is going to be in next following months, that we will start creating collaborations with bigger artists, and that we can provide them to that they can be here, and we can create like musical instruments in collaboration. So essentially like Museverse with let's say, I don't know, Snoop Dogg. Hopefully one day it might happen. But so right now we have we would probably not be familiar with the names, but we have kind of mid-sized names that as I'm has been DJ for a long time, I have contacts in music scene, so some yes.
All right, cool. Thank you, Colburn. Thank you, Patrik. Isaac, do you have any questions?
How are you? I think your project is very interesting.
Thank you.
That piano that you brought up, could you play it now? Because it didn't.
No.
No music come out of that?
Unfortunately not, because the thing is that I'm waiting for scripting. I mean, it's possible in the world, but it's not possible that I'm in a world that is not mine. What we are building is that it will be possible in our world, but hopefully once the scripting is going to be possible in the main world, then it's going to be possible. We did even a test with the team in Somnium, and it's possible, but I think it's going to come later on with updates in the Somnium. So hopefully it's a matter of time.
Everything is a matter of time. This was general comment. Okay, Chris.
Yeah, so do you already have a developer lined up to build exactly what you want, and you just a matter of getting a check and boom, you start building? Or do you need to find
Yes. No. I have a team set up. I mean, I will likely do it already. Like, even if I would not get the resources, it would probably take longer. But like, I'm financing everything from my own currently. But we have a team that is working pretty hard on that. So I believe it's just. Yeah, I mean the team is working on it, and we have a solid roadmap. We have a technical roadmap, and so everything is in place. So we are currently on track. I believe that I need like 3-4 months to have it solid done, but we are quite far.
Okay, cool. Question then. So is your main vision, your goal, your long-term goal, is it to continue building these tools as instruments so other people can play them, or is it to start hosting events? Like you just want to get this code working so you can start hosting events in your world, or is it more like you want to create all these different instruments so that all these people can continue playing them, and it's more about the tools?
Okay, so we want to build ecosystem. Maybe we have like a bigger ambitions of to do all of the aspects, but right now, like to have a good immersive like experiences of concerts, you need to have the musical instruments. So we are starting from the beginning, so that we will figure out the latency. We would figure out like how you can actually operate the instrument. And once you have this set up, I think people will start to be comfortable with performing with the instruments, especially if they own them as an NFT. So right next, I think is the step is that the people can actually perform in the metaverse with the instruments. And so I think it's naturally gonna come to this, and the tokenomics is actually meant to be for the live performances that the artist can actually get rewards for it. So we want we are approaching it like a little bit more broad, but we want to provide the immersive solutions that people can do music, but they can also perform. So both.
Cool. Good
Perfect.
luck.
Thank you. All right, and my last question would be about the financials. So you are asking for 50K. What the investors are getting for because you're pitching as the startup, and what investors are getting in return to that? Is it equity? Is it tokens? What's your plan there?
Okay, like I mean, honestly, like I didn't plan to. I mean, the main goal is to bring the artists, bring the technology, and bring the solutions to Somnium. That we would use our contacts and to make sure that the ecosystem is growing. And I was hoping it would be enough, as we would bring this ecosystem and make sure that people have fun here, that they have good experiences. We could consider maybe tokenomics, but it's for, I would say, probably longer discussion. But yeah, I mean, right now it would be definitely a big help. I mean, we are in the middle of fundraising. We still didn't close yet, but we have some advanced talks. So I mean, I'm up for discussion.
What's the main goal of sales going forward? The main idea of sales and revenue, what is the main goal for that?
Okay, I really believe that the tokenomics could be the main financial, business model, because if you have a solid project and that is the whole ecosystem, and the tokens would be like fairly distributed to the musicians, I believe that it's gonna have an effect of that musicians will start talking. That if they will get paid and from their comfortable home and be in the metaverse, I believe that the tokenomics is gonna be the main thing that could provide the economy. We have actually a little bit specific design, which is 1% of a transaction fee would go to reward pools for these artists. So I believe that this could be the main thing. The second thing is the NFTs, so the musical instrument as an NFTs. And I believe that the sample pack market could be also relatively big as in the sample pack industry for a long time. I know that it can generate revenues. So I believe that once the and we are going to be growing, I believe that this could be also very solid business.
Yeah, great idea.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I think you have some potential with the AI. In other words, you're partnering with Singularity. So if you teach somebody how to play an instrument, and then AI could take over and complete the composition, and then you could sell that completed composition that was enhanced by the AI with Singularity, then you could sell it as an NFT. You didn't get into that, which I think is a tremendous asset.
Absolutely. I'm actually, thank you that you are mentioning this, because it's actually very valuable, and it's something that's the reason why we are cooperating with SingularityNet, as they are the smartest AI developers. So we are talking about like how we could use our data. We currently manage a lot of data. We have over 1 million chord progressions. We have like definitely half million sounds that we have categorized to genres. So with application of deep learning, we can do exactly what you are saying, and it's actually a very important point that I should have mentioned. And so the AI actually can help you and teach you like how you can make a better track. And so at the end, you are happy and satisfied that you have a high quality track that you can create as an NFT, and you can send it to your friend, or you can provide it as for the marketplace.
All right. Perfect. Thank you very much, Patrik. Thank you, Museverse. It was great.
Thank you very much.
Chris, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, I'm sorry.
That's all right. It's all good.
All right, so we are going to the next.
And we're up to our next contestant in the Somnium Creators Fund. With a passion for art and storytelling, he's created Storyboard, a publishing platform that simplifies the creation and compensation of assisted media guides in virtual reality. Introducing Kevin McDonagh!
All right, Kevin, welcome to Somnium Creators Fund. You have 10 minutes to present and 10 minutes for the judges' questions, and your time starts right now.
Hello, thank you. I'm Kevin McDonagh, I'm the founder of Storyboard, and I find art galleries, and especially NFT art galleries, shockingly boring because of a complete lack of narrative. And I am an artist. We bear our soul through artworks, and often all that appears in a gallery is a price. All virtual properties, not just art galleries, suffer the same challenge. When a prospective customer walks into your space, if they are not engaged, they'll quickly walk out and they'll forget your brand, your space, your product. There's a whole lot of empty buildings in Somnium space and not much reason to spend much time in them. But hiring dedicated staff to stand in your virtual space and developing media which can assist visitors in your absence, that's really expensive. Storyboard is a platform to incentivize stories about products and places. Through our platform, any virtual property can increase visitor engagement by crowdsourcing and rewarding stories with cash, benefits, or discounts in the form of NFTs or crypto. Storyboard makes money by taking a cut of any budgets created or awarded through our smart contracts. Today's storytellers evangelize on TikTok and Instagram using short, tappable videos. Our platform incentivizes creators to make stories which can then be displayed in your virtual space to engage your visitors. You can also display and integrate collections of stories on your website right next to your products. We don't care which social network the creator originally shared their story on. Our decentralizing technology makes stories cross-platform viewable. When proprietors source stories through our platform, creators grant them usage rights, so stories can accompany their products across all digital platforms. Our focus is on augmented and virtual reality. We've proven over 50 paid exhibitions that collections of stories can raise initial user engagement by as much as 400% and increase dwell time from seconds to minutes. It is possible today in Somnium space to model the behavior of what tomorrow's real-world visitors will experience through AR. Visitors recognize there are stories to be told when they see this story icon. Within a gallery, stories might be artist biographies, insights about their artworks, and custom audio tours. But beyond artworks, billions of merchandise sales rely on stories. Sports celebrities selling shoes, film celebrities selling beauty products. We want to bring an economy of stories to Somnium space. Because stories will increase how long visitors spend in virtual properties and increase visitor engagement with property owners. Today, you can visit a gallery displaying stories at parcel 3131. We seek $70,000. And if Storyboard is successful in securing this funding through the Creators Fund, we will bring monthly exhibitions and give visitors a reason to regularly return, full of stories to explore. And we'll bring Castorian.com's private gallery and cultural institution partners with their brand power to attract new audiences from around the world. We already have 50 plus Castorian exhibitions, which are available and which previously attracted over 11,000 visits. All of our exhibitions will be professionally promoted, and additionally, we will amend our smart contracts so that Somnium proprietors can award their visitors in the native Somnium space native currency of cubes. This funding is part of our larger seed round of Storyboard, currently raising $400,000, that's $480,000, to integrate Web3 social protocols and to create a mobile app for today's creators and an AR prototype for the audiences of tomorrow. This next step is going to take our web-based POC, make it consumer ready beyond art and into the larger retail market as an MVP. We are looking for investors and partners to join us on our mission to reveal the world's hidden stories. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And we will go right into questions, and the question time starts right now. Who wants to start? All right, I'll take the lead in the questions. So you're raising the round right now. Thank you for sharing this information. Give us a bit of financials. What are investors getting in return? Equity? Where are you registered as the company? How big is the team? We see the team is there, but like, what are the, like a little bit of the company about yourself and the financials? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So we are raising our first round of funding. Everything has been funded previously through my own money that I obtained through a previous exit of a company. I used to run one of Europe's largest independent agencies to create and scale mobile applications. And I have invested, I am investing over the period of a year and a half, 100,000 into this company. That money is going into developing the smart contracts and the front-end user interface that we will launch on Product Hunt within the next month. And we're registered in the UK as a limited entity. We currently don't have any investors, but what we're giving away is we're offering 1.5% equity in our existing company. We're also applying to a bunch of incubators, and we will be in total giving
5% for 400K, or what is the?
No, 1.5% for the $70,000.
Okay, got it.
And we're currently sharing 12% of equity in total with all the investors for the 400,000. That's on a 2.5 million valuation.
Got it. Thank you. That was an important information.
So what do you
anyone else?
What do you have so far in terms of sales? Any sales or revenue yet, or is it all just kind of being built?
Yeah, thanks. So actually, this company has pivoted already 3 times. And originally, I was an art-focused only company, and the company was called Custodian. And we, for a year, partnered with emerging galleries in London and Berlin to host their metaverse-based exhibitions. And we did that very successfully, and we were getting paid. But what I witnessed while I was doing that was that in these metaverse spaces, regardless of where they were, whether they were on Decentraland or whether they were on Matterport, they actually, after the novelty wore off, there wasn't much reason for people to stay in these spaces. But when I put the stories into the spaces, the engagement shot up, and the amount of time that people spent in there shot up. So I made just like about 11 grand in sales over a period of about 8 months, and that was very service based. But then I pivoted to make it a self-serve solution, which we are now, which we're launching next month into a self-serve solution, and we are getting rid of all the services stuff, and we're only making it so you can make stories through the platform.
So you're targeting artists to pay for the service of having a story next to their art, or is the revenue model something different from that?
Yeah, maybe I can elaborate slightly on the revenue model. So where Storyboard makes money is when a budget is created. A budget is created for, in this case, in Somnium space, a virtual property. A virtual property wants to attract stories to display within their virtual property. And so they might create a budget of, let's imagine, £500 or $500. And that budget is then secured and transparent on the blockchain. So that you can say, okay, we want to attract influencers to come and make their stories for this. So they submit their stories to get a portion of that particular amount. When they make the budget, we take 10% of the budget, and when they award the stories, we take I think it's 6% of the budget.
right? If no one else have questions, thank you. In that case, thank you very much for the presentation, and we'll move to the next contestant. Thank you, that was amazing. Round of applause.
Thank you.
And we're up to our next contestant in the Somnium Creators Fund. Our next creator has a poll for anything regarding data, delighting the community of Somnium by showing the outside world through a newspaper called Somnium Times, and also helping the community navigate daily activities through the Somnium Events website. Introducing Marcdemar!
All right, Mark, welcome to Somnium Creators Fund. Thank you for being here, and your time starts now.
Great. Thank you for this opportunity, first of all, to be here. It's amazing. Thank you, Arthur. Thank you, Somnium, for the amazing platform. It's the best destination in the whole of the metaverse. Thank you, the jury, for believing in Somnium and believing in the Creators Fund as a tool to spark productivity. Let's dive into Oasis data services, cross-chain and off-chain data aggregation. I want to go over, of course, the project, a little bit of context. I want to talk a bit about the plans for monetization, building the platform, the roadmap and challenges that we see, and the project and funding needs. Before talking about specifics, I want to talk a little bit about data and insights. Insights are absolutely crucial in our modern society. Insights spark efficiency, productivity, and that applies to businesses and individuals. And you could say that what applies to the physical world, what applies to like traditional, you could say traditional IT, would definitely also apply to the metaverse, and it applies to Somnium space. Data insights will be crucial for future efficiency and productivity in the metaverse. And the interesting thing here is that the metaverse and Somnium space in this case really represents, you could say, a new wealth of data that has never been mined before. And maybe you understand the metaverse, the metaphor now of the oil platform and the oil. We need to start digging for that data. And why will the need for insights grow? We've already heard today, it's an enormous market, and that market will grow. I read a report recently. It projects a 50% compounding growth of the metaverse, market size. That's year on year, and that we will have $1 trillion market by the year 2030. There will be a deepening of applications. There will be gaming, socializing, shopping, business. The great thing is we already see these things in Somnium space, but it will deepen and broaden even more. And more people will enter the metaverse. Mass adoption will be inevitable. So this will absolutely grow. Now that we know that the need for insights will grow, let's talk a little bit about the data, because it really starts with the data. We can't create insights, we can't give meaning unless we have the data. And that's why gathering the data, collecting the data is absolutely crucial. This is the process we refer to as data aggregation, to collect that and to process it and make it ready for consumption. And you could say that an example is, for example, DepRadar. That's a company that reports on depths, and they aggregate data. What they do is they focus on-chain metrics, really. So that's like smart contract interactions, the transaction volumes, etc. And while on-chain metrics are really important, we believe that off-chain metrics are equally important, or maybe even more important. And why is that? It's because we cannot fully capture the state of Somnium space by only relying on on-chain data. We simply would lack you could say, the raw material for creating many potential insights. Like a wise man once said, and you can read it here, we cannot answer what people in a town are doing by merely measuring the traffic on its street. And that's of course a metaphor for blockchain. Like we wouldn't know what people in Somnium are doing if we only look at the assets that are on the blockchain and the assets changing hands. So once we start combining the on-chain and off-chain data, what can we do with that? We can turn that raw material into insights. I already talked about that before, but what we really can power is we can facilitate discovery, deep search, and networking. And more specifically, we can allow for people, activity, and experience-centric insight. And you could say that many of the insights and many of the initiatives, they are currently focused on assets. They are very much focused on data that lives on the blockchain, right? What we want to do is to allow for people and activity and experience-centric insights. I want to know, and the great thing is we heard it today, there are so many great people in the community. They're doing great things. I want to know who they are. But when you come in Somnium space, you want to ask questions of who are the people, what are they doing, where can I find them? I need help with something, who can help me? And that type of information doesn't live on the blockchain. Once we have that data, we can also create great visualization in virtual reality. That's something that we want to do. So with all that in mind, you could say, what is it exactly what we are trying to build here? And we are trying to build a platform that has a number of key features. It's the collection, the processing, and storage of data to discover relations and networks, so how that data is really connected. We want to build powerful end-user solutions where we really leverage those insights. And once we create these insights and we know how data is connected, let's give it to the user. And we can also visualize that data in virtual reality. That's eventually where we want to be. We don't want people to leave virtual reality to get insights. They should be consumable right inside virtual reality. We are also thinking in terms of then publishing those insights and work with data sets, NFT data sets. And you could say it's, and one thing is building the platform, the technical platform, but it's also about building a healthy business. And there are several things that we have on the table, and that is to make those insights available for people and companies, so they could, through a subscription, could get through our API, they could get access to those insights. But we will also develop digital real estate as we develop the system, and I talked about the end-user solutions. We're building digital real estate, and once that becomes more popular and more people enter the metaverse, that will become a viable way to monetize, you could say. I also talked already about selling the insights as data sets, but also bespoke development. And I think that I want to elaborate a little bit on that, because it's not only about building a technical platform and building a healthy business, it's also about, at the same time, building a pool of talent that we want to retain. We want to keep the people. As we're ramping up and we're ramping up developers, we want to keep them in Somnium, and we want to utilize those people also in the future, you could say. So it's a talent platform as well. I want to make very clear that this is not purely theory. We are already building this platform, and maybe people don't really know it, of course, but what they do know is that we launched Somnium Events a couple of months ago, and actually Somnium Events is one of the end-user solutions that is built on top of this platform that we are building. 2 minutes. It's not only, you could say, then just for people to see what events are going on in Somnium space, but it's also a way for us to capture that data. And this is an example of this data that lives off-chain, and we need to capture that, and we do that, for example, with Somnium Events. Another way to look at it is you can see this platform in the middle. Somnium Events is built on top of that, but there will be a whole range of solutions that will be driven by this platform, and it will be in virtual reality. We have a vision for a next version of the map, Arthur. We can talk about that, but we think it can drive many great things. Will there be challenges? Absolutely, and especially when you go into the domain of off-chain data. How do you structure that data, right? And that is something that we really need to work with. We need to develop collectors and connectors. But we also believe that we are in a good position. We are really embedded in Somnium space, and we have a lot of domain knowledge there. The road ahead is extending the foundation, then launching a number of end-user solutions, in-world search and visualizations. So we don't build the whole platform in one go. It's quite a big thing. We want to start with extending this foundation and building the data connectors, basically. Another way to show it is basically as this scaffold. You can see we are standing on the bootstrap scaffold that we built with our own funds. We have invested money and time to build it, and we are currently standing on that. And we are asking basically for funds to keep building this scaffold, this system. We need developers, we need infrastructure, we need for operations, we need licenses, etc. And for phase one, which would be a 3 to 5 month, which is platform, foundation, and connectors, most of the funds, and you can see it here on the slide, would go simply to developers and talent. There are more phases, but this is the end of the presentation, I understand, so this is our ask. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mark. All right, time for the questions start. All right, I have a question right away. Of course, we know what you've done with Somnium Times and Somnium events and the map and stuff. Everything is great, of course. When you talk about data, especially in the blockchain type of worlds, we know that, and I said it on record many times, I said, we as the company, we don't want to know what you per se do inside Somnium, right? We don't want to follow you to collect the data. That's not our business model, right? Our business model as the company is to provide you tools to monetize your work, to let people use your work, and then we earn money when you earn money. So that's general kind of like thing. And I just want to hear from you, like, what's your take on how does your solution of collecting more data fits into this into this position we have about, we don't want to collect data about users because we want them to feel free and open and decentralized in our world. So how would you address that?
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks for the question. And we really don't want to become a second Facebook or Meta, right? So we are definitely not in the business of monetizing your personal data for the sake of that you can be targeted by third parties, right? That's absolute no-go. So first of all, we are very critical of what data we need to, and we will always aggregate that data. We want to create insights on a meta level, you could say, on an aggregated level to help the people in Somnium, and not only the people in Somnium, but also people coming from the outside. Our focus is not to sell data to advertising companies, right? That's definitely not the way we want to go. So I think we very much align with the way that Somnium is seeing this and what Somnium wants to do and what Somnium doesn't want to do. We feel very much committed to Somnium and embedded in Somnium, and we will, of course, take every time we talk about data, we will align that with Somnium as well. It's like, does it make sense to collect this, yes or no? We will be very critical of that. But you have to think in terms of, like, we started with Somnium events, which is definitely beneficial to everyone, for people from the outside who want to come in, and the people in Somnium to know what's going on. But think of all the skills that we have in the community, who is working on what projects, who is connected to whom. Think of a LinkedIn for Somnium space. That's where we're going, and that's our vision. We say that we can discover, and that I think it will be really beneficial for Somnium space as well, because it will be so easy to find the people that you need to build great things.
Got it. Thank you. That answers my question. Anyone else, judges?
Yeah, I think, Mark, your paper is great. I enjoy it very much reading it, and the thing that I think you should try to develop is a kind of a bulletin board where people could come in Somnium, maybe sit down in a park bench and read while you're inside Somnium, read what you have to say. In other words, that's where I think the weakness is in the paper. How do it has limited access in the actual virtual reality of Somnium. So, it would be cool if I'm walking around Somnium and I press A and I get a tablet, and then I get all the information about Artific is building this, this guy's doing that. I think it's interesting for the community to have more access to your wonderful and lovely stories.
Absolutely, and I totally agree. And you can say one of the things that I didn't mention on the slide, but that we already built, we created in Unity, we created an API that pulls all the events from the Somnium Events website. And Artific will know that. I discussed that with Artific. What that allows us to do is to visualize, and that's like what I mentioned on the slide as well, is what we eventually want to do is to visualize and make that data accessible from within virtual reality right away. Exactly like you said. We do believe that there will be two sides of it, because there will be people on the outside who want to come in. They need a way to be able to look in. And we also know that the number of people in the metaverse will grow, and mass adoption will come. And it's important that that data can be consumed right inside virtual reality, absolutely. And working with Artific actually to proof of concept kind of thing, to have people walking around in his world or in the engine, in the lobby, and being able to visualize, okay, tomorrow I want to go to a disco party and I want to see Oli perform or something like that. And it's coming directly from our Somnium Events tool, basically.
All right, thank you. And I think the last quick question, because we're running very late behind the schedule. You asked, this is your ask for, let's say, up to half a year. As an investors, how do you see the return on investment for the Somnium, for the investors who would commit their funds to? What are you offering to the investors and things like that? Just very quickly, like under 1 minute.
Yeah, well, first of all, we see this as a Somnium project, really, right? So we believe that we are building something that is beneficial for us, but definitely also beneficial for Somnium. We really see it's absolutely important that this system is self-sustainable. That's why I had the slide with the different models for monetization. But we believe that by creating those tools, we make Somnium Space even more attractive than it is, right? So, and that's like I started with, it's about insights and it's about data, which is absolutely crucial. And right now, we handle everything on Discord, right? Like you just post a message and who should I talk to? And but at some point we have thousands and thousands of people coming in. Then it's not so obvious anymore, and we want to be ready. So we want to be ready so that we have the tools for it's so easy to connect and find your people in Somnium. And we think that will benefit Somnium. So that's the payback, you could say, to Somnium. It's not directly measurable, probably in
Yeah, I mean, it will benefit everyone who is here, who is building here, who is living here, for sure.
Yeah.
That's indirect. Okay. Thank you very much. That was Marcdemar, everybody. All right, we have last 5-minute break, everybody. You're holding strong. I absolutely have total respect. Yes, so we have a break. Let's do a 10 minutes break and we do last stretch and we'll finish it up with the great presentations. And yeah, 10-minute break, everybody. Right now.
And we're up to our next contestant in the Somnium Creators Fund. He's all the way from Australia, the Down Under mate. And he's coming to Somnium to decentralize Hollywood, supporting emerging filmmakers after a career as an actor in movies like War Machine and many others. We're introducing Anthony Hayes.
All right, Anthony, you have time, 10 minutes. Your presentation starts now. Good luck.
Thanks for that warm introduction. My name's Anthony Hayes. I've been an actor since I was a kid. I've worked with Brad and Brad Pitt in War Machine, Robert Pattinson in The Rover, a whole bunch of films over my career. The latest project that I did was I produced, directed, acted and co-wrote a film called Gold starring Zac Efron, which went all around the world this year. And I'm here to decentralize Hollywood. So I'll start my pitch. I have two other team members, Daniel Krieg, who's an award-winning filmmaker, and my blood brother, Ben Hayes, who's in charge of logistics and behind the scenes. This is my film Gold, starring Zac Efron, but I'll just motor through this because I know I don't have very much time. Mine's quite long. Now, our ecosystem has a few elements. We have an emerging filmmakers streaming platform called Filmcrib. It's been live for about the last couple of months, and we've got about 100,000 organic views at the moment. It plays host to a whole slate of short films from all around the world. We've got 12 Academy Award films on there. We've got top-tier festival winners from all around the world. And this platform is a platform that rewards filmmakers, and that's part of what I'm here to do, is that I want to reward creatives for their work and to try and bridge the gap between community and creatives, which is what I think these spaces are all about. Another part of the ecosystem is that my next film production that I'm going to do is a sci-fi trilogy called Retrogression. Written the first installment of the trilogy, and we raise money for that film through the sale of NFTs, through the token that we've launched, the RTGN token, in our community. And that film goes into production and then is fed into the Filmcrib as the first feature film to go out across the virtual cinema, across multiple metaverses, so that we can bring Hollywood into the metaverse in a really meaningful way. Another part of it is play-to-earn gaming. And so we're building a play-to-earn game on Unreal Engine at the moment with the Human Park Metaverse, and that game is based on the world of the sci-fi world of the Retrogression film. And then there's an NFT-based game where players can earn and collect NFTs to unlock other areas of the game. They can redress their avatars, they can collect things along the way. And so part of my pitch to you guys is to create a VR version of that game in the Somnium space that then leads to the Retrogression film franchise, that we can monetize that through NFTs, and then go towards making the sci-fi trilogy and putting it on the platform. Another part of it is a virtual cinema chain, which I touched on just briefly, and I'll get to that in the pitch in a moment. So the mission here is decentralize Hollywood. There's very unscrupulous methods in Hollywood about rewarding creators. As the producer, director, writer, actor of Gold, you're always the last person in the financing model, in the waterfall, to get paid. And what I want to do is create a new financing model for a very dinosaur-like film industry, bring it into the modern age, and make sure that filmmakers are rewarded, and then those rewards are then passed on to the community that have supported it from the beginning. I want to put the power and the profits back into the hands of the creators, rewrite the system, bridge the gap between audiences, and most of all, I want to create experiences that are unforgettable. And that's through film, that's through the Filmcrib platform, hosting events. We're hosting a horror event in a couple of weeks' time, where we've got Tom Savini, who's Dawn of the Dead, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. He's one of the godfathers of the horror thing. We've banked an exclusive retrospective interview with him about his horror career. We've got about 30 other award-winning horror short films dropping on the platform in a couple of weeks. And we'll be hosting events where we can have festivals that are related to genre that people can attend for free. And the Filmcrib will be an outdoor virtual experience, as well as the Filmcrib that you can go to on the desktop. The Retrogression film, as I briefly said, is my next film project. It's a sci-fi trilogy. I intend to enlist A-list actors to be in the cast in the same way that I did Zac Efron, and part of the process of doing the due diligence and getting to these people is that you want a proof of concept. So part of that is to have the NFTs released, the game in existence, and then going to these guys when the money is behind the production, and then enlisting these guys into the film.
5 minutes.
5 minutes. The game is a play-to-earn game that I mentioned briefly. NFTs that you collect within the experience, and the whole experience of the world is set 300 years in the future when global warming has taken over and decimated the planet. And so the experience is set in a very futuristic world where we're in floating cities all around there, as well as slums and as well as a military compound. So we have all these characters that are from the film. And this is the Dark Army, and this is part of our first NFT release that is taking place in a few weeks. We have 2 partnerships, one with Mintable as an official launchpad and one with Mogul Productions as an official launchpad. And so this is the worlds of the film that we will replicate in the game. And so we really want to have an immersive experience that is narrative driven, that takes people through the world of the film and makes it a great user experience for everyone. So the virtual cinema is our Filmcrib cinema, which is already in existence, and we want to build a virtual cinema inside the Somnium space. And these are some concept arts about what that could be. People can come in, they can access the content for free. We're constantly curating all that content, and we want to make a Somnium-themed retrogression virtual cinema inside to provide entertainment for people. We are currently, our Filmcrib is also on the Android and Apple app stores, and so it's available. These are our NFTs. They are boxed figurines and they're characters from the movie of Retrogression. This is the Dark Army, or the Stormtroopers as it were, if it was a Star Wars metaverse. And these characters can be unboxed as avatars and then taken into the world of the game so that you can be a first-person character from the film and then play that experience within the game itself. So these have been developed on Unreal Engine, and they're about to go to mint in a few weeks on our partner platforms. This is concept art for the next one, which we propose for the Somnium space. We're releasing the Bad Army first, and then the next one we want to release is the Rebel Soldiers, which is part of the film experience. And so as the Somnium experience, we want to give an exclusive NFT launch in this space to build the people's army against tyranny, and these will be the NFTs that we create in the boxes through the Somnium Metaverse as a partnership. Content is king, and so we've carefully curated a lot of content, and we're constantly doing that. We're in touch with a lot of filmmakers around the world. We're bringing them into the metaverses. We're showing them things like how to hook up ERC20 compatible wallets. I'm over 40 years old, and from my experience, anyone my age and above has no idea what I'm talking about when I talk about what this space can give to the film industry and how we can meaningfully bridge that gap through these platforms. But a whole younger generation are into this, and this is the way film has to go. I have 1 minute left.
1 minute remaining.
So in closing, we have a big roadmap, of course, as every project does. As I always say to my communities, that there's 1,000 steps in between every step, and that's how you get things done. So we do have major milestones that we want to be hitting all the way to get to the end result, which is of Retrogression Films. And then eventually, once we've completed our films, we open it up as a DAO studio so that the communities inside these spaces can vote on which films they make next, and we help filmmakers on their journey to financing their films. Our partners at the moment are Mogul, Mintable, Unicrypt, an official security partnership for our blockchain contract that we had at the beginning. We were audited by Solidproof, and we've appeared in numerous of these, which everyone has. So look, I'm a real passionate storyteller, and so in closing, I want to bring storytelling, I want to bring narrative, I want to bring film, I want to bring Hollywood into these spaces because I believe this is the future of entertainment. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was amazing. Just on time. Great presentation. Great question. All right, time for the questions. 10 minutes start now. Okay, I would like to just maybe follow up on what you had in your presentation. What is your ask, a financial ask? What's the timeline? What will investors get in return? Like these kind of things. Can you dive in a little bit into the financials and more?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we're asking for $250,000, which is a sizable sum, I know, for this, for the $1 million that's available for all these great people. One of the reasons for that is that, we want to build an experience that we can keep building on. We don't want to drop an experience that doesn't have the room to develop narratively. And so part of that is to create other levels that NFTs give access to. And those NFTs that have been collected by people or purchased by people in the space to access these new experiences that are the narrative of the film are then able to be sold on the secondary market to people who would also like to experience those things. It's a big thing, the retrogression film franchise, and it's really important for me as a filmmaker to make sure that the quality of the game or the gaming experience is of the quality of this world here. It has to be top notch, it has to look like the film, it has to be the film, and so I want to get a lot of quality across the board in terms of the gaming experience. We'll be developing the NFTs with that money that we will be splitting with Somnium Space as a partnership. Any revenue that is generated through the play-to-earn game is obviously a split with Somnium partnership. As well as that, we want to build our virtual cinema and put that in. And so it's really just about tech development for us. And one of the things that when I first spoke to Gabrielle in the Somnium Space that I was really excited about is that this essentially now is a platform for creators, for innovators. And the thing that I've loved the most about my experience so far in the crypto world or the metaverse world is the partnerships that you can make, and that the imagination, there's no limit to the imagination that you can implement. And so working with young devs and putting the money back into this community and working with devs that you guys recommend and that you guys work with and making sure that the funds stay in an ecosystem within the Somnium space so that we can keep building.
All right, thank you. Chris, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I'm just a little stuck between the fact of bringing the celebrities in to, I thought, like make a movie and recreate an entire movie scene, but also the play to earn game where I buy the avatar and I'm actually in there, but I'm not in any kind of movie, I'm just kind of playing the game to earn tokens. Can you explain those and how they connect?
Yeah, exactly. So the roadmap, as the way it sets out, it's all about the incremental steps. So it's about brand awareness for us leading into the game. So the first part of that is to make the NFTs, which introduce the characters of the film. We start with the Dark Army, and then we go to the Resistance soldiers, and then we go to the supporting characters in the films. As part of that NFT collection, there are comic strips, there are different perks that are in there that really tell the narrative of the retrogression film along the way. And so then stepping from that into the play-to-earn game then immerses people in the world of the film that they're about to see. And so all of these elements that we put in place throughout it is all going towards financing the retrogression film. So eventually, in terms of cast, how you would integrate that is, say we got Brad Pitt and he decided he wanted to be in the retrogression movie, then we do 3D scans of Brad Pitt and he becomes one of the packaged NFTs that people can buy, and then you can be the lead character from the film within the gaming space. And so the game also develops along with the franchise. We're able to see with the second and third installments of the film about where we should go in terms of the script. And the screenplay has been written from the ground up for these experiences. So everything that's written in the screenplay, and you guys are welcome to request to have a look at the screenplay that's been written. For instance, in the world there is a person that is obsessed with a particular game, and then we want to create a mini game within these worlds that you see in the film. All the characters that are in the movie are the NFTs. All the worlds that you see are part of the gaming experience. So it's really about building a brand in incremental steps in things that we can afford, because obviously a sci-fi movie costs a lot of money. And so it can live its life as a movie theatrically outside in theatres, and we can do deals with the distribution companies in the same way that I did with my film Gold with Zac Efron. But what I want to do is I want to bypass the streamers and take out that section of it and put that into metaverses. So essentially steering away from Netflix, who, if you do a deal with them, they own the film in perpetuity, and there's never any more revenue stream from that film. I want to be able to exploit the film in theatres where there's a revenue stream that comes back into the ecosystem, and then roll it out across the metaverses as a virtual film. So it's really about leading the audience and leading the community into this experience of the film, and then listening to what they enjoy and what they say in the experience, and taking that information and that data about what characters they like more, and be able to then implement that into the second and third screenplay to make sure that you're actually community led in terms of making the second and third film.
All right. Colburn, do you have any questions?
Great presentation. This is really interesting. What type of funding do you have to date?
Myself. So far I've financed the Filmcrib streaming platform, which is live. We do have a token that we launched, and so some of the taxes from that token goes towards the ecosystem. But we're really just relying on our own contacts. The platform is there, it's live, and then integrating with other partnerships in metaverses like Somnium, where we can access finance to then build the next step of the roadmap, and then make sure that we're rolling out these things into these spaces and building the brand and building community as well, which is really important in order to expand. I think partnerships are probably the number one thing in this space that is the most important to the growth of a project. And so we'll be working with multiple metaverses to roll out exclusive materials through the film cribs and events and festivals that all feed back into the ecosystem. But currently all the tech that at the beginning was self-funded, and now we're starting to, with the NFT launches in a few weeks, we'll use that money to then keep building.
Okay, last question I have. Very quick question, very quick answer. $150,000 you request for funding. Like, divided into 3-4 parts, where the money will go when, if you receive the funding. Like, how would this money be distributed? What do you use it for?
Yeah, sure. I would put, I think, $150,000 to $200,000 would go into the gaming experience. That could be released in incremental stages in terms of hitting goals, and the other section of it would go into building the virtual cinema and the upkeep of that. So everything going just into the product that's inside the Somnium space.
Okay, so you want to build a game on top of Somnium, or you want to build a standalone game? Because these are two different, thoughts, and I think making the game, if getting the funding, making game on top of Somnium, utilizing already existing community and stuff, is kind of a better idea rather than trying to do a standalone game, because making a game from scratch is hell of a...
No, I don't want to make a standalone game. The idea is that all the finance for the game is a Somnium exclusive VR game that exists in the Somnium space. So we're creating a Unreal Engine version of the game with another metaverse, but this will be the VR version of the game that will be a Somnium experience.
All right. Who's the other metaverse? Tough questions.
Human Park.
Never heard
Human
of
Park, it's the the creators of Zrun. So we're in partnership with those guys in terms of integrating our film crib into there, integrating the retrogression experience and the play to earn game. And we've been working with those guys for probably the last 5 or 6 months. So it's been great. It's been fantastic.
All right. Thank you. You nailed it. Thank you very much. Time is right.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for listening.
And we're up to our next contestant, in the Somnium Creator
Our next creator's been a VR artist since 2016. Coming from Brooklyn, she wants to bring multidisciplinary practice to Somnium Space, bringing art and performance, as well as creating a space to curate and provide for emerging visual artists and musicians. Our next creator is Carrie Able.
All right, Carrie, 10 minutes starts now. The floor is yours.
All right, so yeah, thank you so much for having me. And first, I just want to say, such an honor to be here. I've been a big fan of this space. Had some, technical issues getting in. Oli was absolutely incredible and patient with me and teaching me so much to get into here. And Arthur, huge fan of everything that you've built. And it's really been just it's literally like my dream of years, like what you have built here, the perfect like correlation of crypto and virtual spaces. So just wanted to say that. So for those of you that aren't familiar with me, I'm Carrie Able. I'm a multidisciplinary artist working with VR and AR since 2017 across the mediums of music, painting, performance, and crypto. And currently exhibiting at the Venice Biennial with combining all of these medias. On the slide behind me, you can see some stills of my VR art and also a photograph of some 3D printed sculptures, which is part of the installation in Venice. And then it's a still of me that's inside of a augmented reality experience I made just for Instagram, because I'm always trying to think of ways to make things more accessible. So taking like XR in a way that is gonna make sense for people. And then that was actually part of the music video for that. So then fans could like go in and actually be in the music video themselves. Okay, so I've been involved in also the NFT community. My first talk with NFT NYC was last November, and it was actually called the Metaverse and NFT Art, which was 3 days after the big announcement from a corporation I'm sure you're all familiar with. So it was something that I was like, oh great, everybody's gonna actually know what I'm talking about. So I've been really involved in that. I have a NFT drop coming up with NFT Gateway next week that will actually be the works that I have on display in Venice, just the sculptures. A week from today, actually. So some key goals that I see for working together and why. So as I said, Somnium is what I've been dreaming of for years, and I think you're way ahead in the future. And I would be very proud to dedicate my time and talents to helping you grow. And I see why we would have a really great partnership is because I think we have something similar in common, and that I think a focus on building first, like focus on building great art, great products, great interactions, and then having people come to you and not be so focused on like marketing and things like that. And so that's very much how I've operated and have been fortunate to then now have people coming to me. So I think that I could provide more community, more outreach, more education. These are all things that I'm, I think not just successful visual artist and musician, but I'm also I know that I'm a talented teacher and a talented community builder. And I've been doing that in real life in Brooklyn and Williamsburg for the last 6 years, and have launched the careers of many artists and mentored them. I actually have 8 that I'm mentoring right now. So I want to bring all of that to Somnium space. So with my key goals, increase accessibility within fine art and immersive tech, solidify the link between art, performance, XR, and crypto, which I believe are things that you guys and myself are already doing. And most importantly, curate virtual events centered around community and creativity. And I think that what separates, or not separate, but might be unique about my thoughts here is that I want to have in-person events that have the technology, have people there that are able to educate and provide the support. And so I think, because there's still a lot of people, I've been in this for years and I still have technical issues. So I know there's so many visual artists and musicians that are like, how do I get involved? And so I would be very passionate about expanding my mentorship and outreach through physical events that my goal would be 1 per month, and obviously based in New York, but I'm constantly traveling for other things now that we can. And so here's my next steps. So let me mention, so this is a VR still that is the one that's actually currently on display at the Venice Biennial. So my first steps for this collaboration would be creating an experience that's based on my current exhibition in the Venice Biennial, because I think through that we could really get a lot of cross-promotional things with the European Cultural Center, and I think that would bring in a lot of like my fans who want to come in to see the exhibition, and then it would also help me to learn a lot about it, just all of the mechanics of building, so that when in the second portion of what I have in the timeline, I would be able to really accurately mentor people. So here are some stills of, I've also built an AR/VR app with myself and one friend that took 2 years. And that was with the launch of Venice Biennial. So I'm definitely, people are often surprised that I am involved in the technology, and I can code, and I am very passionate about the tech side as well. So I would also be a great support of, helping people with their tech issues. And so here is a photo of me inside of the exhibition in Venice. So you can see I have like oil paintings, the sculptures, and then the VR there. So I'd love to recreate something in Somnium space. Here is a still of the holographic and live performance that I did inside the Venice Biennial, and then also there, and I would love to create something like that for Somnium. I've already talked to the dancers about putting tracking devices and dancing with Quests on, and they're like all about it. They're very excited. Yeah, they're very excited. They're like, well, we might have to change a little bit of it, but they're super, super into the idea, and they're already starting to think about ways to update their choreography to implement that. Here's a still of us like in front of the canal at Palazzo Bembo, right by the Rialto. And then here's another one inside the exhibit in front of the holograph and Quest. So I hate talking about this, but I know it's important. So I put up a monthly, like screenshot of just like some analytics, so you can kind of get a sense of when you're, collaborating with me and supporting me, like you're not just getting my expertise and what I've proven myself at, but you're getting an international following of people who I have built up through many, many years of dedication and authenticity. And so mostly based in the US, but also in Europe and then some other places. And that's largely through Instagram and then Spotify are like my two largest followings. And looks like, I'm not sure where the sign is. Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, so here's a still of, so I've already been for years trying to bridge the gap between VR and live events. So for years I've been documenting both my own work and then community events that I've done in 360 VR. So this is a community event that it showcases emerging art, and then also I had handpicked 5 different indie musicians and they performed, and we did a 360 VR. So anyone all over the world can do that. So that's really what I'm looking to do is, okay. And we've already done a mock-up of in Unity of a one-to-one of the virtual space. Here's my team that was all in Italy with me, who are all very excited to dive in to more of this. Our timeline is starting out with, in September, a recreation of the exhibition so that we can have a coordinated effort with the European Cultural Center for the closing event, which will be at the end of November, and then also do a performance. And then I foresee doing more events, like I'll be one of the speakers at the first ever NFT London in November. So I'd love to do activations wherever I am. And then I also foresee, so then closing out a 6-month timeline, doing onboarding with emerging artists that I work with, and also curated exhibition. Okay, so my budget that I have broken down, it would be a dream to have a parcel, a rent-to-own parcel, and then to eventually have a virtual space, but I am ready to commit to building in here. I've been, looking for years, and it's just like the space of my dreams that you've built here, so I'm ready to commit. And this would be a monthly that we could then present, continual education, have a physical space where I can, have support and a developer to assist with building out in Unity. And then, you know, if that goes well, I would love to continue because I love everything that you guys are doing. So I will, I'll end on saying I have built a very strong in real life community and have an international following. I'm not just an artist, I'm a speaker, I'm a musician, I'm an educator, I'm a passionate community lead, and I'm also very, very passionate about emerging artists. And I would be pleased and honored to bring everything that I've successfully done in the real world to Somnium space. So thank you so much.
Fantastic, thank you very much, Carrie Able. All right, amazing, thank you. And the time for the question starts now. And I will have the first question right away. I mean, thank you for the presentation, amazing stuff. You know, we see the ask, what do you want to do? And it's totally understandable, like the vision is clear. How you are, because, you know, what we do in Somnium, this is just a comment general, right? We try to, you know, when we fund someone in the previous creators fund of Somnium, we try to kind of help people understand that, or teach them, or I don't know, to show them the way with our tools or with other community members, how to successfully monetize and be self-sustainable in terms of in this environment, in the metaverse, right? So my question to you would be, okay, of course, you know, if you get funding in the beginning, you need to set up things and stuff, but how do you think of it as a self-sustainable business or endeavor, or however we call it, in the future? Because, you know, the funding cannot be infinite. At some point the funding will run out, and I'm pretty sure Chris and Colborne will have other questions, but how do you imagine it to become a self-sustainable you know, endeavor or a company inside Somnium space and grow further?
Sure, that's a great question. So I've actually already spoken to my producer with Nifty Gateway, who has said that he would love for me to do, you know, curated launches within Somnium world, both of my own work, which is, you know, my first release with them sold out in like 30 minutes. So I feel pretty confident that that will help. But then as far as bringing in emerging artists, something that they've been open to doing once we focus on my own work this year is like kind of what I spaced out in the timeline, which is by the end of the year, the next 3 months, I really want to do emerging artists NFT releases, where I foresee that we would have a gallery of their works and then have a coordinated release with Nifty Gateway, and then to support what we're doing in Somnium space, have in the contract of the release. So that okay. That's my plan.
Got it. How much was the last raise you did on Nifty Gateway when you sold out? Just ballpark.
Wait, how much did I make?
How much money did you raise, or how much money did it sell for? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's somewhere on Nifty.
I think it was about, I think it was around like 6,500.
Okay, cool. Got it. Thank you. Chris?
But they've since had oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead, continue.
I was gonna say they've since had, so I was the first person to ever airdrop someone a GLB file, and then there was three collectors that received those one-of-ones, and one of them, two of them kept them, but then one of them relisted it for resale at like $1.4 million or something. So there's definitely people that believe that it will go up a lot more than that for me. So.
All right, okay. Chris, if you have any Colborne, because you're the artist.
It's really interesting. I talk to a lot of the new people that come in, and a lot of them want to rent land and get started, and it's always so easy, and it's actually really cheap to get started if you do rent a parcel for an entire year, and then you talk to someone who likes to build on the land, and you talk to another person who likes to build in Unity. There's so many people here that like to just even work hourly. And when you break down the hourly cost, sometimes in crypto it just seems so small, but they're putting in hard work and they're putting in their time. So I have a feeling that you'd be able to put all of that together really quickly and start hosting some good events and everything like that. And if you put your art in it, you could even have a real auction. We've actually talked about that a lot, having a real auction where we're in VR and we raise our hand, have an auctioneer, instead of putting it on OpenSea to auction it. So not exactly a question.
Yeah, I would even add to that. I mean, even, we've never, some people say, oh my God, there is the financial barrier to come to Somnium and stuff, but we always say there's never, if there is an artist or if there was ever an artist who wanted and was dedicated to work and do some great stuff in here, they always found a way to do it either for free even, or for like a very small fee. But even for free, like I have parcels which I can dedicate and rent for free to, you know, to get great content built on them. Or even our partners in the Creators Fund, they also dedicated 10 plus parcels to this fund. So those people who get funded, they will get those parcels rented for free to start working on them. So that is not a problem at all in terms of like starting to build and starting to explore avenues like for free. There's nothing, no up payment. You know, there's a possibility to start doing it right away. So that's just as a comment, and I think Colburn could have some comments regarding that, or some thoughts.
Yeah, it is possible to make it very sustainable over time. I think using yourself as a platform to build a community around makes a lot of sense. You know, I guess how would you continue that engagement in Somnium space, or even, you know, continue to build your platform? I know you're leveraging like your social media and different outlets, but is there any other way that you think you're going to, you know, create that bigger community to make it sustainable and keep the engagement?
You mean as far as having more people come into the virtual space? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like engaging with your content or the content that's created around you as a platform.
Right. Like, well, so I actively mentor emerging artists around 20 a year. And so one of the things I was thinking of doing is implementing into the structure of what I'm teaching them. I would actively be doing that, as well as holding these activations where maybe the first time people are able to get inside and they see it, and then there will be education around them understanding how they can then go do that themselves. And I know like a lot of people that, you know, while I'm not like, a movie star, like the people who do keep in touch with what I'm doing and that follow what I'm doing, like one of the number one questions I get asked is like, how can I create art in an XR? How can I, be more involved? How can I do, like, that's one of the number one questions I get. So that's why in my mind, having set monthly in real life events where things are set up, where we have extra equipment, we have things set up, and I envision like plugging musicians in and having a showcase where, maybe they don't necessarily understand, but then after that experience, it's a little bit, it's easier for them to imagine. And then I think that they're probably just gonna fall in love with it and then want to get their own equipment. That's what I think. Does that answer your question?
Right. Fantastic.
Yeah,
I guess so. Maybe last question, comment. You sing, you play instruments. Maybe can you tell about that a little bit? Like what do you do? Which kind of instruments do you play and stuff?
Sure. I do my own. I write my own music. I've had 2 songs. One that is I think at like 3.6 million streams, and one that's 2.5 million streams. Both of those actually I completely wrote, produced. All of the instrumentation, the vocals, the songwriting, the music, the layers, and the masters I did myself. And then I performed at the Biennial. I've had single releases at like the Bowery Electric, and I played at South by Southwest. I'm sure, Artur, you can appreciate I was supposed to do an XR integrated performance at South by Southwest in like 2018, and one of my cables got taken by TSA. And so I had this just such a nightmare, it was horrible, oh my gosh. But so I've been doing this like integration of many medias for years, like a long time. So, but I think that the way that music really integrates is, I would love to onboard more musicians as a way to, interact with virtual spaces and also Web3.
All right, thank you. Give it up to Carrie.
Thank you.
All right, we have 2 more people to go. You judges are rock stars. I know you're tired, I'm tired, you're all tired, but that's how we break the records and our own limits, right? Is that correct? Of course.
And we're up to our next contestant in the Somnium Creators Fund. Up next, we have a lead metaverse developer from MGH DAO. a skilled and polyhedric team of builders that want to create a central tournament hub for competitive games in Somnium space. Here we have Christian Werner!
Alright, Christian, welcome to Somnium Creators Fund. We are all here listening to you, and your presentation starts now.
Okay, awesome to be here. So yeah, I'm from the metagamer DAO, especially from the Metaverse development group. So we are a group of game designers, artists, and modelers, and we create experiences and tools for the open metaverse. And for Somnium Space, we are about to create a competitive game hub, a place where people can meet and watch games, a place where teams can compete against each other in all kinds of different games, with plenty of space for sponsoring, of course, so getting companies on board that put their ads there, weekly prizes, attractive prizes for every participant, nice grants and for visitors, an awesome space, let's call it the Dome for now. So we are thinking of this like a very large dome floating in space with the play field just in front of it for the spectators to watch and spectate the games. Let's continue. Okay, I'm clicking on next. Okay, where's my ray? I'm not seeing my ray anymore. There it is. Awesome, so what are the benefits of the dome? So we will attract, of course, players into Somnium space. We, by giving away prize money, we will have lotteries and giveaways from the sponsors, of course, that will draw in the spectators and visitors. We, in general, will provide a central place for all types of competitive games in whole Somnium space. Not only the space, not only the location, not only the dome, we will also deliver the whole package, the whole system. So we will develop a complete reusable application, programming interface, API, and a server and a system to make it possible for every game developer to make their games tournament ready and ready for the dome. And one very important thing we are doing and that we really want to bring forward is in general the mechanics, the game mechanics, the avatar mechanics, to actually make real gameplay and exciting gameplay possible inside Somnium space. Oh, I need to click here, sorry for that. Okay, let's quick look at the system that we are building. So as I said, one part of this will be a tournament API that's usable by the game developers. They are creating their game. They are using our API to make that game tournament ready. Our server is hosting all of the data. We will build a web interface that will where people can configure the upcoming tournaments, like set up the teams that take part in the tournament, set up the players so that the game can take care of who is in what team and who actually may enter the play field. So where we currently already see the things that need to develop to make this possible. So currently we don't have things like access restrictions by NFTs, for example. So this would be something where we will be working on together with the Somnium developers to make this possible. And then we have the dome on the other side here that always synchronizes with our server to load the required games as scheduled by the tournament schedule, and also all other kinds of data that need to be displayed on the screens all around the place. Okay, more details here. That's about what I just said. And a quick look at the architecture from the backend. So we will be doing this on Azure Web Services. We will have the web interface, as I said, for game setup. Also, of course, the advertising management. So sponsors will be able to place their ads really like higher ad space for tournaments, higher ad space in the game. So our tournament API will provide an interface to like fetch advertising data so that the game developers can place these ads in their game. Yeah, on the right side, as I said, the dome that communicates with our Azure Web Services and gets all the necessary data for all this. Okay, I'm still not seeing my array.
5 minutes.
Why am I not seeing this? Okay, I need to guess a bit. Oh, I'm so sorry.
No worries.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
Okay, tournament API. So we will keep this very simple. So that's for the game developers. They don't have to do much more than just fetch the teams, the players, tournament IDs, the starting time, of course. So when the game is able to start, they just have to send us the current gaming score and the results, so we can display them on all the screens around the dome. And of course, fetch these ad textures, as I just said. That's from the game perspective. So again, developers create their games, upload that to our backend, and the dome loads them from the server as scheduled. So, so that's some rough sketch. So we need, of course, a parcel as an entry to the tournament world, with screens all around, plenty of space for advertising, of course, so people can gather here and see the lineup maybe, or the coming matches, and then enter the dome. And entering the dome, they will arrive in the entrance area, like for example in a large cinema with shops from all the sponsors, maybe even party locations, VIP spaces, maybe a podium for speeches. So this, of course, can scale. And sooner or later, they will, of course, enter the dome to join and watch the games. And that's the dome. So as I said, it's a place floating in space. The playfields are in front of the dome. The spectators can then gather around these huge windows, watch these games from afar, or watch them on the screens here. And that's pretty interesting. So we will be using things that have recently been developed, for example, by Marcdemar, like dynamically loading content into a world, or what Artific, of course, is doing. So we will be using those technologies for our dome.
3 minutes.
Yes, and so we will also, to make this complete, work on the very first tournament game. We will be doing a speedrunner game, so where the players need to like dodge obstacles and climb and fly around, and whoever is fastest wins. So that's gonna be the complete package, of course, and that's just the foundation. So everything I told you now, that's a foundation. We will have a dome, we will have a system, we will have a programming interface, an API for game developers, and the first game. We can start doing tournaments right away, but the main thing we are doing here is really lay the foundation for future competitive games. So for all kinds of game developers that will want to make their game competitive and that want to make tournaments around their games. So I think it's pretty clear that this can, over the years, grow so much further, and where we all can like build and make this whole thing massive. And what we are asking for now is a budget or a funding for the next 6 months. So these are the milestones. So it's basically really about laying the foundation. Like the first version of the advertising, web interface, all the tournament setups, the dome, the first game. And when we have this, we can collaborate together on so many more games to come. And yeah, I think the sky's the limit. Actually, we can really go crazy here. And I'm faster than I thought, actually. So let's get to the last slide. Okay, a quick look at our team. So the team is comprised of us three, so that's the core team. I will be doing the project lead. I'm also going to develop the backend. We have Dominic, who is doing the visual scripting game design. I think you may know him already. So he has been building quite a bit already on our world. here in Somnium space, and we have Susan, she will be doing the arts and the modeling, and of course we have so many more people in our community. We will certainly add additional developers or modelers from time to time to make this happen. And yeah, so what we are asking for is these are these 10K per month, so over 6 months, and part of the funding would of course also be the parcel and the world itself. And that's it, I'm done. Thank you for listening.
Fantastic, thank you very much. That was precisely on time. That's a skill by itself, by the way. All right, so now we start with the questions, 10 minutes. And I'll have it right away. The question was in my mind all the time when you were speaking. A lot of systems which you're trying to build is kind of like almost the same what Artific has built already, and he was talking about it before. How deeply are you planning to utilize, or at all, if utilize his systems and cooperate with him on things? Because it might speed up your development stuff by a lot.
Yes, so we will be collaborating with everybody. So that's our goal. We are not doing this to like make money for ourselves. We are really doing this to lay a basis for Somnium space, so that we have a true value here for gamers that want to compete, that we can push the limits also of the system, of the Somnium space itself. So I think there's plenty of space for these mechanics, for these game mechanics. Let's look at how avatars are moving. Let's look at how maybe avatars can push away each other, how we can really make game mechanics that gamers are used to. I mean, on one hand, we are competing against the traditional gaming industry. These games are awesome, so they have great mechanics, we all know that, and we need to push the limits here. We need to go forward, and that's why we want to cooperate with like everybody, with the Somnium devs themselves, with Artific, of course, with Marcdemar. So we, as I said, we are really eager to get this going for Somnium.
All right. One more question from my side. You already own the world parcel, or you rent it? What's the status right now?
Oh yeah, we have a parcel for MGH, and we have a world already.
Great.
Yes, yeah. So we can test like everything, of course, on our parcel, but yeah, sure, it would surely be nice to have that dome entrance somewhere else, of course.
So my first question ends at where this 6 months of funding ends. So let's say that everything goes as planned, and in 6 months you have the foundation laid. Is revenue just going to start pouring in at that point, or do you think that you're going to need to do some sort of next funding round, or just tell me what happens, you think, after that?
Yes, I think that would be great if the money just poured in then. I don't think this will happen, so because we will be done with the foundation, so we can start experimenting. After the 6 months, we hope that like many game developers will join, make their game tournament ready, and keep working on this with us together. So, and it's in our interest, of course, to make this featureless, seamless for sponsors, seamless for all the teams, so that more teams come in, more visitors come in. We will, our model for a revenue model actually is selling a subscription for the whole service, so game developers will be able to subscribe to using the API and using our server services, and at some point, of course, hopefully this will become self-sustainable. And of course, then we will be hiring out these ad spaces, as I said, so that's one big part of the picture.
Nice, thank you.
Okay, I don't think we have any more questions. So thank you very much. Give it up to MGH DAO, everybody.
Thank you so much.
And we're up to our next contestant in the Somnium Creators Fund. Up next is the voice and soul of Somnium. She's always onboarding new musicians into VR, playing in any concert, creating stand-up nights and mindful experiences to take care of anyone. Up next, we have Ollie!
All right, Ollie.
Hello.
Welcome to Somnium Creators Fund, and let's start your presentation. Woo!
First, I have to show you my cool guitar, obviously.
Ads. Nice.
All right. This presentation is brought to you by VR Guitars. All right, as you guys heard, thank you for the welcome. That was very nice. And thank you for accepting my pitch, my application. I am a musician with 250,000 monthly listeners and major dance label releases with over 100 million plays. Most importantly, I'm a Somnium Space citizen and wanting funding for Prizm Club, which is my virtual social club and music venue exclusively in Somnium Space VR and WebXR. And I believe I pressed the B button to switch. Yes, okay. All right, I'd like to share with you what I've accomplished at Prizm since the first Creators Fund, my vision for Prizm Club in the future, and lastly, how I'd monetize it. Okay. So, I've been a professional performer since high school. I've performed with a theater troupe, I've done improv, I've been a music teacher, I've played classical and contemporary music, and I've performed at clubs, venues, and theaters all over the US. I've met all kinds of people with all different backgrounds and ideologies, and one thing they all had in common was a passion for community, creativity, and the arts. Prizm Club started out as an idea for an in-real-life music venue and hangout spot where people could drink coffee, hear live musicians, read books, debate and share ideas, a place open to everybody. Since coming to virtual reality, it has become more real and turned into much more than I could have ever imagined. So here is an original poster for one of the first open mic nights I had. I'll talk to you a little bit more about that soon. But I'll tell you about the overall club. With emphasis on facilitating individuality, celebrating intersectionality, and on cultivating collaborative relationships, Prizm Club has been home to live events like these weekly open mics, guided meditations, full moon circles, story time, an occult book club of practicing magicians, most recently, dance parties, and branded events as well as art exhibits. Let's see. Yeah, within the walls of Prizm VR we've done this, but also in places beyond, at other Somnium Space Creator venues. In the future, I'd like to add more recurring events like songwriter circles, classes and conferences, wine and cannabis themed nights, fashion shows, and more. These events, like existing ones, will be hosted by myself and other members and guests. So as I said, here's a poster from one of my first open mics. At open mic, everyone is encouraged to share anything they'd like, from music, ideas, and stories to jokes, avatars, and dancing. We've had a lot of fun improv experiences stem from that. We've gotten to know a lot of people better and grown closer as a community, I think. It serves as a great team builder and promotes self-expression, reflection, collaboration, and of course, creativity. We've also had visitors from other communities check it out and ended up performing their own VR concerts here in Somnium Space afterwards. Open mic is open to the public and it's just an introductory event to the club. So yeah, here's a photo of an open mic at the beautiful Prizm Club. All right. So here is the Hideaway membership and NFT, or Hideaway description actually. I think I might have my speech out of order with my PowerPoint. But anyway, here's a little more about the venue. Hideaway is the downstairs, which is the members only area. It is where collectors, collaborators, and NFT pass holders can hang out together. There are live dance parties with DJs, musicians, and performers. That's where I want to have more concerts, fashion shows, and project launches, and also eventually incorporate in real life mixed reality events, kind of like how I've shown from DJing on Twitch, where I'm there in real life and then my body is being tracked in VR and Somnium space. So yeah, here's the pass, and that's available on Solana on Holoplex. And here's a dance night, disco night. This is my friend Dance Stash performing from Twitch for us at Prizm Club. Beautiful bar, more of the dance floor with a view. All right, let's talk about profit. I have existing merch, as you've seen, and more wearables in development. I talked about the Hideaway membership NFT, which grants access to secret parties and other member-exclusive events. I also have an event bracelet wearable and VR guitars for sale on OpenSea, and these all grant membership. VR guitars are to scale 3D guitar art pieces that can be worn and displayed in Somnium, and they also come with collaborative privileges, as you guys have witnessed. They come with unreleased music as well, future airdrops, and membership to the club. These are just the beginning of the Prizm Club brand merch. And I'm working on glitch sunglasses that can be customized per collector logo, backpacks, and other wearables too. I'd like to make a variety of merch available to all individuals as well as companies who want to participate in exploring realities and experiencing these team building experiences, and maybe even for building relationship with their partners and clientele. That was my American accent coming out. All right, here's my Void with VR guitar from the first collection that sold out thanks to this awesome community.
Woo!
This is a collaborative show that I did. I DJ'd and sang for visitors of I'm a DGen. As you can tell, it was a lot of fun, but they purchased a lot of my guitars, so that was a perk of being my collector. And this is a collaboration I did with Oasis Metagames at Tron Club for their grand opening, and they're also collectors and collaborators. And Root made that beautiful avatar for me, and this is Pax, my partner. And now let's get to the budget. Okay, so what I'm requesting is just $6K a month in order to host multiple weekly events and develop Prizm Club environment, merchandise, and whole ecosystem. This budget would include renting and building additional space for Prizm Club, and it'd include hiring guest performers, speakers, enhancing immersion, and upgrading my own gear for streaming, body tracking, and onboarding purposes. It also allows me to perform for and collaborate more with other Somnium Space brands. I have large collabs in the works that I can't say very much about, but these are also things that I hope this will give me more time to, work on and bring Somnium Space into. In summary, I want Prizm Club to be a sanctuary for anyone simply seeking community and creative collaboration. And for those interested in advancing human consciousness through sharing powerful, life-changing, metaphysical, social experiences, no matter who they are or where they are. That is what a prism does. It separates light into a beautiful spectrum of different colors and even brings them back together again, as this club does for all the unique personalities who are a part of it. So that's it. Thank you for listening to my pitch.
1 minute remaining.
Again, I'm Oli, and I'm requesting $6,000 a month to expand my virtual social club and music venue, Prizm Club. Thank you.
All right, give it up to Oli, everybody. All right, the time for questions starts now. Chris, you want to start?
Yeah, I know that just like Artific, I know you work really hard and you have a long history with Somnium, and the proof is there that I know that you're going to work really hard on this entire project. So if I was able to put up some of my own money on this one, I absolutely would, because I just know that you continue moving forward and you have a passion for Somnium along with all the other things that you do. So the $6,000 a month, what if you didn't get it? What if you had nothing? You're obviously going to continue on. So how is the $6,000 really going to push you to that next level is kind of my question.
Yeah, good question. The 6,000 would basically help me become more sustainable and give me more time to develop, because I develop everything myself and also with my friends. So it's not like I'm not a huge team. But it would give me more opportunity to develop my merchandise to sell as NFTs for memberships, and also just putting myself out there more for, you know, networking and marketing and hiring more entertainment and stuff. And if I don't have the funding, I'll still continue doing as much as I possibly can. But I do have the majority of my income is not in Somnium, so as much as I like to be here 100% of the time, I am also in real life a lot, doing lots of work. Right. So yeah, even though Somnium Space obviously is my priority, I would like to make it an even bigger priority, and this would enable me to do that.
Nice. Well, if you ever wanted to talk separately, I can definitely help you more with the NFTs and blockchain side of things, if you wanted to try to sell more things on OpenSea to help along with this. I know that you're here for the Creators Fund right now, but in general, the more NFTs that you can sell along the way and the more instruments that can be used will help you be more sustainable, so you won't run into that problem. But yeah, I mean, once you start getting and doing as many things you're doing, you have to take some of that stuff off your plate at some point. You have to kind of hire somebody in and take those things off your plate and keep doing the things that you're most passionate. Difficult. Congrats.
Thank you. Yeah, you actually gave me the original idea at the first Creators Fund to make NFTs in the first place. I had been doing a lot of NFTs, but nothing as far as, you know, VR goes. So yeah, this is the product of that. So thank you.
Yeah, it's very cool because you can only do so much yourself. You can only work so many hours in a week and a month and everything. So the more that you can use the NFTs and use the tokens and the technology that's been created to help alleviate some of that. You don't always have to be there, you know, that those sales can keep coming through, and then the continuous sales of the NFTs, even once those guitars are sold out, are going to keep making you a percentage along the way too that can continue to snowball every month and every year if you keep at it.
Yeah.
All right, I have like one question, but it's two parts of the question. Of course, you know, all the funding, by the way, for all the creators who pitched today, it's all up to discussions with the judges. We'll have a very thorough process after that. We'll be discussing all of this stuff and we'll compile all that together. So it will take us like several weeks to actually come to conclusions. We'll be talking to every person who applied and stuff like that. But apart from that, let's say you won't get the full amount of funding. Like, what would you do, and what is like what's in your opinion like the minimum what you need? And the second part is what part of the funding of the 6K you envision to go towards like renting or buying like another parcel or worlds, because I think those are available from people even here to be able to like rent to you rent free, and as I said before, you know, to be able to start working on more things and expand more. So yeah, this is kind of like two questions in one.
Yeah, here I have listed kind of exactly what the budget would go into. I would want to rent probably some more space so that I could have space basically per experience and be able to make more experiences and have almost daily events. So I would need a lot of space for that, so I don't have to keep like changing things constantly for different things. I would love to have a world so that way I could just do more things in there. You know, you guys are well aware of the technical differences between the base world and the Somnium worlds. I would also, I mean, without the funding, I would continue doing what I'm doing, which is, you know, I'm making wearables and I'm, you know, getting better at Unity and Blender and all that, but with this budget I would be able to do way more, way faster, and hire outside help as well. And I would want to make like way more wearables, like games, do avatars and do really cool architecture, and you know, like it would just basically expand what I could do and help me move much, much faster. So primarily I would put the funding basically into hiring outside guests, so it's not always the only show. Like, I would love to have a lot of other musicians come in, and I know a ton of amazing musicians, but they will not even speak to me unless I have like a realistic budget to give to them. And this is just basically the base that would be possible, but all the connections are there. So yeah, and also just the hardware requirements. Like for me, I've actually had I busted one of my PCs, and I had to get a new headset, and then I got the valve, and then that got busted, and it's just it was a lot of wear and tear. And I did have my trackers, and that made for a really, really cool show, but then it like busted my computer. So I would love to be able to handle the wear and tear better, because obviously I'm very hard on my stuff.
Alright. Colbert,
Using your avatar is going to be a talent for a lot of these performers coming into VR.
For sure. It's a learning curve for sure.
Performers, you have to make sure that you have avatar control when you're coming in a performance, or else you could have the best voice and the best performance behind the avatar, but you still have to have good control and sometimes up-to-date technology, like you're saying, a full Tesla suit, just to be able to give a good performance. So it is hard to bring some of those people in who are performing on the outside, bring them in without any kind of incentive.
Maybe with this budget, I could buy one Tesla suit.
2 legs. I can see from here. 2 legs.
I could buy 2 legs.
Maybe 2 legs and an arm. That's
the only part that matters.
All right, exactly. You just pick up the interesting one. Okay, Colburn, if you have any comments, any questions, if not, then we could. All right, then we could. I think that's fine with me. Give it up to everybody.
Thank you, guys.
And before we collapse to the sleep and the real life, I would like everyone who is in the audience right now, just come to this podium there. Let's make some pictures, and let me say a few words. I would like to thank, first of all, judges who were here all that time. You were amazing, great questions. Thank you for being here. I know it's not easy, even for me. We're veterans of VR, but hey, being here in for 3.5 hours or almost 4 hours is not easy. And thank you, of course, Artific and everybody else who worked on this world. Blake, all the cameramen, everybody, Francesco, and all the team in Somnium Space who were working hard to make this Creators Fund happen. This was not easy as well. We're proud of you. We're proud of everyone who took part in this event. And yeah, we continue tomorrow, and we will work hard to make this a success for everybody who were involved. And from myself, Arthur, I thank you very much for you to be here, for believing in us. And let's dive into the future today. It's happening right now. Some new creators fun. Let's go, everybody! Let's go!
Introducing today's judges. The first judge introduced today is the Dream Maker himself. The man, the myth, and the legend, and some say the man on the other side of the monitor. Introducing the founder and CEO of Somnium Space, Arthur Siegel. Lead strategy and ventures at Gemini. Representing one of the main partners and investors of Somnium Space, Marty Stenson. Straight from the Shark Tank and into the Metaverse, we've got an entrepreneur, Web3 guru, and overall handsome guy that'll be judging these pitches live with sharp and tough questions for all participants. We've got Vinny Lingham. He's the Metaverse lead of the most active blockchain out there, building the metaverse ecosystem on Polygon, we've got Brian Trunzo. The founder of MOCA, the Museum of Crypto Art, joining Somnium Space Metaverse a very long time ago in building the best crypto art galleries in Somnium, Storyboard. Our next creator is testing the bounds of reality. As a core community member, handling streams on a daily basis, to creating technology with Oasis metagames. We've all played his games like Ultra Ball and the Ultra Arena. Introducing none other than Ultralord.
Alright, Ultra, welcome to Somnium Creators Fund, and your time is starting right now.
Greetings, Metaverse travelers, and my esteemed judges and honored friends. It is my pleasure to present to you my magnum opus, my greatest work, and the end that lies at everything, my mission. And what's my mission? To create empowering and engaging fun games in Somnium space that incentivize users to spend time and value within cyberspace. How will I do this? By creating strong gameplay loops that incentivize spending money in the games. And I'll be doing this by creating individual modules that are independent in and of themselves, but can be combined to form multiple gameplay loops. How will I be doing this? Through projects that I'm developing right now, such as Ultra, a VR shooter that induces the flow state within the user, heightening their sense of awareness and how they interact within the world. Rip and Tear, a melee combat game. Ultra Arena, a sports game with varied sports and a lot of sports that we've invented here in Somnium Space, like Ultra Ball and Ultra Hockey. And through these games and projects, I'm developing gameplay mechanics. Using these gameplay mechanics, I can package them up using the patented Galactic OMG shareware technology and share them with the wonderful brands and companies that are coming today in Somnium Space. Creating engaging experiences that empower people incentivizes them to continue within their journey in the digital landscape. And it also inspires them to grow and learn and nurtures the spirit of gameplay and play. This is Ultra Arena. There's lots of games here like Ultra Ball, Ultra Hoops, Ultra Hockey, all games where, we're two teams going against each other. And I'm developing a scoring system, and I plan on combining all of these together into one arena that everyone can go to and compete in excellence. Yeah, Ultra Arena, here we have Ultra Slam Ball. It's kind of like a mix between Bach Ball and hockey. Very fun game. And Rip and Tear is where I'm developing the OMG Truth Around Greatness combat system, a fully operational combat system, simple and sweet, and that can be integrated in any game that you create. So it has you can keep track of your kills, your deaths, and you have health, and you can add any type of stat you want. It's completely customizable. I'll be having events soon displaying this. And we have Capture the Flag, which is gonna be amazing. We have things, different operational things using the gameplay loops. Players will be able to integrate them into their world to create a cohesive world where there's lots of ways to interact. The reason why this is important is it encourages emergent gameplay, and emergent gameplay is the way. And here's the Sanctum. Here's where I'll be developing the OMG quest system that will allow everyone in cyberspace to have NPC quests that interact with the player and increase player engagement. And who knows where else we could go, baby? The sky is the limit. So yeah, that's what I'm doing, and I want to keep on creating games for the rest of my life. It's my mission, my magnum opus. And yeah, that's how I'll be doing things now. I have a lot of plans when it comes to the arena. I plan on creating a league, and right now my focus is creating the gameplay mechanics systems and creating strong gameplay loops. Because when you have strong gameplay loops, that's what incentivizes players to spend money on items in your world. And this is my intent, my purpose, to help others create their dreams, their visions, and their magnum opuses, just as they have helped create mine. So thank you, everybody. Now it's question time. And I'm asking for 2,000 a month.
All right, thank you, Ultra. And we'll go right into the questions. Jadis, do you want to start, or shall I start and kick off the questions? Okay, tell us a little bit more about how long does it take you to create one game, to fully launch it and make it playable, and what is the mechanics of payments, and how do you want to engage? Obviously, I imagine in Somnium Cubes, how you want players to pay, what are you going to sell there inside the games, and why would they would be buying things inside those games?
Well, I'm looking at examples that have come before, notably Roblox and the systems that they have in place and how their games make money. It's all about rewarding the player, but having the reward behind a paywall kind of way. There are things that players will need to do, and you present them with a shortcut. In a sense, it's not the most ideal thing, and there are other ways of doing it, such as allowing them to compete for cosmetic items. And it's all experimenting. But you need the interaction and the gameplay loop to be able to draw the player in. In game design, gameplay loops are the fundamentals of every game. And what I want to do is I want to create many small gameplay loops and then I want to be able to package them up using the Galactic OMG shareware technology, so that they can take these gameplay loops and use them in ways that they want to monetize themselves. I want to make it open so that everyone will be able to create a game they can drop in, and then it has its own way of monetizing, but at the same time it's still open enough to allow for customizations for their own games.
Do I understand correct that others who will come and will develop on top of your engine of your games, they will be using the same monetization system, and you will be basically earning from that and doing something. If someone builds a great game on top of your system, you will be, monetizing that, and essentially then, of course, Somnium will be benefiting too, because from every transaction we'll get. Is that what I understand?
Yeah. Creating these systems of play, they're like they're really important to me. Because everyone comes into VR to play, so I want to make games so people can play, and yeah.
All right, judges, comments, questions.
Why are you trying to create like so many games up front without focusing on just getting one really good one going?
Because every time I create a game, a lot of them are based on a simple mechanic that I've discovered. For example, I've already created a pool. You can jump in the pool, and you can swim and stuff, and you can design a whole gameplay mechanic around swimming. So my plan is to do that, to provide the tools, to provide, for example, a system that will spawn coins in the player's world and have a system that keeps track of what they pick up, to provide like a system, like a dart that they can place in their bar, for example, a dartboard, things like that, small games that add up to the whole experience that make the player feel like they're actually in like a real world where things are alive and interactable and there's a dynamic to it. So that's why I'm not doing one game instead of like a lot of games, because in the end, like my grand plan is to take all the systems I create and have my own game, have it there called Ultra. And it'll be everything that I create so that people can see, and so yeah.
1 minute remaining.
What would the roadmap look like in terms of the games that you're building, right? Some of them are probably more complicated. Which one are you going to start with first? And then what would you do with the funding specifically?
Sure.
Okay, I've already created a lot of games. Right now, I'm focusing my efforts on the OMG Truth Around Greatness combat system. And the funding would go towards allowing me the time to be able to develop more games and also allowing me to buy the assets to showcase these games. And that's primarily where the funding will go to. And I also plan on giving back to the community through hiring and scripting, because there are things I want to work with other people to develop systems in conjunction.
All right, we are out of time. Thank you, Ultra. You were amazing. Thank you, judges, for asking questions. Great presentation. We all played your games and we'll surely play more of your games soon. So thank you very much. And we're up to the next contestant.
And we're up to our next contestant in the Somnium Creators Fund. Up next, we have two content creators. It's in their blood. Movie-making founders of the Metaverse media and marketing company, Tom and Matt, are ready to deliver more educational videos about Somnium and highlight the top creators of its community. Up next, Big Yellow Fishes.
All right, gentlemen, welcome to the Creators Fund. Thank you for being here. And you know the drill. You have 5 minutes for the presentation. We have 5 minutes to ask the questions, and good luck. The presentation time starts now.
So we are the Big Yellow Fishes. My name's Tom and this is Matt. My in-game name is And Then There Was Tom, and Matt's
and mine is MKS Wood.
Yeah.
Okay, so a little bit about our history. So we became friends in 2002, where we shared... Oh, the slides are gone.
No, it's all good.
Oh, really?
I can see them.
Yeah, I can't see them.
Improvise,
right,
guys.
I've got them back.
Okay,
them. So we became friends in 2002. Do you want to carry on, Tom?
Yeah. So in 2010, we started creating short films, and we've created music videos and skits and all the creative stuff.
2017, we started our first business project where we launched basically a project helping creatives.
In 2018, we visited Somnium Space for the very first time, and we launched the first version of Big Yellow Fishes. So we were contracted by Somnium to do a few recording videos for them.
In 2019, we started our careers and completed our degrees.
And then in 2021, we rejoined the Metaverse and formed Big Yellow Fishes as to what it is today, a media and marketing company.
Okay, next slide. Okay, so what is Big Yellow Fishes?
Okay, so our values are content creation, passion, engagement, and collaboration. But more on that later. So as a business, in its very sort of basic form, we're a Metaverse media and marketing company, and we specialize in promotional videos, music videos, event filming, social media, NFT promotionals, podcasts, and consultancy. However, if we are successful with the Somnium Fund, we want to create a second branch of Big Yellow Fishes, which is more focused on community. So a portion of our time will be spent supporting the growth of the Somnium Space community, and we will do this through educational videos, promotional trailers, and event highlights.
Okay, so how are we going to do it?
Cool.
So here's a roadmap for the next 3 months. So hopefully you'll see that we can get our funding, which will allow us to do exactly what we want to do. Number 2, Tom?
We wish to purchase and sort of build our own CRM software, so this will help with client management as our client base continues to grow.
Number 3, we want to produce educational and promotional content for Somnium Space, including some of the build showcases that we've done previously for Somnium Times.
Number 4, we want to continue to grow and promote Somnium Space organically through media content.
And number 5, we want to continue building a strong client base of paid content creation work.
And then finally, we want to reapply on the next round of the Creator Fund to create a short film for the community. So what is it we're asking for?
So 2,500, and obviously that's a big number per month, but we're going to break it down.
Okay, so firstly, we want to put 25% into reinvestment. So that'll be through hiring of actors, set designers, builders, etc.
20% will be used towards our time, so our goal is to eventually turn it into a full-time career. This funding will allow us to work part-time on the project and work with more people around the community.
1 minute remaining.
10% will be spent on brand development, so purchase of graphics, software and more.
2 is better than 1, so 5% is because there's 2 of us, and we're professionals in media education and community management.
30% will be community growth, so we plan on producing free videos, promoting education and spreading the word of Somnium.
And then 10% for expansion. Sustainability is key, and we want to hire people within the community to work with us.
Here's some of our wonderful clients.
We work with.
Yeah, you may recognise
obviously
some
there's
logos.
a few people you see.
Yeah.
Next slide, Tom.
Why is it not moving? There we go. So
Okay,
finally,
so
here's
the
our
SWOT analysis.
Yeah.
Go on, Tom.
So our strengths. So we're a team of 2 professional media creators with a background in education, media, marketing, and community management.
One of the weaknesses is the time required to operate big yellow fishes can impact personal lives, and lack of funding can stunt growth.
In terms of our opportunities, we're excited to work with a community of like-minded individuals on passion products.
Last sentence, please, guys.
Yep. And our threats are the current crypto bear market has impacted the community members and their funds for projects.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. That was Big Yellow Fishes. Now it's time for questions. 5 minutes started. Judges, do you have any questions to the Big Yellow Fishes? Okay, I'll start. How's have been your business so far in terms of the revenue and what are your plans for the growth? But let's start with the revenue so far and how you are handling this, because I heard you say you want to have a CRM system. I mean, depending on how many clients you have, Excel is a pretty good CRM system already. So how do you like grow right now?
Do you want to go, Matt?
Do you want to go? Okay, yeah, absolutely. So we've made about 3 or 4 ETH up to date. So in today's market, about 4 or 5 grand, but it would have been a lot more. And through our clients, we've probably got a list of about 20 odd clients that we're working with on a regular basis, doing lots of different things, whether that be really small or larger projects that are coming out along the line.
On average, we have around 2 to 3 meetings a day with various people in the Web3 community. So the CRM software would really help towards sort of organising our diaries and making sure that we know what's going on and we can sort of plan projects accordingly.
And constantly expand.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions, guys? Okay.
Yeah.
Marty?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, great. Thanks again for the presentation, guys. Sort of a related question. I guess I'm just curious, can you tell us a little bit more about some of the content that you guys have already worked on to date and some of the traction and experience you guys have had thus far?
Yeah, Tom?
Yeah, so a lot of what we've done regarding our clients, they tend to be promotional videos, NFT promos, build showcases on plots. We did a lot of work with Somnium Times on sort of build showcases, and that was really good fun. Can you think of?
We've just wrapped up a short film project with the comedians, which should be released really soon.
Yeah, and we're also working with other content creators to produce other short films, just around the space in general.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, I'll ask a question. So maybe it's just me, but I don't know, how do you guys operate on $2,500 a month? It just seems like it's too low for what you're trying to do.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. So the Creator Fund is just to help boost us. So obviously we work full time in the real world, and then this is to try and push us to get to the point where we can start becoming self-sustainable.
As you saw
Because we
on
didn't
one of
wanna
the
go too much.
as you saw on one of the slides, we're asking the Creator Fund for the community section. So everything we want to put back into Somnium is kind of what that 2,500 a month is worth to us. Kind of. All of our other income comes from clients directly.
Okay, makes sense.
Regarding those clients, and thank you guys for the presentation. Regarding those clients, are you bringing them into Somnium space? Is the majority of the content that you're looking to produce some form of like SpawnCon?
Yeah, a lot of
our clients are already in Somnium space, so we work a lot with the community. A lot of people over there have worked with us in the past, and realistically, most of our clientele are already within the metaverse or have just started out and are starting out their own business projects or creative projects.
That being said, we have spoken to, so in the past week, we've spoken to about 5 or 6 businesses, some of which aren't in Somnium, and we constantly promote Somnium to them. We say, look, let's do the meetings inside of Somnium, let's organise an event inside of Somnium, and stuff like that. So,
Thank you. 1 minute
Any
remaining.
other
If there's
questions?
No other questions? We can wrap this up.
I'll ask one more quick question. You guys mentioned you've made about 3 to 4 ETH, I think, in revenue to date. Can you talk about, I guess, what that mix looks like? If how many different clients that's coming from, or if it's from one major project, and how you guys, I guess, decided on that. Whatever pricing structure you guys use for these projects, or if it's all kind of negotiated one-off on a case-by-case basis.
yeah, of course. So a lot of our pricing structure is based on what is already in the industry. So we know one other company that are doing sort of a similar thing to us, at a similar standard to us, and we are friends with them. So we make sure that we keep everything consistent, because we don't want to sort of put them out of business and vice versa, exactly. And a lot of what we do is sort of based on time. There's a big calculation that we work out where we sort of base our time, what the sort of video or the product gives to the client, and what value they can make out of the video. So yeah, there's a big process that we go through regarding our pricing, but it's all kind of worked out.
We're out of time. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Big Yellow Fishes, for the great presentation. All right. And now it's time for the next contestant.
Up next is an amazing duo. One in which gives tour guides around Somnium space while creating your most special events like weddings, birthday parties, and concerts. Meanwhile, their partner is creating the most exotic locations in Somnium space. Introducing Crazynici and the Real Cyberpunk!
All right, welcome our lovely duo, the wife
Thank
and the
you.
husband, an amazing human beings. Welcome to the Creators Fund. And you know the drill, 5 minutes for the presentation and then 5 minutes for questions. Your time starts right now.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us here. I am going to run down this presentation like there's no tomorrow. So, I'm not going to give you a general overview because I don't think you're going to have to listen anyways to what I'm saying, so just bear with us. We would like to host and plan events, special events for everyone. So basically bringing in new users, also for community members, but also new users that don't have any kind of idea of VR or grandmothers or anyone. And we are a team of 2. My lovely husband, I'm pretty sure you know him, and Crazynici, I think you know him by now. And just our main goal is just to celebrate without boundaries. Later on that you'll understand what that means later in the presentation. So as we all know, Somnium Space Metaverse might not be something that everyone knows. So this is me showing off the Crazy Metal Club event that we were hosting, guiding people to the event. And that's exactly what we will be doing. We'll be bringing people in, helping them, guiding them, and just hosting their epic party. Let it be anything they want. So our mission is quite obvious. We just want people to be aware of what we have to offer, meaning Somnium Space, what Somnium Space has to offer. I'd like to give a little example of my experience the first time I came into Somnium Space. It completely blew my mind, and Ollie was playing some sick beats, and it stuck with me forever. And it made me buy a VR headset. It made me buy trackers. It made me just want to buy more, and I want people to also have that experience. And that's why I have such a passion for it. We both have passion for it. So that's why we will only be exclusively offering this service in Somnium Space. Now, how do we want to achieve it? We want to use our community members, landowners like Chris Bell, world owners, content creators, 3D artists, musicians, anyone that wants to be a part of an epic event like a birthday party with fairies or demons, or I don't know, you're having an office party with your colleagues in hell, because not everybody likes their job, okay? And just having a creative experience. We would help plan this event, so your mind is limitless. So whatever you want to put out there, don't be shy. Tell me what you want.
2 minutes.
Imagination is everything, and we'll try to make it happen. So, how do we bring value to Somnium Space? I'm quite certain that that's exactly what I mentioned in the slide before. We would like to use the Creators Fund cash to first off pay the community members that are involved in these events, like building a beautiful wedding venue. Like if you can imagine, in this venue, we could have wedding tables and fairies flying around and strippers throwing cash. It doesn't matter. The mind is limitless, right? And that's exactly what we would bring in. And we would like to just show the technology that Somnium has to offer. So I think that we all wouldn't be standing here if we wouldn't believe in Somnium Space. And
1 minute remaining.
Yes. All right, to the roadmap and funds. We would like to also use the funds for right now. We would like to host free events every 3 weeks to just show our clients what they can see, because I know that people aren't going to buy anything if they don't see what they can get. So that's why those free events will be there, and the cash funds are there to pay the artists beforehand until the website is rolled out and all of that. Therealcyberpunk, do you have anything to add for the next?
Yes. Most people will ask, how do we monetize this, and how do you get value out of it? We want to monetize this by bringing brand new people in and giving them access to this. We will provide them any kind of event, whether it's web-based, 2D or VR, and we want to make sure that every one of them is going to be 100% satisfied. They have to come into Somnium Space, the first metaverse experience they will have, and they have to be stunned away. And those packages vary in different price ranges. And yeah, that's how we want to monetize it on the long run. And
we're ready for your questions!
Woo, thank you very much. That was amazing. That was quick. By the way, I have to say to judges, to be fair to all of our contestants, we're preparing for the 10 minutes. Today we said to them it has to be 5, so they're trying their best and they're doing great. I'm just saying that all of you guys are amazing, and it's not because you didn't prepare, it's because we were tough. But that's how life is. All right, questions, everybody. Let's start the questions. Judges, any questions?
Yeah, could you talk a little bit more about the revenue that you're making right now?
What's the strategy to get people involved in that? It's like at the top.
I think it's fairly easy. I mean, my wife, Crazynici, is a very entertaining person, and she's a salesperson in real life as well. so she knows how to do cold calls and stuff. But what we need is a fundamental base, like a website that shows what we offer, and then she can reach out to people that actually can, host their events. But the problem is, you need to have the big events first to showcase them, and that's why we were applying for this fund, so we have a little extra help to get this rolling. And once we have it rolling, we're gonna monetize it with her, because she's a business person. She's gonna bring people in. Once you have one person in, that one person will bring, with a birthday party, for example, a lot of more people in. And that's how you all that's how you can all, like investors, also profit from it. You all have parts in Somnium Space. The more people we have in Somnium Space, the better it will be for you. I know some of you have V-Race car, which is amazing, and you might be able to rent it out for an event. People will probably rent it for one event, and even rent avatars and stuff and all that to have an amazing event. And that's what the big goal is, to bring all the value that every single one here creates back to the community, back to Somnium Space, and ultimately also to be VR venues, of course. But
I have a question. Guide me a little bit through your process of the events, because how I imagine it right now from the presentation, and of course I know both of you, but still, how I imagine it right now is that you would make an event. How would you record it? Would you post-produce it? Would you make a video out of it? Would you showcase it to people who never been in VR? If that's the case, how are you gonna bring them into VR? Will you travel to their house with a laptop and VR headset? What's the process of like obtaining those clients? Because if you talk about grandmothers and blah blah blah, so what are you planning to do, and how do you plan to showcase that to get actually more clients into Somnium, and then of course using your services?
Great question. Would you like to answer that?
yes, that's exactly what we want to use the funds for in pieces. I mean, for example, we had the great presentation before from the big yellow fishes, and we already booked them before to be at our event to record it, and we want to keep that going. We need people that record these events and make cool content for us that we can use to market, to go out and do marketing with it. And yes, ultimately, it's exactly what we want to do, if possible. I mean, on a very long term, we might be even able to send out VR headsets. If some client would say, hey, we want to have a massive party, a wedding party with 100 people, half of them don't have any headsets, then we'll make sure that they can rent them. They'll chip there. There is services that actually offer that, and get them in. So they are all there. And COVID showed how much that actually is needed. People come into virtual worlds and they grow and grow and grow. And we just want to make sure whenever they come the first time to a metaverse, it will be this one.
Now, to answer your question about bringing grandmas in, I have a family of 50 people in the States, 50 people in Germany. I'd like to bring them all in together for the Christmas cookie bake and bring them in web version, so it's easy to get into. Even my grandfather could click it, okay? So that's how we would help the grandmothers and the grandfathers first with a web event.
Okay, 1 minute remaining. Last question from any of the judges.
Yeah. I was just wondering how you guys would, how many clients...
Can you come closer to the mic? I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is that better? Okay. I was wondering basically if you have day jobs, or are you doing this full time? And if you're doing this full time, how many clients do you think that you need to stay, sustainable into the future? So if you got this money, you would be able to use it to boost yourself into sustainability and going forward. And then, what are your plans after that?
For right now, Therealcyberpunk 88 is quitting his in real life job.
I have my last days, but I'm also co-founder of V-Race, which helps. So I really want to do VR stuff, 100% metaverse stuff in Somnium Space full time. And I'm the guy that is creating the content, and she's the one that is marketing it. So she's the one that makes the cash, the real life cash, and I'm the one that is earning the crypto, which will be...
And one day I do hope that I'll be next to make the money and bring in the cash flow for Somnium and quit my in real life foreign job.
So how many clients do you think you need to get to that point?
I think
more the merrier.
One a month could do it if it's a good one.
All right,
come
thank
to me,
you very
baby.
much.
Come to me.
Realcyberpunk and Crazynici, thank you judges for great questions. And we are going to the next contestant.
And we're up to our next contestant in the Somnium Creators Fund. Our next creator is the founder and CEO of Cryptic Entertainment. He made his first Indian concert in Somnium space. Cryptic's Entertainment is home to directors, editors, musicians, engineers, cinematographers, illustrators, producers, and other geeky cool misfits, all tied together by one true love, which is crypto. Introducing Litesh Gumber.
It's yours. 5 minutes starts now.
Yeah, so thank you so much for inviting me. And so before I proceed, I wanted to give a brief intro about myself. So I am the co-founder and CEO of Cryptic Entertainments, where we create edutainment content around Web3. But before I started this, I was part of a venture called Filmcrib, where we educated masses about crypto. Now we were catering to the people who knew about crypto, but what I believe, if we have to bring the masses to the Web3 revolution, we have to create entertainment and infotainment content. So that's why we started this venture called Cryptic Entertainments, and where we have been working with the projects like Polygon, WazirX, Filecoin, ICP, Telleract, and many more. So before I proceed, what we are gonna do is, as I told you, we always wanted to bring masses to the Web3 revolution, and that's why we are here with this pitch called Metaverse Concerts and Events. So let's proceed. So before I talk about what we are gonna do, I'm gonna talk about what we have done in the past with the Somnium space. So basically, we saw a very huge gap, and that was that there was no Metaverse concert being done in India with a population of 1.3 billion. We were yet to see a Metaverse concert. That's really amazing. So we tied up with Somnium space. The people were very supportive, and finally we were able to pull off India's first Metaverse concert. Now, if I talk about this Metaverse concert, that was really amazing. We got to learn a lot more. And after this Metaverse concert, once we did that, we were covered by a lot of media, like we were featured on NDTV. Yeah, you can see me on the left screen, left side. Now, obviously, I look a lot better in this avatar than the real life. But yeah, so basically, we were getting accolades from different you can say media. We were being invited to tell about our experience. And after this concert, we were able to pull off one of the big events with the artist called Singer. Now he's one of the biggest pop star from Punjabi music industry. Now Punjabi in itself is a very big music industry. Now this guy had you can say followers in millions, and he just posted one single story saying that, okay, I'm doing a Metaverse concert. And you won't believe, there were 1,500 people that actually immediately joined. And that day, that parcel was one of the most visited parcels. Why? Because in India, these pop stars are being treated as gods. If they say anything, people will actually follow. So that's why now, what I believe is that if we have to bring masses to this technological revolution, we have to go through this route as well. Now, why pop stars? As I told you, they have followers in millions. If they say that, okay, come to this place, people actually come, as we have already proved. And finally, we are here to give a pitch about that we want to do multiple Metaverse concerts. So we have already planned a lot of artists. I have been in this industry, talking to a lot of, for the last 8 years, I've been in this industry, connected to all these artists and doing a lot of events, physical as well as online. The one big problem that I saw is that they are very hesitant to try their hands with this technology, and they basically want end-to-end white glove service. That's it. And that's why we are here. We want to bridge that gap. We want to make sure that these pop stars are actually coming, and eventually we will see that a lot of masses are coming. Now, why Indian audience is because we basically want to create a network effect. Why? Because once people start coming over the metaverse, people started coming over the Somnium space, they will start telling their friends that, okay, hey, see, this is a very cool place, you should try out. and maybe we will see, like, since we have large numbers in people, we will see all these people coming and then you can say buying lands or building their own buildings or going to different events. So basically we want to create a you can say a network effect. And why how we're going to do this is by conducting 12 metaverse concerts in the span of 3 months. That means like one concert per week. And basically we have already like started talking to all these artists. Many of them like we have already onboarded, and many of them we are going to onboard. And like the expected reach, the minimalist expected reach is 1 million. Like in the previous metaverse concert with the singer, he himself had reach in million. So you can expect a lot more reach with our next concerts.
All
So
right,
basically we are just looking for total monetary support of $25,000, which is divided for the next 3 months. Now these are the like different costs. Like there will be a lot of people that will be hired for different roles. Yeah. So if you guys have any doubts, feel free to ask.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation. It was great. I was present at all those concerts personally, and I can confirm that what you were telling was true. So I'm just saying. All right, so questions start now. I'll ask right there just to give more insight. So you're asking for 25K for 3 months, and you said you want to run every week a different event. Is that correct? Just to give my math a little bit of it. Okay, good. So weekly events for 3 months for 25K. Are you per se, like, are you applying as a Cryptic Entertainment as the company? Are you searching for investors as the company, or you're applying as the project? Tell us a little bit about yourself, because you're a company, obviously Cryptic Entertainments. There's Polygon here, there's Gemini. We're here. So tell us about the company and where you're at right now.
Yeah. So Arto, basically we are not looking for investments because our core job is to create content. The Web3 content. To give you a very little idea, basically in the next quarter we are releasing our one of its kind docu-series with the name of the Crypto Revolution India, which features entrepreneurs like Sandeep from Polygon, Nishchal Shetty from WazirX, and there are many more. All the Indian Web3 entrepreneurs, well-funded startups. So we are basically more focused on creating Web3 content, Web3 edutainment and infotainment content.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Just a follow-up question right there. If investors would want to participate in that, right? Not only on the level of making Somnium more famous in terms of having events here, but more of in the long term, do they have a possibility or do they not?
As of now, like we are not looking for any investments, to be very honest. As I told you, like we are self-funded for the like content that we're creating. Basically, we're producing high-level content. So, like via these concerts as well, we are gonna create the behind the as you have already seen. Like we have created behind-the-scenes video, we have created the Metaverse concert videos. So our aim is to create the content via these concerts.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions, judges?
Yeah. How much did it cost you to make that video that went viral? I actually remember seeing that video once too through social media. I did see that. So it's funny seeing you present about it now. But how much did it cost to make that video? How much does it typically cost to make each video? Do you have to pay for these celebrity appearances? And how much do you stand to make from each one so you can continue on?
So that's really a good question. Now, for doing this all events, so basically we could have asked for like 3 events, 3 Metaverse concerts, so we could have asked for even 20 Metaverse concerts. So basically what we did, we researched at our end that what will be the minimum number of Metaverse concerts that will make sure that we will limit the cost. So basically what we're gonna do is, we're gonna hire all these people, like the different people like sound engineer, DOPs and everyone for 3 months. That will be a contractual job, which will lower down our costs, and that's and this is how we're gonna do. Secondly, majority of these artists, like we are gonna pay something, and but still the majority of the amount will go to their you can say their crew members, their travel arrangements and everything.
Okay, So you're
Litesh, how do you plan on paying the talent? Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, my question was about the talent. You know, assuming that these are artists who need to be paid to do a concert. You know, it requires capital to get them to do the concert.
Exactly.
So, is that a part of the 25,000?
Not exactly, Tyre. Reason being, obviously there will be some part of that amount that will be going, and that will be going for their accommodation, for their travel, for the crew members. Now, since I told you, like, I already have connections in this entertainment industry. So, like the last event that we did with the singer. So basically, he charges around $35,000 for one event. Now, since I had a good rapport with him, I was able to bring him for this Metaverse concert, and he too acknowledged that, but I still had to pay the money for his travel, for his crew members, and that's what we're gonna do with these concerts as well.
Sure. So most of but all of those costs add up, and you need to have some revenue at the end of it. So when you have that revenue and Somnium's not there to support you anymore in 6 months or 8 months when the Creators Fund ends, are you going to be able to continue forward in Somnium with, you know, the revenue that you're getting from those videos as well?
Obviously, see, as long as my main aim is to make sure that I'm able to bring masses. The kind of content that I'm creating, like, I guess, in case you haven't seen, you should try and check the music videos that we have created for like Polygon, for Taylor, for Filecoin. So basically, our aim is to create the content pieces that will last forever, that will keep inspiring masses, and basically I just want to be the medium for the revolution, technological revolution that is being passed on to our future generations. So this is my actual aim.
Okay, thank you very much. The time is up, and
thank you so much.
Thank you. It was amazing.
Thank you.
We're
thank you
up
so much.
to the next contestant. Thank you very much.
If you are coming late.
Our next creators coming from Colombia to introduce Spanish-speaking communities into Somnium Space VR. They'll be creating educational content in Spanish to teach and to make other people benefit from the creative economy of Somnium. Introducing Ivan Morales!
All right, Ivan, your time is starting now.
Well, first of all, let me say hello to all the honorable jurists that are tonight in Somnium Space, and also the Metaverse citizens here. Well, we want to show tonight what we have called Type Lab. It's a project run by a non-profit called Fundacion Restaurando, Futuro, and located in Colombia. And we want to build what we have been baptizing as a decentralized immersive learning experience to get into Web 3.0 and also into the Metaverse. So our main goal is to get Spanish-speaking communities to take advantage to the whole bunch of opportunities that are available for them inside the Metaverse and inside Web 3.0. And what we want to do is educational content in Spanish language to be able to introduce new users into the digital tools they need to become creators and builders of the Metaverse. So we understand that there are some barriers to access technology here on Latin America, and that's the reason why we have been not only relying on technological equipment, but also we have been mainly focusing on developing the content they need to take advantage with what they have. So which are our goals? We want to create educational content in Spanish about Somnium Space VR, write down things that they can use in their main tasks. We want to edit and kept audiovisual content in Spanish, and we want them to experience by themselves what they can do with this content. We also want to program and animate interactive tools using Unity and Bolt to make this content to be immersive and to make it more appealing for them. And we want to spread this using both tools inside and outside Somnium Space. So, which are the goals we have attained so far? We have managed to reach 3 different cities inside Colombia. We also managed to reach 1 city in the United States, Lexington, Kentucky. We have been awarded 2 times as a Latin American success case by delivering an unmatched learning experience for kids to enter into Web 3.0. Last time we went to Mexico and we were awarded as a NICTEC giant. We already received the funding by the Ministry of Culture here in Colombia, and we also host a big event, and Metaverse event, where, by the way, Somnium was an honored guest. We had participation of 1,000 people. We managed to open like 300 different MetaMask wallets and really onboard Spanish-speaking communities to make them enter and understand which opportunities they can have inside Verse and inside Somnium space. So we have been working in this project for at least 1+ year so far, and well, what we are asking and why we are applying to this creators fund, we're asking for $5,000 a month to be able to hire a small team that will help us to develop the educational content we need in order to be able to spread not only the word, but this content as an MVP. We want to do the work, we want to do the homework. So we really want to go there with the right content and make those cold calls, make those sales happen, and also make those children get inside the metaverse and learn what they need to learn, the core skills they need to be able to become the builders, not only for the future metaverse, but for the present metaverse we are experiencing right now inside Somnium Space VR. So as you can see, this avatar I'm wearing right now was made all together with some of the children with benefit with our project. So they customize the textures and they learn how to really create their digital identity. And that's what we are willing to do with more kids around the world. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, thank you very much. That was amazing. On time, which is a great bonus. Thank you for that. Let's dive into questions. I now have a first question right away. How big is your team currently, and how you guys operate? Obviously, you have some funds from the government, but how big is your team at the moment?
Well, we work in what we like to call community economy. I don't know if that makes sense, but we like gather together in like some sort of artistic collective, and we have been like putting the efforts in the time we can. Currently, there's only 2 persons full-time working on this project, which are my wife and I, and we are putting the effort to make this happen.
All right, fantastic. Anyone from the other judges?
Are you making any money?
Well, yes. So far, with the IRL event we already did, we managed to get some sponsorship. So, you know, since the Spanish-speaking communities are like a big community, we are a big community from around, I don't know, 600 million people or something like that. And there are Web 3.0 brands willing to get involved with Spanish-speaking communities. So hosting an IRL event, it's like a real opportunity to get not donations, but to get real sponsorship and to make some cash in order to be able not only to host the event, but also to have a revenue out of the event. And also, we have been working on selling some of the content we have already built to users. So yes, we have been making some money so far.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe a question.
Yeah.
One more. Oh, yeah. Go ahead. I'll ask later.
I just have a question. You mentioned that you had worked with children to create the NFTs that you're wearing currently. So I'm just curious, how do you sort of protect against having a safe environment for children in a decentralized platform? And if your education materials are geared towards children? Like, what are you doing to like kind of safeguard against nefarious behavior, one would say?
Well, great. Well, Web 2.0 is safer for children because their digital identity is not directly linked to their personal data. So that's a plus for Web 3.0. And the other thing is we get together with the kids through the whole process. So we really work directly with them to keep the environment safe. And what we are willing to do, investing in renting a world, is making that world a safe environment for them to get access to new education content. So that's the purpose of making like this a more close and controlled environment for them.
Okay, so here goes my technical question. Then I hear you say the world. So I guess part of the budget you are envisioning is gearing towards the world purchase, or you have already secured the world from someone of the world owners you work with here. Just lead us through a little bit of the financials and also technical part of where do you gonna build this, how are you gonna build this, how are you gonna engage people, parcel, worlds, what do you need?
Okay, well, perfect. We are going to hire a team. As you can see, we have an educator, we have a designer, we have a content manager, and we have a promulgator or a 3D artist. They will help us to first of all, curate the content and then build it into a more immersive experience inside one of the worlds of Somnium Space VR. So what we want to do is we want to rent. We already have a parcel, a rented parcel. It's the 60 parcel. We have a VR gallery there, and there you can find some of the pictures of the kids and some of the works they have been doing so far with us. And that's like the way we're going to invest the money. And how are we going to onboard new people? We're going to be hosting not only URL events inside Somnium Space, but we're going to be marketing our educational contents through social media, and also doing and participating into IRL events, which are like the ones that gave us previously the better results in onboarding broader audiences so far.
Okay, thank you. The time is up, so thank you very much. Thank you. It was a great presentation. And we are up to the next contestant.
Our next creator is known to be the queen of cross-reality live performances, giving you an immersive experience in full body tracking. Her dances can be found at the hottest club in the metaverse. Introducing Ruth.
All right, Ruth, you're wearing the full body tracking right now. Judges, you can see Ruth dancing there and doing all the fancy stuff she will tell you about. So, your time is on.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm Ruth. I'm a VR creator since 2013, and I'm also a performer. So I use full body tracking and a pole at home to create otherworldly shows in different VR environments. And what I'm talking to you about today is Roots Club. So Roots Club is basically like Soho House meets Burning Man, but in the metaverse. So I just want to quickly dive into these three pillars a bit more. So this is basically what Roots Club revolves around. They're very much interconnected, but what we want to do is we want to create full body avatars together with female and especially non-binary identifying individuals. They can be thought of as stage outfits, more wild, more special than the usual avatars that you get out of the current avatar creators that are very popular. We also want to meet, so we want to use the social club as a space of coming together, and we want to invite workshop hosts that are pros in their real life disciplines, and want to enable them to take their skills and enhance them with the power of VR with like building sceneries. So you could imagine like a movement coach, for example, that tells you like, take your arms up so the water floats up to them, and then like when you take your arms down, the water rushes out again. Just as a simple example, these kind of things can be possible in VR and would enhance all kinds of workshops. Like this mind-body connection is actually proven to be pretty powerful in enhancing those activities. And we also wanna just like use the potential of this global community that is able to come together, and especially
3 minutes.
we wanna use the potential for underrepresented groups. So in my opinion, there is a huge potential while building the metaverse to include and empower marginalized individuals, like the groups of people that have a harder time in our society to access community and find belonging in the real world. So building the metaverse, I want to create a safe space, and a space where people outside our standards, further away from norms that are connected to our IRL existence, can express themselves authentically and also find belonging. So when we show up as avatars, we carry our essence, but we are free from the physical form that shapes the opinions about us based on learned patterns our society has ingrained. So I am just quickly gonna jump over these points. You can read them up in more detail, but what we're gonna do is, for example, the first digital fashion line that is designed together with and targeted to queer, gay, and non-binary communities called Blush. We also, with the social club, have a couple of tech things that we need to do to enhance these performances. So Somnium currently doesn't have too many capabilities to include either additional trackers up to 11-point tracking, or also certain devices or toys that can be used for certain, like be it workshops, but also, for example, like immersive role plays. So then I just want to touch on the last part. I think it's also a great opportunity when we build this space to leverage the potential of this global community for discussions and explorations around consensual intimacy. You know, like we fall in love. People fall in love in the metaverse all the time, or at least like it could be a place where you can explore how emotional and sexual intimacy could look like in this future reality. So we also got some press recently with Roots Club. This is a print article in a German newspaper that describes a bit like the vibe and the feel and what kind of space is possible to be created when limits of real life bodies and spaces don't matter. And then just quickly to my needs. So I'm applying with this for the Creators Fund. And I do have collaborations with partners, like for example Denevraut, who's helping me build all the different tools and also additional tracker integrations. And I also want to set up these events and workshops. Probably it's bi-monthly, these workshops, to bring in like people from the outside. It takes a while to onboard them. Yeah.
Please finish. Yeah, please finish this slide. You can finish.
Yeah. So it's just like it's not a lot on there, but like I'm also looking for potential multipliers, obviously, and streamers. And later down the line, I'm also looking for angel investors that are close to the topic, so that could really also bring in knowledge and obviously investment later down the line.
All right, that was Ruth. Thank you for your presentation. And now we will, beautiful as always, now we'll go to the questions. Judges, do you have any questions to Ruth?
What's the cost of the tracker infrastructure for people to outfit in that?
Yeah, so if people want to get trackers additionally to a Steam VR tracking system, it's around $100 per puck. Like there's also now the Tundra trackers. They are new, they're fairly small, they're really good. We also were already talking about that we should put together bundles that are Roots Club approved of certain hardware that you need for certain things, so that it's really like, oh, if you want to get started with VR Pull, take this. If you want to get started with VR Roleplay, this and this and this setup might be enough already.
Would they rent that from you, or how would that work with people who work with you?
I don't think it would be a rental, but it would definitely be like a collaboration or something. Like Tundra, for example, does collaborations, but also just like packs of straps would be something that can come with it, together with the recommendations where they can order it directly. I don't want to overcomplicate it in the beginning, and especially maintaining hardware is not something I want to get into, but
just an idea could be affiliated links on Amazon.
Yeah,
easily done
exactly.
and
These kind of
easily
things.
implementable in the websites and stuff. So yeah. And by the way,
it's just like a hint and help on what to get, basically. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, just a hint. We'll be working on Somnium, so we're planning already to enhance our full body tracking capabilities, like you said, about like 11-point trackers. So right now we support 3 trackers. You know, so 1 for the waist and 2 for the legs. The rest is tracked by the headset, but of course we want to enhance that as well and make it better. All right. Any other questions? Because I have one, but
One other question I was just going to ask about the, and thanks for the presentation, Root. I guess for the social club, the Roots Club social experiences, is that going to be like a completely free to play for everyone that wants to attend, or is that a paid experience? I guess talk to us about that a little bit.
Yeah, it can be a paid experience later down the line, because how the worlds are being set up, that's totally possible for the people that are really coming inside the world. In the beginning, I do want to have it a free event, just like to build the name, to build the brand, to experiment, and also to really find out what works and what doesn't. And then also like to integrate those extra tools. You probably want to be in a certain club, like in Roots Club, like you want to be in a certain area because you want to try out certain integrations of toys or something related to that. That can also be synchronized, for example, in the world.
Thanks.
how many events do you plan to run in general, and how many users do you expect per event? I mean, of course, we know that the more the better, but generally speaking, like what is your growth expectation for the users, and how often do you want to do it?
The workshops, like with external workshop hosts, I'm aiming to do every 2 months, just because of the preparation. And then a big part of this is also to leverage the capabilities of filming in VR from all like dimensions and perspectives, and like use this, like what I mentioned, like added immersion through like the environment that you're in. So all of that needs a bit of time to prepare, but then there's obviously also Roots Club, and I have 2 resident DJs, Oli and Tanya. As I had only had 5 minutes, I had to focus on the new stuff, but I'm doing already a lot in Somnium space. I was starting weekly events previously as workout classes. That didn't turn out to be such a great idea, especially in summer when we're sweating in the headset, but like there's a party that we're actually planning for probably this Saturday, where Oli is gonna play in my club. So we have like ongoing parties already, but it's around every week, I would say. It happens that sometimes there's something more often, sometimes there's something a bit less often. Like now in summer we had a bit of a downtime, just because it's so hot as well.
Okay, and we have 20 seconds, maybe it's not a question kind of, but maybe if you want to use the last 20 seconds to just tell to judges, especially those who are not, every day in VR per se, but from time to time, what do you think VR brings to people? What it gives to people in general as the additional feeling they don't have maybe in the real life?
Really, now you used the 20 seconds. No, I feel like,
No, please.
This is actually, it's actually a great question, because I am really spending a lot of my time inside of VR, and I think it really enables you to be as free and as individual in your expression as you want to be. And in the case of Somnium, with like the data, sensible about the data that you're actually like leaving here, this can be a safe space for people to explore and the freedom to be whoever you want to be. So I really feel like VR is a huge opportunity for underrepresented groups that might not be able to express themselves in the real world. So yeah, I can't recommend it enough.
Thank you very much, Ruth. That was amazing. Thank you, bravo. All right. Who is...
And we're up to our next contestant in the Somnium Creators Fund. Our next creator is looking for your help to paint the world and build his dream city in Somnium space. He wants to build a city of artists, and his name is Lester Reynolds.
Hey everybody, thank you.
All right, Lester, welcome to Somnium Creators Fund, and your time starts now.
Hello everybody, hello judges. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Lester and I'm a community builder. I've been an entrepreneur for the last 10 years and this is what I've been doing. My first game, it was a web-based game. We scaled it up to 2 million plus users and it's still running super strong with 20,000 monthly active users 8 years later, so pretty happy about this one. My next other startup that I started is called City Domination. And it's a Pokemon Go style app, and same thing, we scaled it up into international coverage and sold it back in 2014. It dabbled also with augmented reality. Then I moved on to city management, and so we help cities to engage on local issues with their citizens. So it's going to be working with the mayor, we worked with the administration at the different level, raise 1 million, this is my team, the 12 people team, and we work with 20 major cities across Europe, and yeah, we did that for 5 years. So, and then I fell down, I think I'd say, the crypto VR rabbit hole of, this is me painting, and then I discovered that I could actually go somewhere called Metaverse, right, to put all of those things. And then I realized I can actually combine all these years spent into gaming with the years spent into city management and put them together to do a city in the metaverse. And that has been my focus ever since. So I knew that I needed to start from the community. So I knew that I needed like a PFP NFT base. So this is where I started from. I did NFTs and I did more and I did more. And essentially what I've been doing is PFP citizenship. So owning the NFTs give you access to the city and to the community.
3 minutes.
So on this collection we have 18 ETH total volume. Across all the collection the total volume is closer to 40 to 50 ETH for the last 12 months. Then with the community we needed a place to live. So I airdropped to the community islands, so land. As you can see, it's Floating Island, which is the name of the project. So this is phase 1, and this is phase 2. But the land only has value if it has usage, right? So the next thing to do is, we need to do a vibrant city, a city with things to do in the city. And for that, we need to answer the empty metaverse problem. This problem is, I think, one of the big problems that every metaverse is facing at the moment is there's not many people go inside them. And our take on this is, I think, because they're focusing on NFT galleries, shops, and events. All of those are one-off. You go there and then you log out. But if you want to have people in metaverse, you need to spend time in the metaverse and have people spend time in the metaverse. So that's why our approach is we work with 3D designers and artists. We work with decentralized teams, and those are the people who will be the first to actually inhabit the metaverse, because they are going to spend a lot of time in this, and this is how you get to a full city with people all the time in the city. So how do we make money? We sell NFT content, whether it's villas, avatar, wearables, avatar like this one, art or events, access to events. So here are our architect partner, Lifetime High. We are going to do a villa collection in September. This is a render. Here is our avatar wearable. We actually worked partnering with someone called Diok from the Somnium community. And we also started an artist residency. So for this first session, we have 3 artists. The goal is to do the full program in VR for VR.
1 minute.
So this is French painter Jacques Pellegrin. This is one of my collection. So all of those are VR NFTs. And for events, we partnered, but I'm sure there's many people here we're going to be able to find, sorry. So our 2 expansion phases are centered around September. And at this stage, I'm in a pre-seed territory, which means I'm only asking for like 60K, sort of. And it's basically just me finding the right partners, making sure that the business model works, and then I come back to you for phase 2, which is either a seed round, proper seed round, or a Series A. And yeah, I think that's it. You've built a very good success story, and I want to be able as a platform to be the success story of the platform. That's it, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And now it's time for questions. And I would start, if I may, judges. I have a question for you regarding your valuation, because you just showed us that you value your business at 1.2 million. What's the basis of this valuation? And where is your company registered, or how would investors, if they invest, how would they participate in your company via shares, or how does it work? But let's start with valuation.
Yeah, I think there's many ways to work together, right? It could be through shares, it could be through something else. This is just very standard valuation for pre-seed. At this point, I'm basically alone. I have some experience in the field and relevant partners, but that's it, right? So we will keep to a around 1 million valuation. This is where I come from.
Okay, so basing it on the, let's say, market step, at this point, am I understanding it correctly? That's what you're saying, right? You are basing it on a market standard, right? You're just saying like, okay, that's just.
I've been to I've seen many startups start before, and just like this pre-seed stage, 1.2 or 1.5, whatever, is average ball game, right? I'm not trying to oversell myself and actually, keep it pretty low. Start to work with the investors and actually deliver, and then we can work towards a Series A or something like that.
Okay. I have another question, but I'll leave other judges to ask their questions. Gentlemen? Okay, we don't hear you, gentlemen. I don't know if anyone else is speaking, but
I can.
Okay.
I guess if you're asking for the $70,000, what is the main reason that you need it? Kind of, if you didn't have it at all, what would you be doing? But what's the biggest thing that's stumping you? The reason that you need that money right now?
Great question.
Basically, if we go back to the slide, it's mostly toward content creation, and it's actually me, right? So it's going to be mostly me being full-time on the project. I'm already full-time, but I'm running out of funds, and so I want to work with Somnium, but I need to be able to focus on that, right? We've been selling last year. We've been selling the NFT collections, but as you might know, right now it's kind of a little bit of bear market. So yeah. I think this is basically my answer.
Okay. And the product you want to build in Somnium is the cities of light at the world, as I understand. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. We don't have a host metaverse yet, and I think Somnium is the perfect match for us. I've been following Somnium for more than a year, and it's just like the builders are here. My community is a community of builders, so the match is very good.
Got it. Any other questions, judges? All right, maybe I'll ask. So you say it will be mainly you building the content. So are you confident that you are able to build all the neat aspects of the city? Because building a city is a pretty big endeavor, even inside Somnium space with the tools we have with SDK, with Unity board and stuff. Do you think you can do it alone? And if not, who are you engaging with? On a partnership level? I mean, I can see directly example like Denevraut with the credit rolls and stuff, but who are you partnering, and how are you going to utilize other people, if any?
So I have a master's degree in software engineering, However, I think at this moment it's just a pre-seed, so it's starting to understand which partners are going to be the important partners. For example, one major one is going to be working with your SDK to be able to make rules inside our Somnium world. So I've been starting to contact some of the people from the Somnium team to see which things I'm going to do myself, and if, of course, eventually everything is going to scale up, where it's just like we put a team for the design, we put a team for the developers, and so on. Yeah. I know that I can do it myself at the moment.
Sure, but when you say if it will go, if it will scale up, so then maybe I'll roll back to what maybe Chris said a little bit. Like when you get 70K, what is actually the deliverable you got to deliver for that 70K? Like what's the end product which you'll be able to show or showcase? How far will you get with the 70K? That's the question.
Yeah, with the 70K, I'll be able to create a world that actually we can visit, find the right partners, and start to have them do content in the shop NFTs for to start our cash flow going. So we might, break one person, or we might need but of course the next step is going to be the Series A, right?
And just to quickly, what to that Series A / like how long will that 70K last, do you think?
I think 6 months, something like this. Yeah. I'd say Series A could go through Somnium. I'm also working with angels and probably some institutional funds like Polygon or more metaverse focused VCs.
All right, thank you. The time is over. Thank you very much, Lester.
Thank you so much.
Cities of Light. Thank you for your presentation.
Our next creators are the co-founders of Cryptoportal in Prague. This is the best NFT gallery in Europe and art community of their city. Ready for their next step in merging realities with Somnium? They've had a whole year of successful exhibitions. Introducing Derek and Sammy!
Derek, the floor is yours. The time is running.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the presenters, first of all, and to all the judges here. It's just me today, as Sammy is in sunny Ibiza. So just to start things off, Cryptoportal is the first digital gallery in Prague. So we started back in the summer of 2021. We had the opportunity to move into a beautiful medieval underground space under Old Town Square, where we had the idea to put displays and really just experiment and see, are people interested in NFTs? We launched our first event in September, actually as a pre-party to the non-fungible castle event. Not sure if Arthur, you were actually there, maybe, but
of course,
yes. You were there. It was great success and really gave us the inspiration to continue. And since then, we've been hosting monthly exhibitions, bringing together international and local artists. So I mean, the global pandemic really affected us all, but we were able to push through and make this happen. Throughout our events, we were able to bring together almost 100 people per event. The entire building, which was housed in this beautiful old medieval building, was averaging almost several thousand visitors per month. There's an Illusion Art Museum above, which some of the artists are now in Somnium. For example, Patrik, if you know. And it was really a chance for us to bring together the general public and also creators, builders, and really create a dedicated hub in Prague. So here's some of our first, a little blur on the screen here, but here's some of our first exhibitions. So it's exhibition 2.0, where we actually had Somnium set up there. So Francesco and Arthur, we're thankful to have them there. You can see them here, another slide. And this was like the first introduction for, I think, many people to even VR, and then, you know, one step further, Metaverse, and then, you know, many steps further, the world of Somnium. Throughout the past year, I mean, we've hosted, almost eight exhibitions, including panels, fundraisers, concerts, mixed reality. We've had Somnium there a bunch of times. It's really been a hub, and it's been a place where people have just made connections. So I know like a lot of people are actually, some of the builders are in Somnium now. Some have met at our events. It's been a refreshing, and like it's been just a great time. We love elevating artists, and we love hosting events. And this is something that we want to take into our own place in Somnium. Unfortunately, at the end of May, a hedge fund took over the building, which forced us to move out. So we have 40 displays which are mobile, and part of our summer, which has been a blessing in a way, we were able to set up pop-up galleries around Prague and beyond. So UTXO was a successful, actually massive crypto conference where actually we met the founders of Hulky the Crypto in one of our events. We set up a big gallery in the chill room. So we were in an old monastery in Prague. So not only did we host it there, so the following week we hosted a pop-up gallery at Metronome Music Festival. So this was featuring one of our regulars, Peter Mara. This was in cooperation with Opero Forum. So we were hosting talks. There was an educational VR setup there, and we were also introducing people to VR and also setting the backdrop with NFTs behind the panel. So Cryptoportal and Somnium, what we would really, why we're doing this, we would really like to push these IRL events. I actually just came from a meeting with VR Play Park, which is in Prague, and we're looking to partner with them actually hopefully next week. We want to host bring our panels and discussions into Somnium. We want to bring the hundreds of people and the thousands of people that are following us into the Somnium ecosystem. We want them to create in Somnium, and we want Somnium to be the place to be.
All right, thank you very much, sir, for the presentation. And thank you. Leave the slide on. We'll go directly to questions. So maybe we'll use the time for questions up to you to give us a little bit of what you wanted to hear and what's the budget needed and how you're gonna use it and why.
Yeah, so I think from the beginning we've always wanted to have our own place in Somnium. All of our events, we've taken no profit, no commission from any artist. All artists were displayed for free. Of course, some artists were generous and left us tips. We had small sponsorships from the likes of like Schiller. Somnium hosted a private event, and we also had some private events in between. So really what we're looking to start is $8,500, and then we have it budgeted out for a medium parcel, some VR equipment that lets us be mobile, and a small allocation of budget to get us off the ground and start building.
Okay, thank you. I would maybe, before judges will ask some questions, I would just give a comment from like that budget, for example, where I can see the opportunity to like save money or just not spend money which are not needed to be spent is, for example, having an M parcel. I own 32 parcels. Chris owns probably even more. Like we could arrange a super cheap or even free rent, a long-term rent for you guys to just build on top of those parcels, because it also brings more content to us, parcel owners. I'm pretty sure there are other people who would commit, like the McDonagh who would commit parcels easily without you having to pay for that. So that's one thing. And then hiring builders, that's something legit, or which could be done, but also we as Somnium, we sometimes help. We have Friday build streams where Sitlord, which is one of the best builders for the web parcels, is building the parcel, so he could definitely work with you and help you to build one of their parcels during this Friday stuff. And regarding the mobile VR setup, that's where Somnium could come in and help you to actually get the hardware and be up and running. So just a general comment on how this budget could be utilized. I also imagine that you guys like to do something in terms of the financial, but I guess I'll leave it up to Chris, for example, to ask that question, how you see it.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, I guess a little similar. If you rented a medium parcel instead, for a year or something like that, and then I was actually thinking while Arthur was saying some of that it might be interesting to not build on the parcel before anything happens, so that you could actually use one of your setups in your location for everyone to practice around with the builder and see what everyone together creates on the parcel, and possibly upload that at some point, or have a few for different people, and you could charge per hour even for people to continue making builds. So just a couple suggestions for that, but it's definitely cool that you're incorporating Somnium into that. I'm sure a lot of people would like to have some builds on their parcel, so if you have builders that are ready to just start playing around and seeing what could happen, because it's an entryway, it's a gateway into possibly renting one themselves and buying one themselves too. So.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
Anyone else, judges?
How have you been building your community of artists so far? Just hosting
it's
events,
really been,
people. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. It's really been grassroots. Like, we literally put out tweets, or like we grew our Twitter and Instagram completely organically. We've just been able to connect. There's so many talented and brilliant artists locally in Prague. That's just branched out. This event, Non-Fungible Castle, back in last summer was a big catalyst, and we've actually had some fantastic photographers who weren't in the NFT space come down from Berlin. We've had people fly in from Netherlands to our events. So it's really been, we just love to connect with artists. We love to see them succeed, and they're doing great things and also giving back to their communities as well. So it's really just been a natural fusion of just great vibes, actually.
Yeah, it's great.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. The time is almost running out, so thank you. And that was Tarek from Cryptoportal, everybody.
Up next is a creator full of energy. Joining the Somnium Space family and uniting others, she's here to collect stories and make the next layer of communication in Somnium. Introducing MeowMeow Georgie.
Alright, MeowMeow, welcome to Somnium Creators Fund, and the time is running now.
Hey guys, it's great to be here. I have a Sphinx cat with me here right now that seems to be meowing, so if you hear it, that's what it is. I just want to tell you a few things about myself. I have a background in accounting and operations management, and I recently started working with ISG here in Somnium. But I'm also a creative, and I used to paint with acrylics on canvas in real life, and then I got into the metaverse and I built my first world, and I went inside of my creation and it blew my mind. And ever since then, I have been addicted to VR. I probably spend more hours in VR than out of my waking hours. I'm very passionate about the future of the metaverse. I've experienced multiple different platforms, and I think Somnium is the only place that I can bring this vision to life. I'm not going to switch any slides because I wrote those 4 months ago, and in metaverse time, that's a long ass time. So I'm just going to tell you why I'm here and what I want to do. So VR Frequencies is about building connections in the metaverse, and I want to focus on social growth organically here in Somnium. I don't want to reinvent the wheel, but I want to become this glue that connects all things Somnium space together and shines light on it through media and events, hosting events and all of that. I see myself as a counterpart to VR venues because they're based in Germany and I'm over here in the States, and I think we need more nighttime evening events to bring in more users. So I want to do this through 3 different aspects. I want to do social gathering, business events, and VR dating. Social gathering is just going to mimic the events that we have here already, like the daily meetups, but do it at a nighttime when we can have different people in, a different crowd. And I want to be able to support the community by bringing in the DJs that are invested in this space and have them perform as well. And I want to increase users in Somnium over the next year. For business events, this is like people who don't have parcels or anything like that. They can come in and have an event anywhere, and we can host them, but have eyes on Somnium that aren't ready to take the full leap. The biggest thing that I want to focus on, though, is VR dating, because I think it's the future, and I think it's an extension of the old dating app, because I think you can get to know somebody within this VR space more than you can just over the phone. And I think that with the growing remote work culture, the younger people are going to be able to move far away, to relocate, to find a new partner if they find a new partner. And so I see this as the future, and I want to build an app, and I want to build a world that allows those experiences to happen here in Somnium space. I know that there's already a platform that's doing that. I've been watching it. I don't think it's going to get off the ground because they're trying to build their own standalone metaverse. They're in a silo for that one specific thing. And I think that the best move is to integrate it into one that's already doing other things. Because when you meet somebody, if you're a VR junkie like me, you don't leave VR after you meet somebody. You do stuff in VR. So yeah, that's why I'm here. That's what I want to do here, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I think the income, you probably are going to ask this, is going to be coming from the subscriber fees to the dating app. That can be through NFTs, membership bases, levels of membership, stuff like that.
All right, thank you, MeowMeow, and let's directly go into questions. And Ahmed, what is your ask? What do you need to get it off the ground? And yeah, what's the actual ask for you?
I originally asked for $6,500 a month to build the dating app and to do the media and marketing. I want to partner with Big Yellow Fishes to do all of our events and things like that, make commercials. But after hearing you guys talk about the parcel, I have my own parcel. I rented it from Chris that I'm going to use for this project. I would just need a world, and so I think maybe I could ask for less and partner with somebody.
Got it. All right. Yeah, judges?
Yeah, I love this idea. I think it's awesome because I completely agree with you. I think it is, even like a Zoom call is a little bit more than a text conversation, which is a little bit less than a phone conversation, which is what compared to that in VR like this conversation. We're definitely meeting each other right now better than we would have over the phone or text or something like that. So it's a way to escalate a relationship into the next level before actually meeting someone as another way to approve or something like that. So I definitely have a world for you if you need one. You can rent that and we can put it on the same parcel so it's in the same location. We could definitely work out something too as a way of investing. So congratulations. I think that's a great idea. Definitely willing to help.
Thank you so much.
And I have a world too. I can even rent it to you for free. I bet you. I'm beating you, Chris, already in this.
Wait,
all right.
We got a shark competition.
No. And I don't want any royalties. I don't want any royalties from you. No royalties.
I love
it. Okay. All right. Woo. Okay. Yeah. I mean, there are definitely possibilities and capabilities of the people here, and that's the power of Somnium, I think, where people work with people to give each other value and bring the whole value of the platform up. I think we've been doing it successfully. We have proven record of many tens of instances of that, and I think this will just escalate into the future ideas. But I definitely love that. I have a question though. You mentioned an app. How critical is an app for your idea? That's what I would want to know, because building an app is a pretty difficult endeavor, and it could get really expensive and really long and complicated. So how critical the app is for you?
I think it's pretty critical because of 2 reasons. One, everybody is used to matching based off of these things that they put inside of it to then match with, right? Like they have these requirements that they would want to see it in a partner. And we're kind of like skyrocketing into another dimension, I know, but I feel like we have to touch foot on the ground and one in space at the same time to really get people to go with it, you know? And we know somebody, I think Blake has a friend that can help with the app, so I don't think, yeah.
All right. Okay. I'm just asking. I mean, I know that the apps are not trivial, so definitely. And as I understand it, will be kind of like a Tinder app where you match like people, but in VR and stuff, and then they can meet in the world you will build it somewhere. Is that correct?
Yeah, and maybe we could even have a badge that is like somebody who's single. Like that way, if they're in game and they meet, they know that they're both on that app.
Customizable badges is something on our mind for the features of Somnium, so definitely that's something we're thinking about as part of the social update and social requests. Okay,
awesome.
Are there any other questions? Or we are all satisfied with our dating future in the metaverse? You see, I think you did a great job, so thank you, MeowMeow. It was amazing.
Thank you so much.
All right, and the next and the last contestant, from what I understood,
Our next creator is coming all the way from Canada. He's been working with the Somnium team for a year and a half, onboarding avatar creators across the globe. Today, presenting Incredi Worlds is Denevraut!
All right, Denevraut, welcome to Somnium Creators Fund, and your time started now.
First of all, thank you for accepting my request so late. I just discovered it this morning, so I made my PowerPoint very fast. So I'm the bullet point guy. It's gonna be very simple. I'm Denevraut from Somnium Space community. I'm here from like 1 year and a half. I've done a lot of things. When I say I do something, I do results, and you know it probably like the Somnium Space guide from my last Creators Fund that is used every day. So what is Incredi World? So those are simple bullet points to explain it. First of all, of course it's incredible. It's in the name. So a Somnium Space World operating system. I think it's one of the best instances to explain it because we have an example of Roots World that hosts Somnium Space, Incredi World OS. I mix all the names together to just say Incredi Worlds now, it's more simpler. So first of all, we have one world that I bought a few months ago, so I secured this for the project. There is the operating system inside it, so people can rent space right now. I give a free license to people that want to test. It's a tool to save creators time. So not just giving space and renting space to creators. I want them to save time. So I create assets and also a lot of tools, and I think every buttons to make sure it's fast. For example, here you have the SDK that I made, the SDK tool to upload. One click and you can update anything you made, and you don't have to do anything else. Incredible feature is one of the best things we are working on. An Incredi feature is you upload, like example, a chair, and you just put a variable to say this is a chair. You can grab it, and you can configure a feature like this. So users don't have to code feature themselves. So we want to help creators not to code when it's needed. So, and community for creators, of course. Business model. First of all, we want to do space renting. A very nice price would be around $15–20 for a reasonable size. Here you have the sample house that is the free size, 12 by 12 meters. Custom commission is the main target we do. So anyone that have an idea, we want to help them create it, and that's gonna be one of our main earning. Asset market, that's a very large thing. We want to do an online market, but yeah. Feature donation, I won't explain this, but it was its say. Game engine as a product, that's for like in 1 or 2 years. I don't want to lose time on this. Okay,
So our plan in the 3 months, we want to, right now the whole system is working. We have servers, we have website, so it's still in alpha stage for testing. In 3 months, we want to go in release, so like beta. So we want to have space renting working, we start some commissions. In the 6 month, we would like to have a basic market that work online, respecting the limitation of Somnium space, of course. Portable asset is like the space, but you can spam something that you play with like a toy, something around 10 renters maybe. In 1 year, we would like to, I don't know, 100 renters maybe, but that's crazy. What is our value at IncrediWords? So creator first. We want people to come here and feel home and feel, yeah. So we put creators and quality first in IncrediWords. We really want people to feel home and how can I say that? Like what they create, they are not part of a business, they are part of a community. Yeah, we went too fast. So right now we are 2 developers, one part-time and one almost not part-time, it's me. My childhood friend Pascal is doing the backend and the website. I'm so grateful for him. And our community is start to be active right now. We have testers that upload things, and I'm working with them to create example house and stuff like this. Yeah, I think I'm finished. I went too fast.
All right, that was Denevraut with IncrediWorld. We're coming to questions and we'll nail down some other things. Thank you, Denevraut. So let's start the questions. I'll right away start with the question. Like, so what's your ask? I mean, I know IncrediWorld, they're incredible. Oh my God, I'm repeating myself, but they're great. They definitely, like, it's a second layer on top of Somnium Space Worlds. It works amazingly well. It's something very unique. But what's your ask in terms of creators fund, financials and stuff? What do you need to grow further?
So right now the biggest problem we have is developing time, because we both need to earn money to pay rents and stuff, and I already am very short. So first of all, I want to give us more time per month to work. I don't need that much, and also I need a part of this money. Sorry, I'm asking $4,000 from for Creators Fund. I want to hire at least a part-time developer and some people in the community for doing promoting. I would like to do concours where people can win something to build. So it's mainly promoting, working, and around this.
Okay, got it. You're asking for 4,000 per month or 4,000
yes,
total?
per month. Yeah.
Okay, got it. All right, judges, do you have any other questions for Denevraut? Okay, I'll go with another question. So you said you want to have 10, let's say, renters in the next 6 months, and then 100 in 1 year. What's your go-to-market strategy? I mean, of course, people know you in the community. Some of them are already actively uploading. Some of them will buy and rent for sure, including myself. But what's your other goal? Because you offer something with Somnium, you offer something different. So you offer something which Somnium doesn't have at the core, but you are kind of complementary service. So how do you want to promote that to other people?
I know if we just promote inside Somnium Space, it's limited right now. So of course we need a strategy to reach people on maybe other metaverse. But yeah. And we want to target mostly special commission, because I know that's where we can earn enough to make the project continue be alive. But first of all, we want to make the development cost as minimal as possible. So 1, 2, or 3 person maximum. If we need, we will develop less, but better, to be sure to offer something with a small living cost.
Got it. All right. Good.
So I can use a builder. If I wanted to sign up, I could actually use a builder and start building inside the space of your world.
Yeah, correct. It's very similar to Somnium Space SDK. If like the first slide you saw, sorry, here you have
Somnium Space SDK. So it's more complex than this, but basically you chose your space that you own, and you can upload any Unity asset to your space. So it's basically based on Unity.
Nice, cool.
All right. I think we know what we need to know, Denevraut. Thank you very much for your presentation in from the Incredible World.
Thank you.
And that was our last presenter for today. So before we all leave, I would like to run the final sequence, and I would like to give my thanks to judges. So if every person in the audience can gather in the presenters' place, if someone can put Somnium Space webpage on the monitor, and we'll run the last sequence.
Vince
I'll
will
give
do
my
it.
thanks.
No one else do it, just Vince, so we don't get everyone all over the thing.
Okay, Francesco, put the website, Somnium website there. Don't touch the screen, please. Okay, I don't see it yet, but let's wait for a second.
Sisters forever. Potato bro.
Into Roots Club when they're
Yeah, just
Where
click
is
the
the
homepage.
website?
For sure.
Can you do it, Artific?
Okay, I
Yeah,
will do
just
it.
click the home.
No,
Okay.
no one touch
No.
anything?
Don't touch it.
Mine.
Okay. It should be coming up for you.
Okay. No, I don't see it, but that's all right. Okay. Anyways, let me run the music and say your last words. All right. I thank everyone for coming today. That was the day 2 of Somnium Creators Fund. We had an amazing time. I would like to thank judges. I would like to thank Marty for being here from Gemini. Round of applause for Marty, everybody. Woo! Of course, I would like to also thank Chris Bell for being here for 2 days in a row. What a judge. He's the judge, everybody. So thank you, Chris Bell, for being with us. Next one on my thing is of course Brian. Thank you for great questions. Thank you for being here. You're amazing. So Brian from Polygon, thank you very much. And another mega judge is Colborn for being here for 2 days in a row. Everybody, Colborn from Museum of Crypto Art. Woo! Of course, I would also like to thank judges from day 1. They were amazing, they were incredible, and all our contestants who were presenting today, you were incredible, you were amazing. Thank you for your dedication, thank you for your sweating, thank you for answering our questions, and for just being here, being part of this community, and thinking about all of this and building the future with us. That was Somnium Creators Fund, everybody. Thank you.
Come here, picture all together.
Picture time.
Let's go, picture. And we're up to our next contestant in the Somnium Creators Fund. Up next is a creator who holds the record for the longest freestyle. 44 hours in a row. His voice was made to create music. He started Serve VM and he delivered some of the most popular Somnium web music events. Introducing none other than Sessions!
Hey, what's up?
All right, Sessions, welcome to Somnium Creators Fund. You know the drill, you have 5 minutes to present and we'll have 5 minutes to ask you questions and then there will be next contestant. So, the time will start right now. Have a good luck and let's do it.
Yeah, I'd like to say thank you first off, Somnium Space, for letting me do this presentation. So I'm presenting my brand and company, Servum.tech. And just a little explanation, it's a professional technology assistance, just creators, agency with event organization, digital assets, and a hodler membership ecosystem that's gonna contribute with contests, competitions, and then eventually get into world building as well. So next slide, please. So I started this in 21 in August. Started on Twitch, met Blake, he introduced me to everybody. I was blessed to rent a spot from Arthur and made it the basement. I applied for the Creators Fund. And so now the brand is sidetracked, immersive, reality, visuals, and music. So basically just to shake things up out of normalcy, reactions from creativity, and the people are why I love it here. But what I did with some of the funds was procured a website, domain name, creative services, mapped out everything I envisioned, as well as been networking with like-minded business associates, artists. I've tried giving out NFTs just to sort of beta test things for contests, raffles, and I've pretty much built a great network now that is ready for the next phase. So that's why I'm coming to this for the next, ready to just make this thing blow up. So, you know, everything from having clients to just, you know, blowing up on Twitter a little more, hosting events consistently, and just all around just establishing myself in Somnium space. I'm ready to drop my first NFT hodler membership. So next slide, please. So the target market is avid music fans, mainly hip hop, pop, alternative hip hop, and for performers, you know, poets to comedians, musicians, visual artists, and anybody that's into like VR, XR, AR, MR. But
3 minutes.
These are basically just for events, and you know, everybody has browser, which is the main thing I've been concentrating on, so it's really accessible. And soon want to host it in VR as well. So next slide. And I'm going to be starting a patronage, which anybody that's coming in is going to get the ability to basically be a holder and get some residual income, as well as just creating a network for, you know, a hive mind of different people, developers for creating digital products and exclusives. And that's mainly what I'm trying to do now, and whitelist them through Patreon. So the next phase, or the next slide. And as well, I've gone for the Guinness Book of World Records, so you definitely know that I got the willpower. I've gone 44 hours, even got a headset from Somnium Space, a Vive headset. And then next slide. So the main thing that I wanted to drop is this NFT hodler card system. It's gonna be on Polygon. And again, future discounts, utility, and just trying to raise it with the participation utility. People coming in, getting punches, almost like a POAP. And then you basically get the ability to get more punches and criteria will raise your rank, more benefits. So everybody that's participating can get something from it. And ultimately recycling the funds and access to private events. Next slide. And so the creators network that I've established is everybody that you pretty much know inside of Somnium space, and just building from there. Want to work with Big Yellow Fish, Athenaverse with education, and a bunch of other ones. This is just a list of everybody I've networked with. Next slide. And so mainly what I wanted to use the money for was for one, to step up and get a VR ready gaming laptop. It's going to be used for creative services to create the dynamic NFT, Blender tools and assets, as well as, you know, IRL merch. I've been working with Nerpo for developing and work for hire. And then of course, Big Fish for video marketing and just other management, website, SEO, marketing costs, supplemental expenses.
1 minute remaining.
Next slide. So the last thing is the future of what I have planned, which is for the first Web3 burnable DAO for alternative music, signed artists that can earn back their masters, publishing, temporary record deal, but that gets everybody to branch off and find their own creative system in a sense after a certain amount of time, and just fan voting rights, to put it simply, as well as artists being able to vote. Next slide. And so the goal is to ultimately buy an Excel parcel in a world, start world building, have a hive mind of artists and creatives, you know, everything from V-Styler statuses to, you know, Easter eggs, and just ultimately going all around and just, you know, spreading the love, just like it is with, from how Blake introduced me and the way that I love it in here with all the people, and just hopefully you guys see the potential of what I've been doing from now until then. And yeah, servem.tech is what I represent, and hopefully we can get the funding. It's for $4,400 a month, just shooting for the stars. So that's it.
All right, thank you, Sessions. Thank you for your presentation. 5 minutes are up, and now this is the time for the questions from the judges, and we'll have 5 minutes to do them as well. So, Isaac, do you have any questions to Sessions, or shall I start?
You could start.
Okay.
Please.
Session, thanks a lot for presentation. I obviously know what you do. During your presentation, I, immediately had several, I think, key and critical questions I have to ask, because from your presentation, I mean, again, I know what you do and how you do it, but from your presentation, it seemed to me that you want to do like every bit of everything. And I'm kind of lacking of focus. So what is like the one thing you want to concentrate on doing, rather than trying to catch every aspect of Web3 and every bit of direction you take? But what is the one main thing you will be doing, like on a weekly basis or monthly basis or whatever? But what is that thing? What is the thing you will be concentrating on?
Event organization and showcases, and just collaborations with other artists.
Such
That's
as?
the main thing.
Such as, give me an example.
That, so like big showcases from certain artists that would sort of cause a buzz to get almost like that virtual sense of concerts. Event organizations from all types of celebrations to air different drops. But ultimately, that's main thing is just hosting events and being able to provide that environment all around. So anything from music to business.
Right. So by the way, we had like Nikki here. She was presenting VR venues, and they want to organize events here. We have also Oli, who is doing concerts and stuff. Now, one type of question is how do you aim to utilize that in terms of are you partnering with others, and on the other hand, how are you going to be different? Because you seem to have in the presentation everything, like you had a Web3, you want to mint NFTs, you want to do this and that, but I'm afraid a little bit that it could really diverse itself from like doing like that one thing which makes you special and which makes which everybody will know. Because if you try to do everything, you will not, in the end of the day you will do nothing, and that's kind of my concern here. So try to think right now and tell me what are you going to like, what is the one thing you think you're the best in and you should concentrate on, and you're going to be doing in case you get the funding.
Ultimately, I think the biggest thing is trying to just get people to sort of participate in something that's a little just engaging, as well as something that allows for that participation to create, its own ecosystem of creatives, and then being able to, again, just establish networks through, I had plans with Oli and all that to, start doing different things with the way that it's real similar, but ultimately I just think that it's, the hive mind of creatives and just being able to have that place where people can come together to, throw different events. And I mean, it is similar to these other ones, but I think that the main thing would be just focused on, just having that holder system that's given back to the community and makes people want to engage.
Okay, I'll give a chance. Thank you very much. I give a chance to Isaac to ask a question, then I have another question too. Isaac,
okay, you can continue.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I saw in the list of things you need funds for, I saw things like Blender and Unity and other things. Now my question is, and of course World and Excel Parcel and stuff, my question is, do you really like, I know you're trying to learn Blender, but I know it's also a very long stretch in terms of like how, if you start now, you will be good at it, maybe if you can confirm like in a year.
10 years.
Yeah, exactly. So like, do you really need it? And on the other hand, like, how much time will you be able to devote to this, to this idea, to Serum Tech, if you get the funding? Because I know you have an IRL job. So what's your availability there?
So I mean, right now it's going to be more so towards just trying to build digital assets to get more funding from that. So a lot of that is, it probably should have been in the future goals as well. But that's sort of my focus, is just it's going to be world building only to, plug and play. Instead of learning Blender, I've switched to, Unity and trying to learn that aspect, which is more plug and play. So that way I can execute some of these creative environments that I have in mind. So it's not necessarily trying to learn everything on that front. But once I do get that of world building, I'd be able to jump into VR more. And that's where I think a lot of the, income will come in from.
Okay, Isaac, do you have any other questions?
I have one question. I'm not quite understanding the holder membership. That's an NFT?
Yeah.
How exactly does it work?
So
and how does it plug to Somnium ecosystem, like Somnium cubes and stuff? So that's interesting for me to hear as well.
Correct.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a hodler system I wanted to create on Polygon, which I know it hasn't been established yet in the marketplace and creating that, but the idea was just for the scalability and just being able to have people that hold them that get, certain portions back, like pre-sales, airdrops, exclusives to certain events, and things like that, that if you hold it, then you can also get certain activities within the location that we're at in the venue. So like, for instance, people that are V-stylers, they'd be able to challenge other V-stylers in certain shows and venues. Other people that are amplifiers can get benefits from promoting on Twitter, and then as well as just fans that are wanting to be a holder for private events. So ultimately, it's just anybody that holds it's going to benefit from it. If you sell it, you can profit from it, but then you'll also revoke the status.
Sessions, where do you buy it? And who is going to do the contract for it and the NFT?
So I have a developer I've been working with, Nerpo, and we've created the idea and how it's sort of going to drop. But ultimately, I was going to start with OpenSea, Polygon, and I've done that before with the 44-hour record. I made people come in, and then if they did, I would give it to them with proof. But ultimately, it's either that or Solana. So it's really just either one of those marketplaces like SolSea, OpenSea, and just being able to just distribute them. And once that starts coming in, it would generate more money. So that's my main focus with the digital asset.
All right. Thank you. We're out of time. Thank you, Sessions.
Thank you.
That was Sessions, everybody.
Thank you,
Round of applause for you. Thank you very much.
Hey, appreciate y'all. Thank you guys for the time, Radical Beast Archer.
And we're up to our next contestant in the Somnium Creators Fund. Up next are the snails of the Metaverse. Bringing you incredible creations from Italy, these two handymen can do it all. With architecture taking form as gigantic monoliths, space wrecks and exotic lands with floating mountains and titanic creatures. I want to introduce Metaveo and Snailstrip!
Alright, Mateo, welcome to Somnium Creators Fund. You know the drill. You have 5 minutes to present your slides and then 5 minutes for questions and answers. And I wish you good luck. Your time starts now.
Okay, hello, I'm Metaveo, and we are here as a duo, but Snailstrip is not here because he's away from home, and we are Metamorphosis VR. So we met in theaters to bring virtual worlds into reality. And we did our best to do that, and so Snailstrip is a visual artist, and I'm mostly a musician, but I'm into visual as well. And so we met and to do these shows in big theaters and big events, and we tried our best to bring virtuals into reality. But then we tried to participate to a grant, and we won a grant to bring contemporary dance into the metaverse. And again, we did our best to do that. And the first platform was Mozilla Hubs, which was the first free thing that I looked, and it was great, and it was a first experiment, and we both headset, and that's why I'm here also, and we both a suit, because it's dance. If it's dance, it's already working like this, and it's working with sensors as well. But we wanted to go deeper, and with our dancer, we used this suit to bring the movements into the words, and so that was our first experiment. So
3 minutes.
Yeah, the thing we want to do, and after we won this grant, we tried different platforms, and then we came into Somnium. and I think it's the. I cannot say that it's the best place because it would look weird, but it's really unreal.
No, you totally can. Just joking.
You can try with 4K, 8K textures, and you can try whatever. And of course there are bugs, but there are bugs everywhere. So we experiment. So we started building different words. Like this was the first word, and then we are planning cities and amusement parks and as well. So, and doing that, we met so many beautiful people, and we did a partnership with Artific and his OMG Oasis Metagames, and then with I'm Black Hotes and Hotes House, and then we are building amusement parks as well with ISG and other platforms. So we are getting into it, and it's a slow process, but it's fast because it's so beautiful. And so we want to create basically words, and words for us means a word which could be an NFT, as we know, but it can be divided into like musical assets and 3D assets and assets in general. I'm sorry, I'll go quick. And also we like to connect avatars to those words. So I think this connection can help to build communities and places where you can go and feel relaxed and how you. So we want to do also vehicles, and this is also a little bit old presentation because like in 1 week everything changed. So so we are almost there. So we those are some vehicles that we built, and those are also assets divided from the city that you can see here on the lower image, for example. With those assets that he drew, Snailstrip in VR, you can build yourself your own. And and Lost Lands.
Your time is up. We have 5 minutes for questions and answers, so we'll definitely follow up now with questions.
I missed so many things.
No problem. That's why we have questions and answers. So let me quickly follow up because I'm pretty sure you missed some of the slides you wanted to talk about. So obviously we know your work, and I've been in many of your worlds, and they're amazing, and the avatars are great. Why are you here? Because you're already working with many projects, but what's the purpose of you being in the Creators Fund? So what's your ask? What's your vision? What do you want to achieve with that?
We are here because it's a sandbox, basically. So with a sandbox, you can create everything. And talking to people every night, this thing is evolving, and it blew our mind totally. And also I can see that there's job opportunities in that. So we are not focused on NFT yet, but the NFT process is only for the certification of the building. It's not about money, and the avatar as well is to create a
but why? So sorry, because the time is running, and I want to get it. Like, why you are in Creators Fund? What is your ask? What is the goal you try to achieve by being here in front of us judges who are also investors and stuff? So what's the purpose of you being here?
Basically, because we want to invest in technology and research and time, and so we want to be sure that we can afford a technician if we want to ask something for just the logical part of it, because we are focused on maybe on the word, on the art of the word, and we want to pay someone, and we want to be free to do that, because I think investing in technology is and encoding in this specific moment is the best way. But I don't want to call people on Discord and ask for oh, can you? I'm sorry to bother you.
Sure. But
no.
what's your ask then? What are you asking here for? What are you pitching here for?
Oh, for sure we need we need to ride vehicles. We need to be able to go in those places in ways that you cannot do in reality.
No, I mean monetary ask. What is your monetary ask here? Because you're in a creators fund. You're pitching. Yes. What is your financial ask
we
here?
ask for $5,000, and we are in 2 person. But I think we
is it
think
per month or is it total?
No, I think it's per month. And we are thinking as a whole thing. It's not split into 2. It's just the metamorphosis pushing up, trying to push up the limits of music, visuals, and as other people are doing in here.
And do I understand it correct?
Some good strategies.
And sorry that I'm asking so fast, but I'm looking at the time, so I need to. So the 5,000 per month, you're 2 working on the project. The main spending would be, as I understand, one of the main spendings will be trying to work with other creators to pay them. Is there anything else you need? You said technology, but what kind of technology do you need? What are the money going to be spent for? That's kind of the question.
Okay, basically we would love to upgrade our gears from because right now there's a fan on my computer and blowing to it, so I can talk in here. So we need to upgrade the system from NVIDIA to whatever, but I don't think this is the right place to ask money for it. And we need to upgrade also the system. For me, for example, as a Metaveo, I need sensors for my hands, otherwise wearing DIY gloves, it's too intense to evolve. It's not an evolving.
Okay, I give Isaac a chance to ask a question, and then I'll have one more.
Okay, Metaveo, I know him very well. I happen to think him and Snailstrip are geniuses. I mean, I know the work that I've done with them. I'm super happy, super happy. I know that I love everything that you guys do. So now, what Arthur's asking though is an important question. Because the money that you're asking for, you want to become like an OMG engine? You want to develop your own stuff? You want to? That's where I'm getting confused.
No, sorry. We are in partnership and with OMG, and so
okay.
We will never compete with OMG, but we always collaborate. We are more like artists that want to bring as I said at the beginning, we wanted to bring the virtual world in reality, but now it's kind of bringing the real world into the virtual world or the metaverse. But I think we think this is not the right way, because we need to bring some of the reality, like this floor. I love it. I totally love it, and I think we should put on some of the ISG buildings. But this is just a bridge to bring you somewhere else, and we want to build this somewhere else. I don't know how to explain yet, because it's not built yet.
Okay, so maybe last question. I mean, I have a lot of questions, but the last question, because the time is up. The last question would be from my side. So you're asking for $5,000 a month, and and Somnium, we generally, why we also started the Creators Fund. We want to see people, and if Chris Bell would be here, he would immediately answer that question.
Yeah.
Like, what is your plan to become self-sustainable? Because one thing is to go for funding from Somnium Creators Fund, but this is don't answer, because I'll answer it for you. One thing is going for Creators Fund and just get a limited amount of funding for some limited amount of period of time. But everyone who's coming here has to have a plan how to actually become self-sustainable, because that's what Somnium teaches you. That's what the technology and the blockchain allows you to do. Now, I happen to think you have all the prerequisites to actually do that, because I know you're working with Isaac. I know you also work on the great avatars. I still don't understand why they're not still released, because I'm freaking ready to throw money at you. So why they're not minted yet, I don't understand, because I would buy it. And that's revenue for you, right? And if you have a revenue, you have something to work with, you have something sustainable to do and build upon, and you build your own name. So this is kind of things we want to see in Creators Fund, right? Because people come here, they ask for money. That's not a small amount of money, it's $5,000 per month, and for X amount of month, it could be half a year. So we need to consider, like, how are you ready to do that? You have the skills, you have the passion. That's amazing, and we know you. But we need to see, like, how do you want to evolve? And I think you should start immediately, because why would you not?
Yeah. Can I talk?
Absolutely.
Yes. Because I missed an important step. After that grant, we recreate also an historical place, like in Livorno, the city near Florence where Snailstrip lives. But with old maps and old drawings, he rebuilt the old thing. Like, it's not there anymore. It's the only way to see it is it's in here or somewhere in VR, and the best way, I think. And so we started to create that, and now we are connected also to a festival that commissioned us, like a kind of an escape room, something like this, but it's for an horror festival. And but it's a mixed media festival. It's not just movies or so. And we already said that it's gonna be here, and they say it's totally fine. And this festival we wanted also to bring the mixed media, as you do in some conference.
Because I'm very sorry, we have to finish. And last one question: Is that festival, when they commissioned you, are they paying you something for that?
22.
But are they paying you for this?
They're paying a little bit, and we also, for example, asked Vince to participate as a Somnium, but in there. So I think the payment will be the investment to bring someone in Italy so the ticket and the hotel and everything to show. And to be sure that everything is work well and connect to people.
All right, we have to finish. Sorry, too much time, but thank you for your presentation. That was great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And yeah, I think that was. Wait, Francesco. So that was it. These are two presentations. We, of course, happy to give a chance for both of you who had technical difficulties.
Thank you very much.
On the Creators Fund Day. Thank you, Isaac, for being here with me. Great questions, by the way. Always a pleasure to stand here, be a shark and judge with you. And we will take our time to consider all the pitches, which we're already doing. Every judge will go through every pitch. We're already post-producing the videos. So those videos will be ready soon. The judges will be sent all the videos and all the presentations. They will give us their full feedback. We'll have a call with every judge, and then we'll start giving you feedback on your presentations. We cannot guarantee that everybody will get funded. We definitely will have a lot of feedback for every creator, we'll see you soon. You will hear from us as soon as we can. We're working hard. So thank you very much. And thank you for the audience who were here today with us. And of course, this beautiful world.
That's right.